Chapter 111. The snow fell harder, the wind howled, and Chao Jing momentarily forgot to wrap herself warmly. She stared blankly at the man before her, his features gentle, somewhat bewildered. The man wore a light brown trench coat, his features warm, his demeanor refined. "We meet again," Ji Qixio smiled gently. "How have you been lately?" Chao Jing snapped out of her daze. "Fine, everything's fine." "Are you here for the finals of the martial arts tournament?" he asked. "Yes, uncle, you know. There's been news, and over a dozen apps on my phone are sending push notifications. Afraid I miss anything," Ji Qixio smiled. Chao, you're amazing." "Thank you." Chao Jing scratched her head, then changed the subject. "Uncle, are you here for tourism?" Ji Qixio said, "I'm helping a friend with a small favor, and staying for a few days. I didn't expect to run into you. Do you have time to come over to my place?" Chao Jing thought for a moment and nodded, "Sure." Ji Qixio's apartment was only about 20 meters away. Chao Jing stared blankly at his tall figure, lost in thought. "I live alone." "Don't be shy. There's fruit on the coffee table. I just bought it this morning." Chao Jing listened to Ji Qixio's introduction, looking around the room. The apartment had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and was quite spacious. Because it only contained one person's belongings, it felt rather empty. Both the living room and bedroom windows were drawn with thick curtains, making them appear even darker and more cramped in the gloomy weather. She looked up and saw that the air conditioner was actually running, making the room even colder than outside. The entire room was completely different from the feeling Ji Qixio had given off. It was like a cold, deserted cave, a far cry from the warm-toned apartment Ji Qixio had rented in Pingqing City. Chao Jing turned around and saw that Ji Qixio neither drew the curtains nor turned off the air conditioner. He turned on the living room light, then took off his trench coat and said gently, "There are some freshly bought strawberries here. They taste good." "Okay." Chao Jing walked over and glanced at the trash can. There were many spoiled fruits, the amount of which looked like they had never been eaten. She tasted a strawberry. It was indeed very fresh. Soon, she noticed the books on the coffee table and asked curiously, "Uncle, are you studying astronomy now?" Ji Qixio smiled and said, "Yes, I actually been curious for a while, but I've been busy with my major." "Aw, never mind that, Chao. Are you busy with the competition?" "Actually, I saw your statement. If you need any help, just ask." "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it," Chao Jing said. Ji Qixio realized something and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was presumptuous." "For Chao, you should have avoided suspicion, shouldn't you?" He looked at her wrist. "You weren't wearing that bracelet for that reason, right?" Chao Jing shook her head. "Actually, I learned the meaning of the bracelet later. I'm very grateful to Uncle for helping me, someone I only met a few times. It really did help me a lot. But some things have to be done alone. Relying on certain forces, if you can't control them, will eventually backfire. It's better to start from the beginning, with only me coming, speaking, and doing." She didn't have time for trial and error or risks. Ji Qixio was like that, and so was Feng Chanchuan. Rather than facing the ambiguous relationship between this important figure and her, ingratiating herself with her was a good option, but she needed to find the right opportunity to replace her. The problem was, having subordinates with ulterior motives was worse than letting people see her from the start. Whether they willingly or forced to submit, it would ultimately be just her alone. Ji Qixio gazed at her for a long time, murmuring, "So good." He fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a long time. Chao Jing said, "Uncle, I have to go." The room was so cold that her teeth chattered. Ji Qixio snapped out of his reverie and said gently, "Okay, by the way, I come to cheer you on the day of the finals. You definitely make it to the finals." "Thank you, but the competition shouldn't be open to outsiders. They will be allowed. I have some inside information." Chao Jing didn't ask further, said goodbye to Ji Qixio, and left the apartment. Standing in the icy snow, she felt a strange warmth, as if she had been resurrected. How strange. Why did Ji Qixio make the room so gloomy? It didn't suit him at all, and yet he acted like nothing was wrong in that environment. I really don't understand. Chao Jing, too lazy to think further, walked back excitedly. Occasionally, she saw participating warriors along the way, but perhaps because she was fully armed, no one recognized her. She slowly stopped, her fingers gently moving upwards to grasp her hat. Her coat zipped all the way up, obscuring half her face. The large hat on her head left only her eyes visible. She walked with her head down. No warrior recognized her, so how did Ji Qixio recognize her? Chao Jing couldn't help but frown, turning to look at the pale road she had come from. Or was it just a coincidence? What did he want to do? What was he representing the Empire for? But judging from their past interactions, he didn't seem like that kind of person. Chao Jing pressed her lips tightly together. She needed to be more cautious, lest she be betrayed. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. They hadn't seen each other for so long. Perhaps he had changed. Back at the castle, Chao Jing learned from the butler that Feng Chanchuan was working in his study, so she didn't disturb him and instead video-called Fire-Eyed Lion. Now that Fire-Eyed Lion had a cell phone, Chao Jing wasn't worried about losing contact, so he often took Tyrant Wolf out to play, and Chao Jing was quite satisfied that they were having fun. Is it snowing where you are too? The snow here in Chioji hasn't stopped at all. She looked at the 2 faces squeezed together on the screen. Fire-Eyed Lion said, "This is a snow mountain. It's a lot of fun." He paused. "Yesterday we encountered an avalanche and almost got buried. It wasn't fun." Chao Jing laughed. "Be careful. Do you have nothing to eat there?" "There's plenty of food. We won't go hungry." Fire-Eyed Lion was halfway through his sentence when Tyrant Wolf was attracted by a fox running past and immediately darted out to chase it. The fiery lion was quiet for a moment, then suddenly said, "It's not doing well." Chao Jing jumped, immediately thinking that perhaps the fiery lion couldn't stand the boisterous Tyrant Wolf. When she was going to Jolin City, the fiery lion had offered to go sightseeing, and the Tyrant Wolf had followed. Perhaps the fiery lion wanted to play quietly by itself. Although Feng Chanchuan had explained, Chao Jing still felt guilty. After all, she had volunteered to raise and care for the Tyrant Wolf, but in the end, she had entrusted it all to the fiery lion. It was really unfair. I can send someone to pick up the little wolf. I can take care of it without any problems. You don't need to worry." She quickly explained, "Little lion, you should play happily, and not do things you don't like." The fiery lion tilted its head in confusion. "Why take the little wolf away?" Chao Jing asked. "Didn't you say it wasn't doing well? You have no obligation to take care of the little wolf. It's really hard on you to take care of it for so long. If you're unhappy, I send someone to pick it up immediately." "But it's so cute and well-behaved," said the fire-eyed lion. "I don't want you to take it away. I'm happy with it by my side." "No problem at all. As long as you're happy, whatever you do is fine," Chao Jing said, then changed the subject. "What did you mean when you said it wasn't good?" "It's not very good," the fire-eyed lion corrected her, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "When we were playing in the forest before, many of the strange beasts became very understanding when they saw it." Understanding? Chao Jing couldn't believe the word was appropriate for a strange beast. Like inviting you to their home? Fire-eyed lion, more or less, and the little wolf. Several times, it accidentally got injured, and the beast that came into contact with its blood would change. Chao Jing wasn't surprised. That's right. As I mentioned before, the little wolf's existence is special, and its blood undergoes strange changes. It's nothing serious, but it still needs to avoid injury, as it might be dangerous. The fire-eyed lion looked puzzled. "So you know that beasts that come into contact with its blood will develop reason and then worship it as king?" Chao Jing's eyes widened. "That's amazing. Worship it as king? Is it the king of beasts?" "No," the fire-eyed lion stated firmly. "I'm also a beast. I don't have that." Chao Jing didn't understand. "Should I have someone study the little wolf?" Feng Chanchuan asked, coming down the stairs. "It should be fine with the little lion accompanying it. Finding out its secrets sooner might eliminate some potential threats." Chao Jing thought for a moment and said, "Okay, is it someone like that yesterday?" Feng Chanchuan laughed at her description. "Yes, what, were you scared?" "No, sister, he's probably not human, right? Humans don't show their bones, right?" "Strictly speaking, no." Chao Jing thought to herself, just as I thought, and stopped worrying about it. After agreeing with Fire-Eyed Lion, she hung up the phone. Feng Chanchuan asked, "I thought you wouldn't be back until tonight." "How could I? My sister is here, of course I have to stay with her." Chao Jing patted her chest, her tone exaggerated. "Don't underestimate my love for my sister." Feng Chanchuan chuckled. "Come on, love. It's clearly care, isn't it?" Chao Jing joked with her for a while, then suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "Sister, under what circumstances would someone's presence make others uncomfortable?" Feng Chanchuan said, "What did this person do that made people uncomfortable? Or is it a clash of personalities? You don't like this person, and you feel uncomfortable around them?" It's fine. I don't dislike her, but I don't like her either. She's like a complete stranger. Actually, it's not her personally, but rather the uncomfortable aura I feel coming from around her." Feng Chanchuan looked at her. "Does everyone who gets close to her feel this way, or is it just you who notices something amiss?" If it's the latter, instead of thinking about whether there's something wrong with her, you should first consider why you can sense this, and how you differ from the people she interacts with. Chao Jing felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Previously, she always considered whether those with a sense of disconnect were from the capital or had different physical energies, but she had never considered whether others were the same. She stroked her chin, pondering carefully. The first person she encountered with a sense of disconnect was a boy from the capital, and Ji Ying, who was with her at the time, also had a similar uncomfortable feeling. Later, she encountered many people with a sense of alienation, especially in the northern tournament, and without exception, she could sense intense malice from them. Looking back now, she realized these people's friends certainly couldn't sense it. She couldn't believe anyone could be friends with such a suffocating atmosphere of malice. Or was it that she could sense malice simply from someone with a sense of alienation who disliked her? But Chisa didn't seem to be like that. Could it be that Chisa was feigning friendliness while actually disliking her? Was there any need for her to do such a thing? Thinking about it another way, why is she disliked? Her lowly status is definitely one reason, maybe. Sister, Chao Jing said solemnly. Am I really that bad? Feng Chanchuan, unaware of her thoughts, immediately replied. My little one is the best in the world. Oh, that it's not my problem. His. Feng Chanchuan couldn't help but give her a light tap on the head. I was talking about your physique or energy field. What are you thinking? Chao Jing rubbed her head in frustration. I can't figure it out. Let's have someone investigate. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Commander Song. Do you have some free time lately? I need your help investigating a few people. No problem. Please speak, Commander. Song Lianwen said. Although the warriors Chao Jing listed had all died in the northern tournament, it was still possible to conduct a preliminary investigation of the people around them. After calling Song Lianwen, Chao Jing then called Mu Jimong and Zhou Xiuhe. There were too many people, and investigating would take too long, so he had several people work together to get results faster. Shanli, this is Chao Jing. Investigate the backgrounds of these people in the finals. Chao Jing assigned the task of investigating living people to Shanli, and these were people she had personally seen and confirmed to be different from others. Shanli scoffed. Why should I waste my time investigating ants? Because this is an order I gave you, Chao Jing said calmly. If you don't know how to be a qualified subordinate, I can teach you. Now just answer, yes, leader. Shanli replied lazily. I'm busy lately. Chao Jing, your superior understanding makes you think I need you to crouch on rooftops eavesdropping and gathering information? I know you have connections, Shanli. Let me teach you again. An excellent leader must learn to direct subordinates, clearly defining tasks to improve efficiency, just like me right now. Shanli remained silent on the other end of the phone. Chao Jing raised an eyebrow. Looks like you learned it. Go do it, and give me an answer as soon as possible. The call was disconnected. Shanli rolled her eyes. Ha, so arrogant. Does she really think she can have the last laugh? What a pipe dream. She made another call. Investigate the names on the list thoroughly, down to the smallest detail. I need results within 10 days. After making the arrangements, Chao Jing put the matter aside for the time being and went to the window to watch the raging snow. Although she felt sorry for them, countless lowly people outside the north were suffering. Asking her to start over from Chioji or somewhere else was time-consuming and unrealistic. She had spent half a year reaching the top of Fengshan region. Another half year? How many people would die? Now that she had met someone like Tan Jiqing, she had to be bolder, to take another gamble. There would naturally be dangers, but the important thing was to seize opportunities within those dangers, go against the current, and save as many people as possible in the shortest amount of time. Asakage dared not rest, handling various affairs. A day later, she received a message from the committee that the warriors who entered the finals would gather at the Monzon Martial Arts Arena. Chapter 112. This martial arts tournament has 49 finalists. Besides the fierce competition from the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north, there are also special representatives from the capital, aristocratic families, and other regions, truly a gathering of geniuses. The Wuxan Martial Arena has reserved special seating for the finalists, while the other areas have been converted into spectator seating, accommodating tens of thousands. Even before the martial artists arrived, the venue was already packed with spectators, buzzing with discussion. Seats in the spectator section were sold internally at exorbitant prices, unknown to the average person. Those who managed to obtain tickets were generally prominent figures, or extremely wealthy and powerful. Yu Xiaoji thought to herself, luckily, I have special connections, otherwise, missing out on this spectacle would be a huge regret. The people sitting around her openly discussed the competition. There are so many geniuses in this competition, but the spots in the finals are limited, so the competition will be fierce. That's by Yuxian. He looks to be in good form, and has a good chance of making it to the finals. After all, he's a samurai who fought his way out of the capital. I think Hui Peifeng has a better chance of winning. Although he's arrogant, he has the ability to back it up. Liu Ya is also very strong. These are all gold pearl level samurai. If they clash, the battle will definitely be spectacular. Ha ha, haven't you thought about that lowlife? He was incredibly fierce, wiping out all the samurai from the northern tournament. Why talk about that rat in the gutter? We don't even know what tricks he's using. Besides, even if they really fight with sheer strength, so what? The north is vast and sparsely populated, and the quality of samurai varies greatly. Any gold pearl level samurai here could achieve the same result. Letting someone like that show up is such a downer. But I bet she'd be eliminated early on. Let's not let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. Yu Xiaoji glanced at the group, silently rolled her eyes, and turned her gaze to the warrior seats, watching the finalists enter one by one. Those who made it to the finals were rarely known except for beings from the Dead Lands or the vast oceans. They were all formidable figures, and each arrival caused quite a stir. Although the finals hadn't started yet, the referee in charge of crowd control was eager to get started. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, he picked up the microphone and began introducing the participants. Yu Xiaoji's eyes darted around. She took out her phone and texted Chao Jing, trying to build a good impression so she could have a fancy meal with the boss next time. Big Fish Knows Everything. Image, by Yu Xian, from the ancient clan of the imperial capital, 15 years old, level 21 golden pearl, energy attribute is light, worth a plate of caviar. Big Fish Knows Everything. Image, Zhou Zi and Zhou Zining, twin brothers, from the capital, 14 years old, both at level 19 of the Golden Pearl realm. Their energy attributes are earth and vegetation respectively. Their price is a serving of fine foie gras. Big Fish Knows Everything. Image, Little Gloves, from Dead Earth, level unknown, estimated to be between level 21 and 30 of the Golden Pearl realm. Energy attribute unknown. Price is a serving of Heaven's Crow, spicy version. Chao Jing was still on her way when her phone kept ringing. She took it out, paused for a moment, and replied, "You don't need to bother, I investigated all these people. Big Fish Knows Everything. No trouble at all, let's eat together later, the menu is on the top." Chao Jing choked for a moment, then let her go, striding towards the Wenshan martial arts arena. A Seikage! She turned around and saw Chisa catching up, panting. She smiled and said, "Good thing I caught up with you. Let's go together." Asakage looked her over and said, "You better not come with me, for your safety." Chisa hesitated, stammering, I just thought that since we came together, we could go to the arena together. There are tens of thousands of eyes in the arena." Asakage patted her arm. "You don't know which pair will go crazy or become hysterical. You're here to compete, don't cause yourself trouble." With that, she left first. Chisa's eyes flickered, and she bit her lower lip. When Asakage arrived, most of the samurai were present. The referee counted, his voice booming, "Who's still missing?" "Wow, the second to last, that's the final spot. Looks like someone very important. Who could it be?" The referee saw the samurai appear at the arena entrance, his expression froze, his voice abruptly stopping. He held the microphone for a long time, unsure what to say. The audience turned to look, and saw a young man walking confidently from the entrance, his posture upright, his expression as resolute and fearless as in the video that had gone viral across the continent. It was that lowly person. The entire martial arts arena fell silent, as if a pin had been pressed. A few seconds later, a huge commotion erupted. She actually dared to come? What right does she have to come? I don't even want to watch anymore. If the tickets weren't so expensive, I really leave. It's disgusting. Whoever kills her, I bet everything on them. The referee, also losing interest in the introduction, shrugged and returned to his seat to continue his duties of managing the arena, muttering, "The arena's dirty, we need cleaners." Asakage indifferently scanned the faces filled with disdain, contempt, and resentment, ignoring them completely, and walked straight to her seat. She passed by the samurai, feeling the intense malice emanating from them, and sat in the last row, surveying the entire arena. "I feel terrible, let's go sit over there. Haha, even the air feels fresher here." The twin samurai, 2 rows away from Asakage, chatted and laughed as they switched seats, followed by several other samurai. Asakage didn't bother to analyze their actions, observing the situation. The samurai were all present, but only one referee had arrived. In fact, that person wasn't a member of the committee. Their role was equivalent to that of the host. There were still 13 minutes until the official start. The other referees would arrive right on time. Asakage felt uneasy. The overwhelming malice was affecting her, making her feel physically uncomfortable, and she desperately wanted all the malice to disappear. Don't be sad. Chao Jing turned around and saw a little girl about her height, with short, choppy white hair and bare whites in her eyes, no pupils. Her name was Little Gloves, a creature from the dead land, and its only representative. Little Gloves' voice was childish. Don't let their attitude affect you. Everyone in your empire is trash. Chao Jing, Was she trying to comfort her? Was she really? In the end, Chao Jing remained silent. The enemy of my enemy isn't necessarily my friend. Her current plans didn't include the dead land, so she had no intention of befriending or antagonizing it. Little Glove sat in a chair, swinging her legs easily, swaying her body happily, humming a leisurely little tune. With 1 minute to go before the start, the atmosphere grew even more lively, a cacophony of voices rising like a tide. Suddenly, people looked up, and Chao Jing did the same. At the top of this huge, enclosed three-tiered martial arts arena stood 5 people, the members of the competition committee, led by Tan Jicheng. Greetings, everyone. I am Tan Jicheng. Welcome to the Samurai Finals. Her words caused a stir. After speaking, she took her seat on the third-tier judges' platform. Following her, the others introduced themselves and gave encouraging speeches, effectively promoting the event. After the judges finished their introductions, the host, responsible for managing the arena, stepped forward to read the rules of the finals. Chao Jing looked up. The 5 judges were positioned directly opposite the participating samurai. For a fleeting moment, her gaze fell upon the judge's platform, and she felt as if she were making eye contact with Tan Jicheng, though this could also be a misperception due to the large number of targets. She collected her scattered thoughts and listened to the host explain the rules. This final round adopts a regional system, with all participating samurai divided into 5 regions using a special method. It's a free-for-all combat mode, with only one winner from each region, ultimately selecting 5 to advance to the grand final. The rules for each region's division will be explained in detail after the samurai are assigned to their respective regions. There are no restrictions on the weapons or techniques used by the samurai, external coaching is permitted, and deathmatches are not prohibited. It's specifically noted that these deathmatches are not officially certified by Loroto, but rather refer to matches where a samurai unintentionally or intentionally kills their opponent during a duel without penalty. The referee's explanation of the deathmatch rules caused an uproar among the audience. What kind of ridiculous rules are these? I'm speechless. Before, they didn't ban the life or death battles, and now they banned everything. Are we still participating in a samurai tournament? Someone muttered. The new president's 3 fires of inauguration have all been wasted on the samurai tournament. Instead of messing around with this, he should be thinking about how to quell the border rebellion. Another person whispered in response. Chao Jing withdrew his gaze from the 2 people speaking. It was strange. The new president had completely changed the samurai tournament, making it unrecognizable from what it used to be. Was it just a display of power? I have a question. A loud voice suddenly rang out in the arena. Everyone looked over. The girl was sitting in the first row of the samurai section, legs crossed, looking nonchalant. She pulled a microphone from her pocket and announced loudly, "Those who made these rules, are you out of your minds? The samurai tournament has explicitly prohibited life or death battles since its inception, to prevent malicious killings of samurai. I won't mention the rules of the preliminary rounds, since participants could freely choose whether or not to agree to a life or death battle. But this new tactic, I believe it won't be limited to this tournament alone, will it? Do you think all the samurai participating in the tournament are of equal skill, fighting to the death without a fight to the death? Are you suggesting that weaker samurai should lose their lives to wicked warriors? Many samurai came with a learning attitude, only to never return. Oh, so the once-a-decade samurai tournament will no longer be about providing opportunities for samurai growth, but rather treating them like leeks, killing off batch after batch. Is this a group suicide mission? Or is it a trick devised by some old samurai afraid of being replaced? It's an insult to the samurai spirit." Her voice was powerful and resonant, captivating everyone present and inspiring admiration. The host, looking embarrassed and unsure what to do, glanced towards the judge's platform on the 3rd floor. Asakura's expression also showed admiration. This girl who had spoken so boldly in public was named Hibiki, one of the strongest samurai in this year's tournament. "Please calm down. A judge stepped forward from the platform, his tone composed. All rule changes in this tournament were proposed by the president, drafted by the counselors, and unanimously approved by the tournament committee. All rule changes have been carefully considered and are only applicable to this year's tournament. No guarantees are made for future tournaments. Please do not panic or become angry due to unfounded speculation. Hibiki scoffed. Fine, I won't talk about the future. This year's tournament has made such a... Her phone rang. Upon answering, she heard a cold voice on the other end, either shut up and participate, or get out. The call was abruptly ended, giving her no chance to retort. Hui Peifeng, her face dark, crushed the microphone in her hand, ultimately saying nothing. The host dared not look at Hui Peifeng, fearing to displease her. Composing herself, she continued, in the finals, the rules of previous samurai tournaments will be applied appropriately. The judges will be not only the committee members, but also the audience. All samurai, please give it your all. Your hard work and honor will be witnessed. As her voice faded, a samurai badge appeared in each samurai's hand, emitting a white light. The samurai vanished from their seats. At the same moment the samurai disappeared, a massive platform rose from the arena floor. The host activated the platform, and instantly, 49 enormous screens appeared in the void, each corresponding to a samurai. Yu Xiaoji took a photo and sent it to Chao Jing, frowning. While it wasn't unusual for spectators to witness the competition, this was the first time she'd seen it this way. Where had the samurai gone? Did they even know about this format? Chao Jing glanced at the samurai badge in her hand, engraved with the number 49, the last one. She figured this badge was more for show than practical use. Just as she was internally grumbling, a motionless electronic voice came from the samurai badge. Chapter 113. Congratulations on entering the finals. You are currently located in the southern region of the Great Qi Mountains. This area is rich in minerals, but also fraught with danger, so please be careful. The rules for this round of the preliminary rounds are as follows. There is one samurai in this region who uses a special energy system. Kill or defeat this samurai and obtain their badge to win. Please note that samurai can contact the referee through their badge, or request off-site guidance after confirmation by the referee. However, guidance questions such as observing and providing energy to samurai from the outside will be considered cheating, and will result in disqualification. If you encounter an unsolvable crisis, you can return to the arena through your badge, which means you have forfeited the match. There is no time limit for this final round, so please do your best. Asakura gripped the badge tightly, a slight smile playing on his lips. The rules for the finals were indeed difficult to understand. A total of 49 samurai have entered the finals. If they are evenly distributed among the 5 regions, the Great Qi Mountains region will have a maximum of 10. The samurai, from all corners of the land, knew little of each other. Located deep in the mountains, without signal or communication, they couldn't distinguish imposters by their badges. For any samurai, everyone else could be a fake. The only option was to kill the opponent to obtain the badge, and the fighting was unrestricted, a fight to the death. Clearly, it was a battle where all samurai were forced to kill each other. Even though killing was followed by defeating, it felt so insignificant. As the samurai had complained before, did this tournament still have anything to do with the All-Region Samurai Exchange Tournament? Asakage adjusted her breathing. No matter what, she had to win. She looked around. The Great Qi Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, and the place she had arrived at was clearly not the same as the preliminary rounds. The forest here was dense, the trees growing in bizarre shapes, like elongated monsters, their claws outstretched in the light mist. Perhaps it had just rained, the air was humid, and the ground, formed by centuries of fallen leaves and decaying grass, was soft and slippery underfoot, sometimes even seeping water. Chao Jing observed the terrain and chose to head south. Several times, she encountered venomous snakes as thick as thighs that calmly passed by, but since they didn't show any aggression, she naturally didn't disturb them. Searching for warriors in such a primeval forest was like finding a needle in a haystack. Chao Jing couldn't easily use her mental probing. Her mental damage from the castle a few days ago hadn't fully recovered, and forcing it would only worsen the situation. Since it was a regional competition, the other warriors must be nearby. A sharp, piercing scream came from beside her, startling Chao Jing. She immediately recognized the sound. What was that voice? She turned her head. The bushes rustled, and from within emerged a black-furred beast with an elephant's trunk, human legs, a pale face, and waxy yellow hair, exactly the same beast Chao Jing had encountered when she first arrived in the mountains, only this one was much larger, like a small hill. This is bad. Yu Xiaoji frowned. The rules of the finals were clearly a fight to the death. Although there was a vague standard for victory, if the warriors couldn't prove they were imposters and were forced to hand over their badges, how could they return? Of course, the warriors could choose to give up, but which warrior who made it to the finals didn't have some fighting spirit? They were people who would rather die than give up. Since the founding of the empire, the warrior tournament has been a tradition, always upholding the principles of freedom, fraternity, and friendly exchange. Warriors have always treated the tournament as a means of sparring and exchanging skills. Now, with the new president in office, everything has changed. While veteran counselors may have raised objections, they clearly haven't stopped the new president's willful actions. Yu Xiaoji pondered sending a message. She needed to use her connections to investigate what was going on in this new president's mind. How did someone who so readily abuses power get elected? Strangely, she couldn't recall anything relevant. Ha ha ha, this lowly beast is doomed. The ghost-faced beast is the most ferocious beast discovered in recent years, with abilities exceeding the gold pearl level. I'm going to see how this lowly creature gets torn to pieces. Finally, it can die. It feels much cleaner now. Hearing the cheers of the audience, Yu Xiaoji looked up at the screen displaying Chao Jing's name. Recognizing the beast appearing in the scene, her expression immediately turned serious. In recent years, the Empire has explored the primeval lands of the Great Qi Mountains, discovering many new species, including the bizarre-looking ghost-faced beast. The ghost-faced beast is extremely brutal and bloodthirsty, yet also incredibly intelligent. It enjoys toying with its prey. Once targeted by this beast, unless you're evacuated by a helicopter, you'll be chased until exhausted and slowly devoured. Not only is the intelligence of these beasts generally similar to that of normal humans, but their cultivation speed is also much faster. The weakest ghost-faced beasts discovered so far are at least mid-silver level, with most at the gold bead level. Yu Xiaoji's eyes were grave. She hoped Chao Jing wouldn't be so reckless. If he couldn't win, he should at least run away, and certainly not make threats. This time, Chao Jing had learned her lesson and dared not comment on the creature's appearance, even though it truly looked terrifying, living up to its name. Ghost-faced beast. This was information Chao Jing had found on her phone after leaving the preliminary rounds. Although the encyclopedia described ghost-faced beasts as ruthless and cruel, the one before her showed no aggression. The ghost-faced beast emerged from the bushes, looked Chao Jing over, and slowly approached. As its face drew closer, Chao Jing felt a chill run down her spine. Thinking it best not to block its path, she moved to the other side. Suddenly, the ghost-faced beast sprang into action, blocking her way with a low growl. Chao Jing was confused. She hadn't mentioned it, and hadn't even considered it. Why was it blocking her way? What do you need? She asked. Or do you need my help? The ghost-faced beast bit her clothes with its teeth, and pulled her aside. Chao Jing asked in surprise, You want me to go that way? She looked at the swaying shadows of the trees ahead. It's to the west. She paused. Okay, I help you. Let's hurry over, because I have things to do. She followed the demon-faced beast, while the audience outside the screen froze. Yu Xiaoji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Was she seeing things? What was going on? Looking at the warriors fighting desperately against the beasts on other screens, and then at the harmonious coexistence between humans and nature here, it was as if they were on completely different wavelengths. She swallowed hard. Sure enough, having Chao Jing as her boss was absolutely the right decision. Even the beasts of the primeval forest could get along with her obediently. What couldn't she do? Meanwhile, the audience, filled with righteous indignation and unwilling to see inferior beings, also focused their attention on Chao Jing's screen. For a moment, Chao Jing became the center of everyone's attention. Seeing this harmonious scene, the audience was speechless. What about the imagined sight of inferior beings being slaughtered by strange beasts? I knew inferior beings were despicable, otherwise they wouldn't befriend strange beasts. One audience member suddenly exclaimed, indignant. Exactly, what kind of good person would be friendly with such monsters? Of course they agree, after all, inferior beings are no different from animals. The audience, realizing what was happening, echoed, their faces filled with disgust. That's really strange. One of the judges couldn't help but say. Even the competing strange beasts assigned to the mountain range were attacked by the beasts there, yet she's completely unaffected. It's truly amazing. Tan Zhiqing listened to the judges' hushed discussions, staring intently at the screen, his eyes deep and thoughtful. About half an hour later, Chao Jing saw an enormous tree. She didn't know what kind of tree it was, but it was about 20 meters wide, its height immeasurable, its dense canopy like a giant umbrella covering a vast area. The ground beneath this area was covered in colorful wildflowers, incredibly beautiful. She immediately thought of the little radish characters' homes in the cartoon, also large houses made of trees. As she thought this, she noticed the hollow beneath the trees. It seemed empty inside, making it even more like their home. "Is this your house? It's so beautiful," Chao Jing exclaimed sincerely, taking out her phone and snapping away. The ghost-faced beast shook its head and nudged her inside with its head. Chao Jing, engrossed in taking pictures, simply pulled the ghost-faced beast along for a photo session. 20 minutes later, the ghost-faced beast barked somewhat irritably. Chao Jing said dejectedly, "Are you tired? Then rest well. I go in myself." The demon-faced beast, panting heavily, turned its head away, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge her. Chao Jing scratched her head, then entered the tree on her own. Her eyes widened in shock upon seeing the scene inside. The interior of this tree resembled an unusual residential building, complete with houses and a plaza. From the outside, the tree appeared only about 20 meters wide, but once inside, it was clear that its width exceeded a kilometer. Chao Jing looked back at the demon-faced beast resting outside the tree. What did it want her to do inside? Searching like a headless fly was a waste of time. "What kind of help do you need from me?" she asked, puzzled. The demon-faced beast regained some strength, entered the tree, and looked up. Chao Jing followed its gaze, her fingers trembling almost imperceptibly, and she exhaled a deep breath. The audience was able to observe the samurai's movements in real time due to the samurai badge, but the perspective and range were limited, so they couldn't see what Chao Jing had actually seen, only that she had observed for a very long time before leaving. Asakura could no longer categorize this as coincidence or madness. She saw countless tangled red and green vines, intertwined to form a gigantic face, her own face. She didn't venture deeper into the tree to investigate. Her subconscious told her it wasn't the right time, so she chose to bid farewell to the demon-faced beast and leave. She thought, barring unforeseen circumstances, she would return. She continued southward until nightfall. The forest grew darker, mist thickened, and she still couldn't see a single warrior. Just as she began to wonder if she was the only one in the Great Chi Mountains, she heard voices. "I am incredibly knowledgeable about history, brother. Many years ago, our ancestors hunted and lived together. What wonderful days those were. The same blood flows in our veins, our souls can resonate." Inchi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, leaned against a boulder to stand up, and spoke with deep emotion, each word heartfelt and moving. Her voice was filled with intense feeling. "Although I come from a distant desert, thousands of years ago, the desert was as beautiful as this rainforest. In that sense, we are family, brother." The white-haired gorilla opposite her exhaled 2 puffs of white steam from its nostrils, seemingly considering whether to attack. Inchi smiled outwardly, but inwardly she was almost crying. Heavens, she came to fight, not to find her ancestors. Being forced into this godforsaken place was bad enough, but after a whole day, she hadn't even seen a single warrior, and had already been attacked by various strange beasts more than 20 times. Inchi really wanted to cry. She was covered in wounds and had no strength left, but to ask her to withdraw from the competition was too humiliating. After much deliberation, she could only appeal to the white-haired gorilla's familial bonds. Luckily, no one in the deep forest saw her, or she would have been utterly humiliated back home. Seeing the gorilla showing signs of giving up, Inchi pressed her advantage, bringing up all sorts of ancestral grievances, practically begging to sit down and chat with the gorilla. Suddenly, she caught sight of a warrior standing under a tree not far away. Startled, she quickly straightened up, her face cold, and waved her hand. "Go away, I don't blame you." "Roar!" the white-haired gorilla roared. Inchi's legs went weak. Damn it, all her efforts were wasted. Of all times, why did this warrior have to come now? She was now in a dilemma. On one hand, she couldn't bring herself to say anything nice to the gorilla, given her current physical condition. On the other hand, with the warrior present, she couldn't bring herself to say such things, and besides, the warrior's appearance meant a fight to the death. Damn it, it's a fight to the death either way. Chao Jing watched for a while. She had investigated the warrior surrounded by the white-haired gorilla. His name was Inzu, a strange beast from the desert, whose original form seemed to be a giant salamander that lived in the desert. She walked straight over and asked, "Have you seen any other warriors?" Inchi looked at her in shock as she approached the white-haired gorilla as if nothing had happened. "You, how come? If you don't attack first, they naturally won't attack you," Chao Jing said matter-of-factly. Inchi roared, "Of course, I wouldn't go looking for trouble. It's clearly not attacking you, so why don't you attack her, my brother? We were family hundreds of years ago." The white-haired gorilla, displeased with her roar, slapped her, making her see stars and dizzy. Chao Jing kindly reminded her, "It's not brother, it's sister. You can't even recognize this? You think we're family?" Yin Chi, So, the reason she wasn't responding to her heartfelt words was because she undergone a sex change with the beast. She watched, head in her hands, as Chao Jing and the white-haired gorilla got along well. Then, the white-haired gorilla leisurely left, leaving her looking utterly bewildered. Even if she called the white-haired gorilla sister, or even great-aunt, it wouldn't have the same effect. She observed the warrior before her. He seemed quite famous in the competition, some kind of low-ranking person, but she didn't understand the Empire's racial classifications, so she didn't know what ranks were. Speaking of which, regardless of who they were, any outsider trespassing into the beast's territory would be attacked. Chao Jing's relaxed demeanor. Could he not be a warrior at all? Perhaps the target? Chao Jing keenly noticed the change in Yin Chi's eyes, and whispered, "Then let's begin." Chapter 114. No way. Yin Chi immediately refused righteously. What a joke. In her current state, even an ant could knock her down. Chao Jing raised an eyebrow. Then, have you seen any other warriors? No, Yin Chi said suspiciously. Do you believe I'm not fake? Fakes don't cross races to claim kinship. Yin Chi, damn it. She was seen after all. Chao Jing thought to herself. It was easy for her to tell the difference in energy between a fake warrior and a real warrior, but this fake warrior probably wouldn't reveal himself so easily. Yin Chi wiped the blood from her wound, cursing. What kind of brain-dead rules are these? What kind of exchange competition is this? It's clearly a death trap. In hundreds of years, when has a competition ever been held in such a godforsaken place? Your empire's president must be out of his mind. If you're talking about me, the organizers of the warrior tournament should be rotated. Chao Jing looked at her and asked, do you need gauze? Gauze? Yin Chi was surprised. To be honest, she already found it unbelievable that Chao Jing hadn't pressed his advantage, and now he actually wanted to bandage her wound? Chao Jing took out gauze and healing medicine from his invincible overlord ring, knelt down, sprinkled the medicine on her wound, and bandaged it, remaining silent. Yin Chi's body was covered in wounds, the most severe being on her shoulders, sides, thighs, and calves. The wounds were so deep you could see the bone. She said awkwardly, "Thank you. Why did you help me? You can't fight like this." "Once you're healed, we have a fair fight," Chao Jing said, adding, "although you can't win." Upon hearing this, Yin Chi immediately became angry. How arrogant. "I'm a level 21 Golden Pearl warrior. What level are you?" Chao Jing replied, "No matter what level I am, I'm stronger than you. Even if you recover from your injuries, you still can't beat me." Yin Chi huffed, "Just you wait. If it weren't for the brutality of the beasts here, I would have defeated you long ago." Chao Jing firmly believed she could win. As a warrior, she had a clear understanding of herself. Although she didn't know her exact level, if she judged she could win, she would definitely win. If she judged she couldn't, like her fight against her sister Feng Chanchuan, she truly couldn't win. Night deepened, visibility in the forest decreased, and a white mist filled the air. The cries of unknown birds sounded like someone was weeping heart-wrenchingly, particularly eerie. Yin Chi wrapped her coat tighter around herself. Walking in the forest is such a hassle. I got completely lost, and I can't easily climb trees. It's not a hassle, it's just... Chao Jing pursed her lips. It was just a little scary. She still wanted to resolve the situation quickly, so she had to suppress her fear and search for the warrior. Caw caw caw. A sudden cawing of a crow startled both of them. Looking up, they saw a black crow perched on a treetop, a few feathers fluttering down. It's Black Master's crow. Yin Chi recognized it immediately, grabbing the tree to catch the feather. There really is information. Black Master was a strange beast from the eastern mountains. A crow often perched on his shoulder, which Yin Chi remembered. The crow flapped its wings and flew away. Chao Jing looked at the feather in Yin Chi's hand, glancing at the information on it. Black Master said that the Great Chi Mountains were fraught with danger. Not only was the terrain unpredictable, but the lurking beasts within were also formidable. He had a crow scout the terrain and learned that heading south would lead out of the forest and closer to a coastal area. He suggested that instead of wasting the warriors' time fighting the beasts, they should agree on a location and each fight based on their own abilities. However, he only made a suggestion. The warriors could choose freely, but he would head south. That makes sense, Yin Chi said, stroking her chin. He gave a clear location and went there himself. Now, anyone wanting to find a warrior to defeat has a target, forcing them to go. Chao Jing nodded and asked, I'm planning to leave. Are you going now? Yin Chi's mind raced with alarm. How far could she possibly go in her current state? Letting Chao Jing leave. What if another beast appeared? Even having a godmother wouldn't help. So, she said seriously, I advise you not to travel at night. Chao Jing asked curiously, why? Inchi slowly sat down, speaking earnestly. Although I come from the desert isn't just endless sand. In some areas, there are oases, and I grew up in one. Oases in the desert often have a lot of white fog at night, though not as much as this forest. I used to think it was because it had rained, but then I discovered that the desert receives very little rainfall throughout the year, yet the fog appears every night. So I asked my elders, and they told me that these aren't special natural phenomena at all, but rather energy, the energy of living beings. Beads of sweat appeared on Chao Jing's forehead. The energy of living beings like us? No, it's the energy of the dead, she said solemnly. Long ago, day and night were the different worlds that distinguished the living from the dead. All things are composed of celestial energy, you, me, and every living being are no exception. The dead merely disappear from our sight, yet they continue to exist as another form of energy. Gradually, due to technological advancements, the energy of the dead can no longer survive in cities, so it gathers in these untouched, primitive lands, ideal training grounds for warriors, and resting places for the dead. Inchi grasped Chao Jing's hand. You're healing my wounds, of course. I don't want to see you venture into dangerous territory. Look how thick the fog is in the forest, gathering countless spirits from thousands of years ago. As outsiders, how can we disturb their rest? If we offend the spirits, the consequences are unpredictable. Chao Jing felt a chill run down her spine. Seeing the surrounding fog, seemingly sensing something, and flowing around them, her scalp tingled, and a cold draft shot from her feet to the top of her head. She forced a smile. Well, I'm not afraid of anything about ghosts or spirits, but it's not safe for you here. Since we're going to save you, I stay with you. We set off together at dawn. Inchi smiled broadly. Okay, no problem. Excellent. She could become a novelist. The sky was vast and deep, thick with darkness. Occasionally, the fierce roars of strange beasts echoed from afar, startling countless birds into flight. Chao Jing was completely absorbed. The slightest rustle of wind made her ears prick up, like a frightened rabbit. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the dead, the deceased, and ghosts. Slowly, these words transformed in her mind into beings with specific features, neither human nor beast, grinning maliciously as they approached her, demanding to know why she had disturbed her peace. Chao Jing jolted awake. She just had a nightmare while dozing. The sweat on her body turned chilly in the breeze. She turned to look at Inchi, who was resting beside her with his eyes closed, seemingly enjoying a good nap. Chao Jing dared not sleep again, and simply took out a book to read. She recently been reading history books, specifically seeking out ancient texts. Aside from the official historical classics published by the Imperial Publishing House, other books were hard to find, requiring considerable effort. For Chao Jing, reading was highly purposeful. From initially learning to read and write to improve her life, to learning various engineering theories, everything was for practical application, including current history. She wasn't particularly interested in the continent's complex development. She only wanted to know the origins of the lower classes. The Alan Empire had been established for over 300 years. Going back, there was no such thing as upper or lower classes. Why did inferior beings appear after the founding of the nation? Why, despite being called the all-encompassing spire, can't its light allow inferior beings to cultivate? Since she can cultivate, it proves that the theories about race or bloodline are pure nonsense. Chao Jing wanted to understand these things, essentially hoping to enable inferior beings to cultivate. Asking Feng Chanchuan to find people of her own race to experiment was one path. Letting inferior beings try cultivating according to her methods was another. Contacting other inferior beings through the Broken Sky Pavilion was yet another. And she herself searching for clues in history was yet another. Surely one of them would work. Chao Jing was too frightened by Inchi's story to sleep, reading all night. The next morning, she waited until the fog in the forest thinned before daring to move. How did I fall asleep last night? Inchi tapped her head. You kept watch all night. Thank you, you really worked hard. Chao Jing remained unfazed. It's alright, I'm quite eager to learn. Inchi, still limping, smiled. There can only be one winner in the finals. So if you win, I invite you to my house. Can I come if I don't win? Chao Jing asked. You invite me if you lose. It's a tradition where I'm from. She explained logically. Chao Jing thought of the endless yellow sand of the desert and immediately shook her head. No need. I don't want to go to the desert. At least in the forest, you could catch a fish. In the desolate desert, She definitely starved to death. Inchi hissed, my home is in the vast Ilan Desert, the most expansive desert on the continent. There are just as many rare and exotic beasts there as in the Dachi Mountains. She snapped, I saw you reading a history book this morning. You're very interested in history, aren't you? The ancient city ruins of the Pei Kingdom are buried beneath the Ilan Desert. Legend has it that the Qingchuan army gathered in this city before launching an uprising elsewhere. That's the Qingchuan army that overthrew the old empire. This Yalan Empire is their doing. Do you understand how valuable it is for research? Just ask any historian in the empire. Which one wouldn't want to go to the Ilan Desert to study it? But like the Dachi Mountains, most who go never return. If you come, I guarantee you enter the ancient city safely. Let me tell you, there are so many manuscripts and notes there. If I weren't so uninterested in this stuff, I'd be a household name as a historian by now. She launched into a long speech, and Chao Jing pouted, okay, I go after the finals if I have time. Inchi was very pleased that her hometown's value was recognized, nodding in satisfaction. Suddenly realizing something, she glared at her, don't talk nonsense. You won't beat me. Wait until I'm better before we settle things up. Chao Jing silently continued on her way. Because she was carrying the injured Inchi, her pace was much slower. It wasn't until the afternoon that she left the forest. In the distance, she indeed saw an endless sea. The sun was setting, and crimson rays shot from the west, dyeing half the sky red. The fiery red clouds were reflected on the sea, where the waves rolled. Between the forest and the sea, there was a large reef area. Some reefs were enormous, while others were only the size of a basketball, misaligned and interlocking, forming a spectacular sight. Inchi let out a long sigh. Let's go take a look. Just as she was about to leave, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. She turned to look and saw Chao Jing, her expression calm and her tone indifferent. You stay here. Inchi wanted to refuse, but looking at her resolute face, the words wouldn't come out. She could only watch helplessly as Chao Jing walked towards the reefs. Chao Jing's eyes were cold, her steps firm. She stopped only in the center of the reefs, raising her head with a stern expression. Tap, tap, tap. Several warriors emerged from behind the reefs, surrounding Chao Jing, their eyes fierce. Chao Jing indifferently ignored the dozen or so warriors. Were they going to surround and kill her? Then, bring it on. Chapter 115. In the arena, the audience cheered, encouraging the dozen or so warriors, almost idolizing them. Yu Xiaoji's eyes were grave. This was all planned. The warrior named Black Master had sent a message to all the warriors who had entered the Great Qi Mountains, instructing them to wait at the southern reef. They were truly united. Chao Jing. Xiansha clenched her sleeves, unable to contain her worry. She had missed the finals, and seeing Chao Jing still competing after coming out, she stayed to wait. Almost all the warriors were at the reef. The intention to encircle them was obvious. Hui Peifeng rested her chin on her hand, staring at the screen. She had only been out for less than 10 minutes, and after securing her place in the finals, she had wanted to leave, but seeing this situation, she stopped, wanting to know how that warrior would react. The setting sun blazed like fire, the sea breeze was salty, and Chao Jing stood serenely, just as she had initially presented to everyone, firm and upright. Someone who's already been to the Great Qi Mountains in the preliminary rounds, how could they possibly be here for the finals? It must be a fake. Whoever kills her will advance to the finals, so don't try to take it from me. The warriors surrounding Chao Jing spoke arrogantly, each brandishing their weapons, eager to fight. Chao Jing roughly counted 13 warriors, all above level 10 in the Gold Pearl realm. It seemed the area division wasn't even. Attack! With a sudden shout from one of the warriors, the entire group charged forward. Chao Jing dodged a slash aimed at her. At the same time, large plumes of dark gray energy rose around her, overwhelming her and instantly slamming two warriors into the sea. The dark gray energy instantly transformed into long, thin tentacles, attacking the warriors. Wait, this technique? A red-haired warrior gasped in shock, staring at Chao Jing in disbelief. You're that guy from the virtual arena? A warrior had mentioned it on the forum before, but no one believed him, and he was ridiculed before deleting his post in a huff. The red-haired warrior was incredulous. The technique and energy were so familiar. Could it really be that big shot from the virtual arena? Chao Jing looked at her. What did you say? That cactus-shaped warrior from the virtual arena, is that you? The red-haired warrior's voice became shrill, unable to accept that the powerful figure she admired and this lowly person were the same person. Her words made the other warriors realize what was happening. No special techniques or weapons, Just a simple and brutal energy attack, and the aura was so similar. Could it really be the big shot from the virtual arena? Chao Jing's next words confirmed everyone's suspicions. I am indeed a brutal cactus in the virtual arena. She tilted her head. If I remember correctly, you should have lost to me, right? The red-haired samurai's face flushed crimson. Asakage was right. She had indeed been defeated by Asakage. At that time, she was only at the 11th level of the Golden Pearl Realm, and was defeated after only 6 moves. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie. The samurai looked at each other, unsure how to proceed. The lowly person they despised was actually the big shot in the virtual arena. What are you afraid of? We have divine assistance. We will kill her today. Someone shouted, and the samurai immediately felt emboldened, their momentum solidifying. Asakage looked up, and the wind and clouds surged, instantly turning into a raging storm with rolling waves. She looked at the warriors again, only to see them continuously absorbing energy, their strength doubling in the blink of an eye. Chao Jing pursed her lips. Indeed, she had divine assistance. But so what? She could win. This time, she took the initiative, her figure flashing like an arrow, appearing before a warrior. The warrior reacted swiftly, immediately slashing at Chao Jing with his long sword. The other warriors roared and charged forward. Dark gray energy tentacles swept out, some severed by the warriors, leaving no trace. With several bangs, several bullets pierced Chao Jing's shoulders. Ignoring her injuries, Chao Jing's level increased to the maximum gold bead level in the blink of an eye. 1 or 2 alone wouldn't have been so difficult, but 13 attacking at once overwhelmed her. In a short time, she had several wounds. She gritted her teeth, creating 12 clones with energy, each dealing with 1 warrior. The samurai were clearly caught off guard by Asakage's next move. The energy substitute strength was nearly equal to the originals. A one-on-one fight would surely result in their defeat. Asakage focused on a black-haired samurai, killing him with lightning speed, then turned to look at the remaining samurai. The substitute was controlled by her mental power, which was already weakened. This was a further blow. Without this move to distract her opponents, she wouldn't have time to deal with him. No, something's not right. Beads of sweat appeared on Asakage's forehead, her eyes flashing. These samurai's strength was still increasing, almost breaking through to the gold pearl level. Why was this strange happening? Their levels were rising on their own, their strength multiplying. Why was everything around them so compatible with these samurai's energy attributes? Was the heavens helping them? She had no time to think too much. She only knew that if she didn't quickly eliminate these samurai, once they all broke through to the gold pearl level, she would have a very difficult time defeating them. Asaka held her breath, absorbing massive amounts of energy as she charged towards the samurai. No, no! Save me! The samurai's screams echoed, their blood staining the rocky beach crimson. After all the samurai fell, the energy doppelganger vanished abruptly. Asaka, finally unable to hold on any longer, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to her knees on the rocks. Thank goodness, she had dealt with them before they broke through to the Golden Pearl Realm, otherwise, she would surely have died. Whoosh! A fierce wind whipped through the air, making her clothes flutter loudly. Asaka's eyes darkened as she looked up at the approaching young man, her expression cold, his white samurai attire more striking than the winter frost. Despite the numerous flaws in the final rules, as fellow warriors, we wouldn't be so ruthless. Bai Yuxian's gaze swept over the corpses of the warriors. Truly lowly people, utterly unworthy of respect. Chao Jing, leaning against the rocks, shakily stood up, coldly snorting, I admire these warriors, they fought me honorably, unlike you, hiding in the back watching until you had your fill, seemingly showing mutual respect, but actually reaping the benefits. Bai Yuxian scorned her, I come from an ancient clan, with a century-long lineage in the capital. In your entire life, this is the only time you can speak to me. Once you die, no one will have the chance to speak to you, is that it? Chao Jing interrupted him, go to hell and talk to your ancestors, who lived for centuries. Bai Yuxian was furious, it seems there's no need to say anything more to you. A silver longsword appeared in his hand, in an instant, his aura was terrifying, the light emanating from the sword blinding. With a single slash of his sword, a large area of reef was instantly pulverized. Chao Jing used his energy to block, but he felt the power growing stronger and stronger. He could only hold out for 5 seconds before being overwhelmed by the power, and set flying several meters away. She abruptly looked up, and all the energy in the world surged towards Bai Yuxian. Bai Yuxian approached her, his level rising exponentially with each step. Golden Pearl level 20, Golden Pearl level 30, Golden Pearl level 40. To the king level, and it's still increasing. Chao Jing's lips trembled. Why was her cultivation increasing so inexplicably? Was the heavens helping her? No, this world was helping everyone who wanted to kill her. Bai Yuxian stopped, feeling the unprecedented, unparalleled power, and said disdainfully, "To die by my hand is your honor." Heh, Chao Jing sneered, slowly standing up. Dark gray energy spread from her feet, expanding in all directions. Her eyes were bloodshot. So what? So what if you have all the world's help? The only winner can be me. Bai Yuxian didn't care, die. He unleashed a powerful strike, a golden sword move viciously aimed at Chao Jing, but silently vanished into the dark gray energy. What's going on? Bai Yuxian was astonished. Chao Jing sneered, "You really should know about my energy attributes." Her energy attributes, what were they? Bai Yuxian admitted he had never known. He wouldn't waste time inquiring about such lowly beings. These damn things weren't worthy of his attention. However, now he had no time to think. He saw dark gray energy covering the sea and forests, including the soles of his feet. The energy within his body was being continuously absorbed, and he was powerless to stop it. Soon, he discovered something even more terrifying. The energy of heaven and earth was still constantly flowing towards him, helping him level up, and his energy was likely being absorbed by the dark gray energy beneath his feet. Dark gray energy blotted out the sky, enveloping this vast area. The sea surged and boiled, and the howls of all living beings in the mountains and forests were long and mournful, as if facing the end of the world. Chao Jing's eyes were bloodshot, his expression crazed. "I see just how far this world will help you." Bai Yuxian could no longer remain calm. He desperately tried to unleash his techniques, but all the energy within him was absorbed. Any celestial energy that entered his body was devoured. No, please, ah! His body seemed to have become a battlefield between two forces, beyond his control, constantly being torn apart, chased, and devoured. He screamed in terror, his voice so weak amidst the roar of the tsunami, and the cries of all living beings. In the world completely enveloped by the dark gray energy, the weather changed drastically. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and snow fell incessantly. At this moment, it felt like the end of the world had arrived. Boom! Splash! A series of deafening sounds of nature echoed. After a long time, the dark gray energy slowly dissipated, the raging sea gradually calmed, and the fearful roars of the beasts in the forest slowly subsided. Inchi's heart pounded wildly, her body trembling uncontrollably. She gazed into the distance and saw the setting sun, at its most fiery moment, the sea seemingly ablaze, yet flowing quietly within that flame. On the rocky beach, shattered into countless pieces, Chao Jing stood upright, her shadows stretched long by the sun, reaching the horizon where the waves crashed ashore. The air was thick with the dampness of the sea and a faint, unmistakable stench of blood. Inchi cautiously approached. The closer she got, the more her heart felt like it would leap out of her throat. Chao Jing suddenly turned to look at her. Inchi instinctively took several steps back, fearing that Chao Jing, in her bloodlust, might use her as a weapon. But Chao Jing simply said calmly, "We got the stuff. Let's go back." Okay, let's go back." Inchi swallowed hard. Seeing her covered in wounds, he steeled himself and approached, taking out the samurai badge with Chao Jing. The next second, the two appeared in the center of the arena. Chao Jing stared indifferently. The audience turned pale, their fear still lingering, the entire arena deathly silent. Chapter 116. When Bai Yuxian unleashed power beyond her level, everyone in the arena was shocked. Then, Chao Jing, with absolute power, manipulated energy, displaying a scene of near total destruction that truly horrified everyone. People stared at the resolute face in the arena, speechless for a moment. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate her, dared to make arbitrary comments. They were like subjects, witnessing the rise of a new star, the descent of a great and unstoppable deity, her power overwhelming the entire arena. Long afterward, people finally realized that this was a competition, not the coronation of a god king, but no one made a move. Chao Jing took out the fake warrior's badge and handed it to the host, saying indifferently, "Finals pass." Okay. The host stammered, accepting the badge with both hands, with a respectful demeanor. Chao Jing ignored everyone else and walked straight towards the arena exit. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was crisp and loud. She stopped and turned to look. Tan Jiqing, 3 stories above, was gazing at her, clapping with an appreciative expression. Chao Jing paused for less than 3 seconds before leaving without looking back. Outside the martial arts arena, she saw a familiar car, walked over, and got into the passenger seat, her face stern as she stared straight ahead. Feng Chanchuan reached out and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her eye with the back of his index finger. His voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. Using your strength without restraint must be tiring and painful, right? Get some rest. Your sister is here. Chao Jing looked at him, lowered her eyelids, and slowly took his hand, gently rubbing her cheek against his palm. She slowly closed her eyes, and soon, a barely audible snore could be heard. Chao Jing slept for 7 days, and 7 nights without showing any signs of waking. During this time, the outside world underwent tremendous changes. First, the cactus god, who was once adored in the virtual arena, was now being ridiculed and insulted as a lowly person. This shattered the illusions of many, who found it hard to accept the reality. Second, the extraordinary strength Chao Jing displayed in the finals was enough to chill many to the bone. Even without being there in person, just watching the videos was enough to instill fear in many. The overwhelming energy, carrying a destructive aura, resembled an apocalyptic scene, and many spectators, who were present even had nightmares afterward. These events combined made Chao Jing a hot topic of discussion on the Qingyao forum. My feelings are very complicated right now. I was wondering if the Cactus Master was too old to participate in the samurai tournament, but it turns out it was her. I don't believe it. I really don't believe it at all. Unless the Cactus Master in the virtual arena says it herself. This move and style, it's practically like she's wearing a name tag on it. Putting that aside, just watching the screen during the finals was terrifying. Is this even humanly possible? So they still haven't figured out her energy attribute? Bai Yuxian was probably torn to shreds back then. Would his family let this lowly person go? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't let her go. But then again, it was during the competition. Even Vice Minister Tan was encouraging her. Isn't approving an indirect approval? Yeah, with Vice Minister Tan personally stating his position, who dares to object? If Bai Yuxian's family isn't satisfied, they can only seek revenge secretly. Family, I heard from a friend that Bai Yuxian's family really is going to take revenge. They were so angry when they saw the scene that they even hired assassins, but Vice Minister Tan got involved, so they can only watch helplessly. That's it. No matter how many centuries old a clan you are, before the true power of the empire, you're nothing but a monkey yelling. I'm not saying this to be mean, but we gone off topic, haven't we? Your discussion is so strange. This is the final round. The committee themselves said the rules don't allow for a life or death battle. Chao Jing killed Bai Yuxian, so she shouldn't be targeted in the first place. Vice Minister Tan's actions shouldn't be interpreted as a show of support. If you can fight, you should be able to accept defeat. Where did this person come from? Does she live in a vacuum? Let me tell you, if any other samurai killed Bai Yuxian, and his family targeted him, the forums would be overwhelmingly against his family. But not Chao Jing, she's inferior. Yeah, she's inferior. What does that have to do with the competition rules? An inferior person killed an superior person. This is already a matter of racial conflict, okay? Chao Jing is inferior. Don't be so naive. More important than the competition is stance. I urge the referees to thoroughly investigate this inferior person. If she wins first place, the impact will be terrible. Exactly. No normal person would allow themselves to be trampled on by a despicable inferior person. Chao Jing must be eliminated. Inferior person? Feng Chanchuan murmured lightly, looking at the screen full of inferior person on his phone, his fingers tapping the sofa armrest. What? She looked up and saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex walk in, its head drooping, looking utterly dejected. Upon learning that Chao Jing was unconscious, the fiery lion had brought the Tyrannosaurus Rex back. The Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't speak, and they couldn't explain things to it. It only saw Chao Jing sleeping soundly and became depressed, even refusing to eat. Don't be sad, little one is just too tired. She wake up after resting, Feng Chanchuan said, holding its paw. Let's go see her. The fiery lion cared for Chao Jing in the bedroom, gazing at her face for a long time, its fingers occasionally touching hers, its expression sorrowful. She wake up soon, Feng Chanchuan patted her shoulder. Shouldn't you set a good example for little wolf? Don't look so gloomy, cheer up. Fire-eyed lion shook her head. Master was like that last time too. Even if she eventually wakes up, the process is very painful, and it made me very sad. Feng Chanchuan frowned thoughtfully, looking at the unconscious Chao Jing, and muttered to himself, she's truly remarkable. The unconscious Chao Jing suddenly uttered a muffled murmur, and everyone immediately focused their attention on her. Chao Jing laboriously lifted her heavy eyelids. Everything before her was blurred, only hazy patches of color. She felt extremely exhausted. Even a single strand of hair felt limp, and she couldn't muster any strength at all. Little one? Master. What? A concerned voice rang in her ears. Chao Jing closed her eyes again to recover before opening them. Her vision gradually cleared, and familiar faces, filled with worry, came into view. The fire-eyed lion carefully held her fingers. Master, you slept for a long time. The tyrant wolf licked her cheek, its tail wagging rapidly with delight. Chao Jing forced a smile. I woke up when I heard someone praising me. Who was it? You should tell me earlier next time. Feng Chanchuan was both amused and exasperated. Next time? I might as well record it, and play it on repeat by your bedside. That's so insincere, sister. I want something different every day. That's too cloying. Don't take advantage of your injury. If you won't praise me, who will? Do you have other sisters? Don't frame me. Okay then, I say it myself, and it won't be the same each time, okay? Okay. Chao Jing was exhausted. After a few idle words, she fell into a deep sleep again. When she woke up again, it was late at night. A fierce howling sound came from outside the window, making the windows hum. She turned her head to look. Was it snowing again? The bedside lamp emitted a soft, warm orange light, illuminating a small area. Outside the warm light, everything was shrouded in a hazy darkness. She propped herself up on the bed with her hands, struggling to sit up. Even this simple movement exhausted her. She thought about how she had fainted from overuse of her power last time, but it wasn't nearly as serious as this time. She would probably need several more days of rest to recover her strength. Chao Jing took out her phone and first checked the Qingya forum for information about the finals. The committee had only announced the list of warriors who had entered the finals, but hadn't mentioned when the finals would be held. Besides that, she found many discussions about herself. After thinking for a moment, she didn't click on them. After leaving the forum, she checked if anyone had sent her a message. Tao Xian told her that she had made contact with the lower classes in several regions, but only through professional tools provided by Duan Tiangu, which weren't as convenient as mobile phones. If she wanted to communicate, she would have to go there in person. Chao Jing pondered for a moment, then replied that she would come in a couple of days, and asked Tao Xian to find out the population and basic living conditions of the region, what supplies were needed, and to compile a list and send it to her. Afterwards, she checked several unread messages. Yu Xiaoji said she had something to say to her in person, as she couldn't enter the castle, and asked her to reply when she saw the message. Xiansha also inquired about her health, saying she was leaving soon and hoped to see her before she left. There were many more. Leaning against the headboard, Chao Jing typed replies to each one. Click the door opened, and she looked up, calling out, "Sister. How are you feeling?" Feng Chanchuan asked. Several people came to check on you, and they all said it was due to excessive mental strain. Do you feel unwell? Chao Jing said, I'm just very tired, but everything else is fine. My energy recovered quickly after waking up. I'd be back to normal in a couple of days. Feng Chanchuan was relieved. It's good that you're alright. Those two kids have been clinging to you these past few days, refusing to leave no matter what you said. They were only relieved when you woke up. I told them to go and rest. I was reckless during the battle. Now that I think about it, if I had been injured, the people who care about me would have been very sad. Chao Jing sighed softly. But if it were easily defeated, it wouldn't have come to this extent. Feng Chanchuan rubbed her head. Don't overthink it. Right now, your most important thing is to recover properly. Chao Jing smiled meaningfully. I'm afraid I won't be able to relax like that. She paused for a moment, then asked seriously, Sister, are there any secret techniques in the world that can quickly improve a warrior's cultivation level? Feng Chanchuan said, You mean those warriors? Little one, there are secret techniques that can temporarily increase cultivation level and unleash powerful strength, but it's impossible to directly increase level or even cross realms. Even Feng Chanchuan was puzzled by the warriors' level increases. Among warriors, killing those above their level was not unusual, and it wasn't surprising that Chao Jing could unleash such powerful strength, because her level hadn't changed, and her energy attributes were capable of that level. Moreover, exceeding the limits would definitely have a backlash, such as unconsciousness or mental depletion. The warriors in the finals had their levels inexplicably increased without doing anything, and their strength increased with their levels. Even Bai Yuxian in the end broke through to the Golden Pearl level. This was utterly unheard of. Feng Chanchuan had specifically investigated and found that none of these warriors possessed any secret cultivation techniques. While there were undoubtedly geniuses among them, judging from their past cultivation speeds, they couldn't possibly reach that level. Chao Jing pursed her lips. She had made a guess then. This world was helping everyone who wanted to kill her. After realizing this, she broke out in a cold sweat. followed by a deep sense of discomfort and disgust. Why wouldn't even heaven and earth tolerate her? What heinous crime had she committed? Little one, Feng Chanchuan noticed her low spirits and comforted her. Don't overthink it. There are many inexplicable things in this world. For example, your cultivation speed is much faster than most people. I find it strange. Is it because you have high talent? But usually, people with high talent are smart, so how could they push themselves into a dead end? Chao Jing understood the implication in her words and pouted. I don't have any talent, but we have to figure out these strange things. What if we encounter them again next time, and the opponent has advanced several realms? Wouldn't I be doomed? Feng Chanchuan said, don't worry, I send someone to investigate. Maybe they come into contact with something strange before. Don't forget, the Daikishan Mountains are a strange place. Chao Jing nodded, thinking that since her sister was comforting her like this, she couldn't let her mind wander anymore. She changed the subject. Sister, has anyone come these days? Feng Chanchuan hummed, a few, but I didn't recognize them. I sent them away. I see. Chao Jing stroked her chin thoughtfully. Oh, by the way, Feng Chanchuan said, the matter you asked me to find your clan has been resolved. After research and verification, you are from the Eastern Red Scale clan, an ancient clan with a long history. The typical characteristics of this race are their large appetite and strong mental fortitude. Records indicate they were generally stronger than other warriors of the same rank when they served as warriors. However, the Eastern Red Scale domain is extremely intolerant of environmental changes. Even slight climate shifts can cause disease or even death. In the past, the eastern part of the continent was rich in resources and had a spring-like climate year-round, so the Red Scale race settled there. About 300 years ago, the Red Scale race was persecuted for being classified as inferior, and their numbers rapidly dwindled to less than 100. This statistic comes from the Empire's massacres of the Red Scale in their habitat. At that time, the Empire developed a tool that could directly detect and eliminate inferior beings using energy weapons. Later, this weapon was destroyed by a scientist, along with its manufacturing principles, so you probably haven't heard of it. To put it another way, targeted extermination was inherently risky, and coupled with the Red Scale race's physical condition, the race was almost wiped out that year. I mean almost. Well, nothing is absolute. In the primitive regions of the East, in places like mountainous secret realms and ocean islands, the Red Scale tribe still exists. Because of the Red Scale tribe's constitution, I wanted a more accurate result. After all, you seem very resilient, so I questioned the remaining tribespeople. The Red Scale tribe is extremely xenophobic. My subordinates went to great lengths, finally producing your photo. The tribespeople recognized you immediately. So, relying on thousands of your selfies and days of constant praise, my subordinates finally gained their trust and told us that they had been trying to contact the outside world, with people constantly leaving their homeland to venture out, but none ever returned. Towards Jing paused, then murmured to herself, Mom once told me that she and Dad came from the East. She snapped out of her reverie, overjoyed. Sister, thank you, and thank you to your men. I want to go find my people. Feng Chanchuan frowned. You need to rest well these next few days. He paused, then added, there's something else. I told the Red Scale clan about the cultivation method you suggested, but unfortunately, no one can cultivate it. Jing shook her head. It's all right. I just want to go see for myself. I'm a bit tired now, but I go tomorrow. I'd definitely be more rested by tomorrow. All right, I go with you. Feng Chanchuan had no choice but to accompany her personally, lest something happen to her. Chapter 117. The eastern part of the continent has always been known for its beautiful mountains and clear waters, and its talented people. Even places the locals call wasteland are picturesque scenes, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, like a scene from an oil painting. Chao Jing and Feng Chanchuan instantly teleported to a field in the east called Kangyin using a magical artifact. Looking out, tall wild grass grew rampantly, stretching in the sunlight, and when the wind blew, it created long waves that flowed into the distance. In the distance, the silhouettes of mountains were hazy, with wisps of clouds floating above them, seemingly still. Chao Jing took a deep breath, took out his phone, and snapped many photos. Seeing someone approaching, he immediately went to greet them. Hello, you are? Before he could finish speaking, one of the women, with flaxen hair, covered her mouth and vomited. Chao Jing blinked, puzzled. Are you all right? Another woman with short black hair patiently explained. I'm sorry, miss. She's been looking at your photos all day and night, trying to find ways to praise you. She's almost driven herself crazy, afraid she messed things up. Seeing you in person makes her feel physically nauseous. Chao Jing couldn't help but touch her face. Then don't look at me. By the way, where are the Red Scale Clan members? Are they in this field? Seeing Feng Chanchuan approach, the two women immediately bowed respectfully. The woman with short black hair then said, "They're 2 kilometers away. We have to walk there, Mississippi. That's all we can find out. The Red Scale Clan doesn't want to tell us anything else." Chao Jing smiled. "I know. Thank you for your hard work. I treat you later. Miss, please don't be so polite, follow me." The woman with short black hair helped the woman with flaxen hair, leading the way. Chao Jing walked briskly, her heart pounding with excitement, then filled with worry. What should she say when they met? Would they be unwelcoming? She bit her lower lip gently, her heart pounding with trepidation. As the two left the plains, they slowly approached a valley. After walking for about 30 minutes, she saw a figure in the distance. The figure wore simple animal-hide clothing, was lean, and wielded a long spear in his left hand, exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing the group, she immediately became alert. Then, her gaze fell on Chao Jing, her expression turning to astonishment. Her eyes glazed over. She approached Chao Jing incredulously, crouching down to scrutinize her eyes again and again. Chao Jing, unusually reserved, said, "Andy, hello, my name is Chao Jing. I'm also a member of the Red Scale Clan, and..." Then I asked them to find. "I know," she said, cupping Chao Jing's cheeks in her hands. "You look so alike. I knew it the first time I met you. You and your mother were practically identical when you were little." Chao Jing was surprised. "My mother?" "Yes, come with me first," she said, gathering her thoughts. "You can call me Aunt Liang." "Okay, Aunt Liang." Aunt Liang didn't follow the path in the valley, but instead disappeared into the bushes, and then into a narrow mountain tunnel. The tunnel branched off in many directions, and the only light they received was from the oil lamp in Aunt Liang's hand. Chao Jing felt sorrow for them hiding in such a place to escape pursuit, and also admired Feng Chanchuan's 2 subordinates for finding even this place. After winding through the tunnel for about 20 minutes, they finally left. Chao Jing's eyes were still adjusting to the bright light. Aunt Liang smiled and took her hand. "Come with me, the village is located elsewhere." "Thank you, Aunt Liang." Chao Jing squeezed her hand. Her palm was rough, just like her mother's. After passing through several forest paths, Chao Jing first heard the joyful sounds of children playing. Parting the leaves, a peaceful, ancient village appeared before her. Aunt Liang led her into the village. She saw many people, old people, young adults, children, all dressed in traditional clothing. The children chased and played, while the old people and young adults all turned to look at Chao Jing with surprise. "Is that a Ying's child? She looks like a Ying. Is she her child?" Chao Jing twisted her fingers. "Hello everyone, my name is Chao Jing." She had experienced many grand occasions, but at this moment, she felt at a loss. Just then, an old woman leaning on a cane came over, patted Chao Jing's head, and took her hand, her voice trembling. "It's a Ying's child, yes." She couldn't help but cry with emotion. "That's wonderful. No one has ever come back before. That's wonderful." "Girl, where are your mother and father?" Chao Jing said, "Grandma, my mother and father are both dead. She was murdered when I was 3 years old." Hearing this, the old woman slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, almost collapsing. Chao Jing and the people around her quickly supported her. Aunt Liang wiped her tears. "Auntie, at least the child is back. I think our child is destined for great things, with the spirit of our ancestors. Don't be too sad." "That's right. For so many years, those who went out disappeared like cotton wool sinking into the sea, without a sound. It's so rare for someone to come back. Auntie, don't be sad." The people around her offered their advice, and the old woman wiped her tears several times, finally calming down. She observed Chao Jing, repeatedly saying good things. "That's wonderful." Not wanting to upset the old woman, Chao Jing said, "Grandma, I'm very strong now. I protect many people from harm. Even if everyone in the village goes out, I can keep everyone safe." The old woman's eyes filled with relief. "That's wonderful, truly wonderful." She was almost too weak to hold back her tears, so she sat down on a tree stump and wiped them away. "Aing is my daughter. When they showed me your picture, I knew you were Aing's daughter. I know, you and your mother looked so alike when you were little." So, she was actually the old woman's granddaughter? Chao Jing's nose tingled, and she almost cried. She forced back her tears, wiped her face deeply, and nodded heavily, "Yes." After talking for a while, the old woman led Chao Jing home. "You must have walked a long way, right? Are you tired?" Grandma has lots of fruit here. Seeing the other villagers leave to attend to their own affairs, Chao Jing turned around, her heart heavy with sorrow. Grandma, I'm sorry, I didn't protect Mom. The old woman was taken aback, then helplessly embraced her. Silly child, you managed to protect yourself. That's already incredibly impressive. Grandma is so proud of you. She looked at Chao Jing again and again, feeling an overwhelming fondness for her. She affectionately picked her up and placed her on her lap, asking, Chao Chao, the greater your abilities, the more dangerous the people you encounter. You must protect yourself. Chao Jing smiled and nodded. I will, Grandma. Actually, I can say that everyone on the continent knows me now. Really? Yes, and I promise you, Grandma, in 6 months, at most 6 months, I will make sure all the inferior people on this continent disappear. After she finished speaking, realizing something, she quickly tried to cover it up. Oh, I didn't mean massacre, I just meant. I want all the lower classes to live with dignity, just like the ordinary people of this empire, healthy and safe. And I already completed a quarter of the goal, yes, just a quarter, and there will be more. The old woman looked at the spirited Chao Jing, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Chao Jing stopped speaking and raised her hand to wipe away the old woman's tears. I'm doing it very slowly, I know. I want to be faster, but many things can't be rushed. No, Chao Chao, the old woman stroked the scars on her cheek. Your mother and father were the lower classes of the empire, only able to survive in dark and filthy places. You were born in such a place, considered lowly by the empire, unable to work, unable to go to school. I can't imagine how you got to this point, how much pain and injustice you suffered during that time, and I can't even imagine how you endured the empire's steel. A razor-sharp order came before me. It must have hurt so much, you must have been so tired, you must have had so little time to rest. The old woman stroked her hand, tears streaming down her face. Your mother could easily leave this village for the empire, but you came from the empire, facing countless hardships. Chao Chao, you suffered so much. Tears slid from Chao Jing's eyes, but she forced a big smile. Grandma, it wasn't hard at all. Seeing all my efforts rewarded, seeing that no one else will have to endure the pain I went through, makes me incredibly happy. I even wake up smiling from my dreams. She wiped away her mother-in-law's tears. Don't be sad, Grandma. I just heard someone call you village chief. A village chief can't cry like that. I'm a very powerful leader. The old woman smiled through her tears. You silly child, she looked at her granddaughter. Now that you're back, can you spend a few more days with Grandma? Chao Jing held her hand. I don't have time lately. I have some things to take care of. I come see you as soon as I'm done, okay? Okay, the old woman said. You may be busy, but remember to take care of yourself. We Red Scale Clan are most afraid of hunger, so eat more. Chao Jing nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Grandma, I definitely won't deprive myself. After chatting and laughing for a while, Chao Jing asked about the important matter. Grandma, those 2 aunties came over before. The cultivation method they mentioned was the one I told them about. Is it really impossible to cultivate with that method? She was afraid that her mother-in-law and the others were being wary, and hadn't actually tried it. The old woman shook her head. No, Chao Chao, she paused, lost in thought. I think it's more of a curse than the Empire's definitive racial assessment. A curse? Yes, a curse, like the light of the spire, sows an indelible seed when it shines upon us. The old woman led Chao Jing to the suite. Chao Jing noticed many items hanging on the walls, some calligraphy, some badges, one of which caught her attention. She walked over and pointed to the badge. Grandma, this is the insignia of the Qingchuan army. Why is it here? Our ancestor was a brave and resourceful general, the old woman said proudly. She participated in the Qingchuan army's uprising and left this badge. Chao Jing frowned. The rank indicated on this badge is not low. It wasn't easily obtained. If her ancestor had rendered meritorious service in the Qingchuan army uprising, how could her descendants be relegated to the lowest ranks of the empire? Even if they didn't have merit, they certainly had hard work. Why were her descendants directly classified as low class and slaughtered? The old woman sighed. Over 300 years have passed. Even the truth has vanished in the chaos of displacement and hiding. The stories passed down orally have diminished with each generation. As for me, all I know is that the slaughter began suddenly. The warriors of the tribe all lost their power overnight, becoming ordinary people, as if the spire had withdrawn all its light. The Red Scale Clan, powerless to resist, perished under the Empire's blade. The general seems to have died long ago. Her daughter is being protected and hidden by her people. The old woman. She stroked the badge. It's from our lineage, Chow Chow. She reminisced, later, from a long time ago, when it was my mother's mother's mother. I've forgotten when it started, but they believed hiding in a place like this was self-deception. The Spire stole our abilities, the Empire stole our right to live freely, and we must reclaim these. So, from time to time, people left the village to fight, to reclaim our right to speak, but no one ever returned. Until 8 years ago, my daughter also left. She said someone had to do it. Someone had to exist openly and honestly. Over the years, I had a vague suspicion, but I never expected your appearance. The hope she held onto has returned. Touched, Chao Jing composed herself and asked, Grandma, what were our ancestors' names? Chen Qing. She is General Chen Qing. Chao Jing had never seen this name in history, but she memorized it deeply. Afterwards, she asked the old woman about her mother and the Red Scale clan, and suggested that the clan move out for a better life. The old woman refused the suggestion to move. Firstly, the Red Scale clan's constitution was not suitable for migration, which would only increase casualties. Secondly, the matter was not yet settled. If they left, they would inevitably become Chao Jing's weakness, and she didn't want that to happen. Grandmother and granddaughter chatted happily until the afternoon, when Chao Jing reluctantly left under the watchful eyes of the entire village. Goodbye everyone, I come back when I have time. Chao Jing waved enthusiastically. Goodbye Chow Chow, eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Remember to protect yourself, don't overwork yourself. If you can't beat someone, run away. If you have nowhere to go, come home. We will always be your family. Chao Jing's smile was bright, but as she walked far away, standing on the plain, the smile gradually faded, and her eyes lowered sadly. You can stay a few more days since it's your first time meeting your family, Feng Chanchuan said. She and her men hadn't entered the village. They had been waiting for Chao Jing outside. Chao Jing gazed at the sea of grass undulating in the wind, because their family, seeing them live like this is even more painful. So, we have to hurry, she said, taking out her phone and checking messages. I have to go to Willow City, sister. She turned back to look worriedly at the valley. Feng Chanchuan understood. Don't worry, my people will monitor this place. No one will harm them, and I have someone contact the other Red Scale tribes. Chao Jing smiled. Thank you, sister. Feng Chanchuan, as if remembering something, put her hand on her shoulder. Little one. I know, sister, she smiled brightly. I make sure I rest. After all, you need plenty of energy to do anything. Don't worry about me, sister. Feng Chanchuan sighed. You mean what you say? Yes, yes, I promise. Chao Jing patted her chest, making a confident promise. Well then, I be going now. Goodbye, sister. Chapter 118. When Chao Jing arrived in Willow City, the sun had already set, but it wasn't dark yet. She went directly to Shang Li's private residence. They had originally arranged to meet, but Shang Li had an urgent matter to attend to, and went to the study on the second floor for a meeting, promising to finish within half an hour. Chao Jing looked around the hall, took out her phone, and searched for Chen Qing. The encyclopedia entry showed either a famous contemporary figure or a historical figure from 500 or 600 years ago. None matched her criteria. Had the old woman misremembered? She was about to check the members of the Qingchuan army when she heard a pat-pat sound of footsteps. Turning around, her eyes lit up with joy. Why aren't you asleep yet? Sister, the little girl called out sweetly, hugging her and shaking her head vigorously. Good morning, very good morning. Seeing that Shang Li hadn't come out, Chao Jing confidently ruffled the little girl's hair and asked, What's your name? The little girl's hair was soft and fluffy, making her want to touch it. Ning Ning, the little girl said, flashing a bright white smile. That's a lovely name. Chao Jing noticed that her hands were also soft and delicate to the touch, as if the slightest careless movement could scratch them. Chao Jing looked at her own hands. The combination of new and old wounds was a gruesome sight. The skin cracked. Her hands had been like this ever since she could remember. Just then, the study door opened, and Ning Ning immediately covered her head, hiding behind Chao Jing, curling up into a tiny ball. Shang Li came down from the second floor, saying irritably, You think I can't see you just because you're curled up like a turtle? It's not a turtle, it's a little rabbit, Ning Ning retorted in a muffled voice. Shang Li lifted Ning Ning up like a carrot. Go upstairs, then brush your teeth, wash your face, and go to bed. No way. Sure enough, Ning Ning really did wriggle like a little rabbit, then hugged Shang Li and pleaded, Okay, mommy, just for a little while, just a tiny little while. She even squinted and gestured with her fingers to indicate it really was just a tiny little while. As if realizing this wouldn't work, she gave Shang Li a big kiss on the cheek. Okay, please. Chao Jing silently watched the mother and daughter playing, her heart aching. She never wanted to discuss work at someone else's house again. Of course, work needs a proper place. What kind of talk is this at home? Shanli noticed Chao Jing's silent gaze out of the corner of her eye, a certain scene flashing through her mind, and put Ning Ning down. Only 20 minutes. You have to go to sleep when it's time. Ning Ning happily stomped her feet and wiggled her bottom to play with building blocks. Shanli sat on the sofa, taking a sip of her drink. She's really immature. Chao Jing snapped out of her reverie, puzzled. She's only 3 years old. How mature can she be? This is so much better. You're only 3.5 years older than Ning Ning, aren't you? She raised her chin. But your status is worlds apart from hers. Chao Jing was taken aback, then shook her head. Everyone's situation is different, she said, watching Ning Ning happily building with blocks. At her age, being able to play happily is such a blessing. You're her mother. If you knew how I came to be this way, you certainly wouldn't want her to go through the same thing. Shanli said, I don't know. I only saw how arrogantly you sat in front of me back then. Later, I thought, if my daughter did something like that, how proud I would be of her. Chao Jing's eyelashes fluttered. She adjusted her breathing and changed the subject. Did you get results on what happened last time? I remember giving you the investigations of Commander Song and the others. How are they? Shanli took out a document for her. Chao Jing opened it, quickly flipped through a few pages, and exclaimed in surprise, such neat tables. Oh, I did statistical and probability analysis, ranking the commonalities of character growth factors, and so on. Shanli shrugged. You're really wasting my talent. Don't ask me to do this kind of thing next time. Chao Jing wanted to say that she had never imagined Shanli could be so meticulous in statistical probability analysis. She was truly impressive. She asked her again next time. She focused intently on reviewing the document. This document analyzed all the participating warriors in the northern region and, through the people around the warriors, identified 35 individuals who gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. This uncomfortable feeling wasn't felt by everyone around the samurai. 90% of those who hadn't directly clashed with him, but had indirectly or unintentionally harmed him felt it. 98% of those disliked by the samurai felt it. 20% of samurai who were his enemies felt it. Among those who felt uncomfortable, there was a 60% chance of encountering various misfortunes after a direct encounter with the samurai, and a 5% chance of death. It's noteworthy that none of the individuals surveyed experienced anything else unusual from the samurai, the sense of isolation that a sage observed. Of these 35 samurai, 100% were blessed with incredible luck. From small things like lotteries and games to big opportunities, like finding treasures and escaping death, every event these samurai participated in seemed to be graced by good fortune. A sage stroked her chin thoughtfully. During the preliminary rounds, when she fought a samurai, there had indeed been instances where fate seemed to favor that samurai. So what caused this? The next page of the document contained the personalities and growth experiences of the samurai under investigation. Before receiving the light of the spire, their experiences could be described as unremarkable. Unremarkable here means that no major events occurred that altered their life trajectories. Could it be that they were suddenly favored by the heavens and given a massive boost in luck? Asakage immediately shook her head, dismissing her wild thoughts, and reviewed the document. Looking at the timeline, there were no similarities. Some were born with various lucky powers, while others only became disliked by those they disliked after training. Her thorough investigation left the other players speechless, and they left comments expressing their horror. Won't they find out about the spire? Don't scare me, Chao. I'm your most loving auntie. It shouldn't be. The spire's donations are all very natural. Natural is natural, but when you compare her to others, whether they're beautiful, strong, tragic, or chosen ones, they all seem to be carried by God. You can tell at a glance that she's different. Don't talk nonsense. Even if Chao finds out in the end, she wouldn't think of something as absurd as a game. Exactly, don't scare yourself. I think it would be better if they really found out. Then Chao would know that so many people love her. I dream of a scene where I talk to Chao. I'd be bubbling with happiness. Despite some players raising questions, they were ultimately glossed over with jokes. Chao Jing pondered the word luck. This word meant obtaining extraordinary benefits with little or no effort. Luck. She recalled her experiences, from the border town to Pingqing City, and then to Huan City, a world of misfortune, danger, and constant struggle to rise. Later, in Weiluo City, nothing like that happened. Chao Jing's eyes hardened, and she sat up straight. It was the Rubik's Cube. In Fengcheng, she encountered various troubles for several days in a row. She finally fell asleep, only to be woken up by the Rubik's Cube smashing her window. At the time, it was indeed bad luck upon bad luck, but from her current perspective, the Rubik's Cube contained unfathomable secrets, and even granted her a secret technique. The cultivation of this technique ultimately resulted in an unknown and mysterious black panel. It was definitely not simple. How did she obtain such a treasure? She didn't make any effort. If the consequence was being entangled with someone, the impact was practically zero. Qi Hin was in charge of finding the Rubik's Cube. Qi Hin was Zhou Xiaohe's person, and Zhou Xiaohe was her sister Feng Changchuan's subordinate. When Qiao Jing learned of the relationship, she specifically asked Feng Changchuan if he wanted to return the Rubik's Cube to Zhou Xiaohe. The answer was no. Zhou Xiaohe's things belonged to Feng Changchuan, and Feng Changchuan was happy to let her keep them. In other words, from beginning to end, she didn't pay any price or exert any effort, and she didn't suffer any backlash afterward, yet she obtained such a treasure as the Rubik's Cube. The more Qiao Jing thought about it, the more her brows furrowed. She couldn't possibly be favored by some god of fortune. If that were the case, her mother and father wouldn't have died, and the god of fortune protecting her should also be protecting her family. After her parents' death, what she experienced was far from fortunate compared to these samurai. So, why did she obtain the Rubik's Cube? Qiao Jing stood up. I'm leaving now. She then bid farewell to Ning Ning and left Shang Li's private residence, returning to the castle. She carefully reviewed the documents again. Unsurprisingly, she felt uncomfortable because these samurai disliked her. No, except for Qian Sha, but the feeling remained. Qiao Jing made a comparison in her mind. If she broadened the scope of feeling uncomfortable, she would conclude that these samurai, when encountering her, were either unlucky or their luck was useless. And importantly, of the 35 samurai, some died in battle against her, and those who survived, even if she encountered them again, she herself would not suffer any misfortune. Furthermore, her conclusion of being unlucky was drawn by comparing the experiences of those 35 samurai. Compared to herself, obtaining such a secret technique out of nowhere was incredibly lucky. What exactly happened? Just then, the butler suddenly knocked on the door. A Asakage immediately went to open it, and the butler said there was a young girl outside who wanted to see her. Asakage nodded, and went downstairs to find her. Sure enough, it was Chisa standing outside. She said, "Come in." Chisa tightened her grip on her scarf and smiled. "No need. I came to see you. I noticed you had quite a few injuries, and wanted to ask if you were feeling better." "I fully recovered. Thank you for your concern," Asakage said, suppressing her discomfort, and suddenly, on a whim, asked, "Could you tell me if you feel uncomfortable being around me?" Chisa was surprised, then quickly shook her head. "No, I never felt that way before." She paused, then added, "Asakage, I have to go home. The car leaves in 3 hours." Asakage put her thoughts aside for the moment. Seeing that Chisa seemed upset, she said, "Making it to the finals is quite impressive. After all, there are thousands of warriors from the mainland participating. I look forward to fighting you. But you were the one who let me win in the preliminary rounds, so I could get to the finals." Asakage was about to speak. Chisa immediately smiled and changed the subject. "By the way, do you know where my hometown is?" "I don't know. It's in the sea. It's a very beautiful sea, just like I told you. I really want to see the bottom of the sea, so I have to work even harder to strengthen my mental power." As Chisa spoke, she took a stone out of her pocket. "This is a gift for you, but it can only be activated underwater." She smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Goodbye. I think I definitely see you on TV and in all the newspapers. Good luck." With that, she jogged away. Qiao Jing held the warm, smooth stone, feeling its rich energy. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but after the preliminary selection, Qian Sha had become strange. Although she still smiled, her personality wasn't as cheerful as before. Sometimes her smile seemed forced, and she often seemed lost in thought. Could she have been bullied? Although Qian Sha was a prodigy warrior, she wasn't the strongest, and she had no power or influence with her family. If she encountered someone using force, she would be too hesitant to act. But if she were to openly stand up for Qian Sha, given her own status, it would be putting Qian Sha in a very difficult position. She simply had someone secretly keep an eye on things. Chisa lived in the north, and the north was her territory. This kind of small matter was easily handled. Asakage returned to her bedroom, washed up, and lay sprawled on the bed. Turning her head, she saw the stone on the bedside table emitting a soft green light. She slowly closed her eyes, deciding to rest a little before continuing her work. However, Asakage couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Her mind kept wandering between the Red Scale clan, the strange warriors, and her inexplicable good fortune. Outside the window, the north wind howled, and snow fell heavily. It was eerily quiet. Asakage suddenly thought of Chisa. With such heavy snow, she wondered if the car could even start. Had she really not been bullied? It was good that she was just being paranoid. She seemed to have such an infectious smile, and a kind personality. It would be infuriating if she were bullied. If it weren't for that, Chisa wouldn't complain on snowy days. Instead, she would probably build snowmen by the roadside. If someone walked by and saw the snowman's big smiles, they would surely be happy too. Oh right, she said the snowman could run away on its own. It's from that fairy tale where the mischievous snowman jumped into the sea, its body melted, and only its consciousness lived on the seabed. The snowman on the shore couldn't see it, and the falling snow couldn't reach it. The human spirit can do that too, keeping the body on the shore while the spirit enters the sea. She hadn't tried it, but she used it many times in virtual space. Spiritual power? Virtual space? A bone-chilling coldness crept up her spine, making her body stiff as ice. Chao Jing slowly gripped the bedsheet, Qian Sha's words clearly appearing in her mind. It saw the snowman on the shore looking out, calling out, but none of them could see it. Later, I learned about the virtual arena and thought of using my mind to replace it. However, it can only be activated underwater. No, this isn't some innocent fairy tale at all, but a profound mystery. The snowman's body disappears, leaving only its consciousness to observe the world, just like a samurai using mental power to move. The stone that can only be activated underwater is actually meant for her to activate with her mental power. Realizing this, Asaki's forehead was covered in sweat, and for a moment, she dared not open her eyes. Rereading the story of the little snowman, the large snowman who constantly watched over the little snowman seemed more like surveillance. Only by leaving this surveillance could she see the truth? Why would Chisa think this way? What kind of secret made her start setting up the puzzle and scheming before the finals? And why did she go to such lengths to convey this message? Asakage couldn't figure it out, so she simply released her mental power, only to see a green dot attached to the stone on the bedside table. She cupped her hands, and the point of light was held in her palm. But where could she unlock its secret? Opening it casually, even if no one saw it, would result in the inexplicable snow falling on her, which didn't meet the requirements. The seabed, separated from the real world, could be interpreted as a place accessible only by mental power. Chisa had mentioned a virtual arena. Could it be a virtual space? Ordinary warriors enter the virtual arena using a panel, but Asakage can only use the virtual space as a transit point. How did Chisa know about the virtual space? Putting that aside for now, Asakage pondered. Going to the virtual space would inevitably alert Loloto, and although she trusted Loloto, this didn't meet the condition of no one being able to see the little snowman. Could there be other virtual spaces? A place where mental power could go without alerting anyone. Asakage took a deep breath, went to the 5th floor of the castle, looked at the 4th room at the end of the corridor, with its door tightly closed, took a deep breath, and entered. Sure enough, she reappeared in the strange virtual space. All around was quiet, save for the occasional, rumbling sound of flowing water. She walked forward for a long time, then mustered her courage and looked up. This time, there were no faces, only the blue ceiling. Now, she was truly alone in this area. Chao Jing manipulated her mental energy to activate a point of light. After a brief flash, the light transformed into a screen, displaying Qian Sha's haggard and exhausted face. Chao Jing, I'm going crazy from all these sounds. Chapter 119. On the screen, Chisa looked haggard and panicked, constantly glancing around. Her voice was hoarse. Really. No, it might be a hallucination. I must be sick, my head is sick, and it's so chaotic. She covered her face heavily with her hands, took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, her expression had recovered somewhat, but her eyes were still unfocused. Hurry, yes, I have to hurry, there are only 20 minutes left. When should I start? It should be from the preliminary rounds. Before that, I had already heard of you. To be honest, I really admire you. Getting this far must have been difficult. And then? After the preliminary rounds, after leaving the mountains, I learned that you had done something amazing. My friends and I went to the hospital to visit the injured samurai. Just as we were leaving the hospital, I suddenly heard someone speaking, but it was very indistinct, only I could hear it. So I thought I was hallucinating, but then I heard it again, in the hotel I was temporarily staying in. I don't know if you ever heard the sound of an old gramophone cassette tape getting stuck, choppy and unreal? That's the sound the voice in my head was making. Chisa paused, her gaze unfocused as she thought, it told me to become friends with you, and then take the opportunity to kill you. Asaki's face was expressionless, his fingers slowly curling as he listened to her next words. Chisa frowned. That's strange. It's strange if it's hallucination. I never had such a thought before, so I was startled. The voice didn't say anything more, and I thought it was over. Afterwards, while browsing the Qingyao forum, I came across a discussion thread related to you, and I heard strange voices again, different from the first time. It was many different people talking, all mixed together, and I couldn't tell who was speaking. Sometimes they would disappear without a trace. There were so many voices, it was so chaotic. I thought I was going crazy and wanted to go to the hospital, but then I suddenly realized something was wrong. I tried hard to discern complete sentences from these voices. Qiansha licked her dry lips. These voices called me little son and baby, and also things like protagonist and righteous character. At first, I thought they were guardian spirits from fairy tales, because no matter what I did, the voices praised me, saying I was kind-hearted. I wasn't sure if I was kind or not, I just acted according to my heart. But then, I realized something was wrong. Once, I accidentally bumped into someone, and the voice started cursing at that person, unleashing a torrent of insults. It was clearly my fault, and after I apologized, the voice praised me. But I was just doing what I was supposed to do. I told you that this voice sometimes disappears completely, and I figured out a pattern based on its frequency. It appears when I'm emotionally agitated. Just then, the voice, like an old phonograph, appeared again. It told me it would kill me in the finals, and that it would instantly raise my cultivation to the maximum silver level, and then break through to the gold bead level the day before the finals. Qiansha shook her head. That's not right, that's unfair. I don't like it. But what can't someone who can easily raise a warrior's cultivation do? Killing you would be a piece of cake, right? Why do I have to do it? Chao Jing's face paled. She thought of the group of warriors whose cultivation had inexplicably increased. Was it this voice's doing? Qiansha, as she spoke, gradually calmed down. Chao Jing, I don't think I should back down like this. There must be something fishy going on. So, I tried to communicate with this voice. I asked what benefits I would gain after killing you. It said it would allow me to truly exist, and that everything in the world was now under its control. I also said that you are far too strong, with an unknown energy attribute. Even if I reached the gold pearl level, I wouldn't have a chance of winning. It told me that your energy attribute is devouring, capable of devouring any energy. It said I could avoid a direct confrontation because you haven't shown any hostility towards me, so I would befriend you and find an opportunity to kill you. I told you. It's too short a time to become friends, and why doesn't it kill you? This time it didn't speak. To prevent it from leaving, I said I would kill you, but I never killed anyone before, and I might not be able to bring myself to do it. Qiansha said. After that, the voice disappeared, and the next day we left by car with the referee. Chao Jing, the level wasn't something I cultivated, it really was raised, so I don't think this is just my imagination. Listen, in the car, I heard so many voices talking. They hate you terribly. Their hatred is bone-chilling, yet they're also afraid of you and helpless against you. They call you a villain, presumably opposed to me, the righteous one. They say you done many bad things. They mentioned the words last server opening reward, and they said you killed me more than once, but the you now isn't the same as before, and I don't really understand this. At the time, I thought, could that voice like the old phonograph be trying to force me to kill you in the name of justice, even though you haven't done anything heinous? Chisa said. After arriving at Chioji City, the voice like the old phonograph appeared again. It told me to find you under the pretext of having nowhere to stay, and that you were living in a castle. I asked it how it knew so much, and it said it was monitoring everything, that no one's actions could escape its eyes, but what? It forcefully covered up this slip of the tongue. I felt horrified, my whole body went cold, it was terrifying. Then, I realized that its words must prove there were places it couldn't monitor. I couldn't find any clues from it. In the days before the finals, I tried various methods, meeting with many samurai, and finally found a clue in the dense cacophony of voices around me. The voices are directional surveillance. Some voices say that the surveillance on you was interrupted before, once in the virtual arena, for only a few minutes, and another time in the castle of Chioji City. You seem to be using your mind to probe the castle, and then no one saw you. Oh right, I learned that there were also such voices around you, probably people, called players. The people around me might also be players. The players around you are protecting you, or rather, monitoring you, which is why many of the strategies of the players around me didn't work. Speaking of which, when you used your mind to probe the castle, and the players around you didn't see anything, Everything happened afterward, so I think this might be a hidden location. Qiansha said, I made up a story to tell you the truth. You probably didn't realize it at the time, but if it were me, I wouldn't have thought of it either. The finals began, and I was assigned to a different area. When I came out, I saw the samurai's cultivation levels had increased dramatically, and I knew the old phonograph-like voice hadn't given up. The strangest thing is, everyone thought the samurai were just experiencing a potential explosion. No one thought this kind of cultivation improvement was extremely bizarre. Not a single person on the forum mentioned it. I realized the old phonograph-like voice was far more powerful than I had imagined, and I had to do something more. At that moment, the old phonograph-like voice contacted me again, asking me to visit you as a friend, since you were unconscious, and I would take advantage of the situation. Qiansha said, I made a request of it. Killing you wasn't easy, especially since you killed so many samurai. The impact was too great. I asked it to provide me with time without being monitored. I told it that since its appearance, I've been paranoid and almost. I got a mental illness, I need to rest. It initially strongly disagreed, but after I repeatedly emphasized that only I could kill you, only I could get close to you, it finally relented and gave me 20 minutes, but only in virtual space, and only while I was sleeping. I think it was to avoid being discovered by the voices around me. I recorded this video using the stone I had previously acquired that could store mental images. I was originally thinking about how to tell you when we went to the castle, how I would wake you if you were unconscious. These things can't be explained in a few words. You might think I gone mad. Luckily, I didn't go into the castle. A big sister appeared. Was she your sister? She was a bit fierce. I was scared, and I slunk away, feeling very happy. The old gramophone-like voice stopped talking. Chisa glanced at the time. It's almost over, Asakage. I'm telling you all this in the hope that you be safe and able to withstand all this. I never believed in classifying people as superior or inferior, but I can't change it. The moment people hear the words inferior, they immediately become cold and heartless. Love, freedom, and fairness in education are gone. It's wrong. But I can only stand by and watch. It seems all I can do is refrain from harming or inflicting damage. So when I first saw your video, I thought, wow, she's amazing. Getting to this point must have been incredibly difficult. I admire you. Even now, I still hope to fight you fair and square. So, with such determination, listen. If it were me, it wouldn't be fear, it would be anger, right? I hope you don't do anything foolish because of anger. That power is incredibly strong, but at the same time, it can't directly harm you. It can only achieve its purpose through samurai or other means. I also understand something from this. To be feared and relentlessly pursued by such a mysterious and powerful being, then Asakage, the power you possess must be even greater than its. Chisa finally smiled, bright and infectious. Asakage, you are exceptionally strong. You can definitely defeat it, but don't be impulsive. Under its surveillance, you must proceed step by step. Good luck. As she finished speaking, the screen vanished, and the points of light exploded, disappearing without a trace. Asakage remained stunned for a long time. She didn't know which thing to be shocked about first. Was that she was also being monitored by so-called players, or that a mysterious and powerful being was hunting her down, or why such a being wanted to kill her? She was indeed angry, but then reason took over. The voice, like the old phonograph, wasn't powerful and unrestrained. It couldn't kill it directly, nor could it reveal its existence. It could only achieve its purpose by transmitting sound to the samurai. Many players surrounded Chisa, and the old phonograph was equally wary of them, even giving Chisa benefits only through sleep. These players watched Chisa's every move, making various judgments. There were also those around her, protecting her and offering rewards. So, speaking of which, the audience for anime is called viewers, the audience for songs is called fans, and the audience for literary works is called readers. What kind of audience would have a unified term? Players. Games. Asakage's heart pounded, her blood boiled. She knew this was crazy, but she had to keep thinking, even if it was something utterly incomprehensible. Yes, it's a game. Was the reward Chisa mentioned the source of the samurai's good fortune? Was her lucky acquisition of the Rubik's Cube a reward from a player? Asakage felt a headache coming on. She felt terrified and frightened. This was completely contrary to her understanding. Was she living in a game? Was she fake? Was everything being manipulated? No, if she were truly being manipulated, the old phonograph wouldn't have gone to such lengths to have the samurai kill her. At least, she wasn't being manipulated. Asakage bit her lower lip, trying to calm herself. She desperately wanted to find out everything, but she couldn't. It was too abrupt. Why would she suddenly investigate something like this? The old phonograph would definitely be suspicious, and then trace it back to Chisa. She would kill Chisa. She tried her best to mentally prepare herself. She had to remain calm, act as if nothing was wrong, and stay composed. Illuminated by the warm glow of the bedside lamp, Chao Jing slowly opened her eyes, her expression calm. She got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and went to the window, gazing at the thick night and the swirling snowflakes. She also had a group of players around her, protecting her, or rather, everyone's players were protecting themselves, rejecting others. She thought, the discomfort she felt earlier was because the players around the samurai disliked her. But what about the sense of alienation? Could it be that only those with a sense of alienation had players around them? Chao Jing felt she shouldn't think about it anymore. Things she couldn't understand, things she couldn't investigate, constantly tormenting her brain would only drive her crazy. She put on a coat and went out to the study, deciding to find something to do to distract herself. The existence of players. No, she didn't want to think about that anymore. She needed to do something else. Right, she looked up the Qingchuan army and General Chen Qing in the history books. Perhaps her grandmother had misremembered the names. Pushing open the study door, Chao Jing saw Feng Chanchuan standing by the window, talking on the phone, not with a cell phone, but with a magical artifact she never seen before. Feng Chanchuan put the artifact down. Little one, what's wrong? Nothing, just came to read. Chao Jing finally snapped back to reality. If you're busy, I'd be going now. Not busy, Feng Chanchuan reached out and ruffled her hair. You said you wanted to rest. And this is how you rest? Chao Jing pouted. I really did rest, I just woke up. Okay, what book are you planning to read? A history book, to look up my ancestors. Feng Chanchuan pondered for a moment, then led Chao Jing to sit on the sofa. Little one, actually, I quite believe in the saying, history is written by the victors. Look, if General Chen Qing participated in the Qingchuan uprising, and the final result was the massacre of her children and clansmen, then there are only two possibilities. First, she betrayed the Qingchuan army, and the consequences of her traitorous act were severe, which is why she was held accountable after the Qingchuan uprising succeeded. Second, her contributions were greater than those of the Qingchuan army leaders, but because of the struggle for power, the leaders erased her existence, slandered her people, and removed her name from all history. Feng Chanchuan patted Chao Jing's shoulder. If it's the former, given the empire's past practice of denouncing the lower classes, this matter should be nailed to the pillar of shame to deepen the negative impression of the lower classes. But I read a lot of history, and have never seen General Chen Qing, so personally, I lean towards the latter. The so-called lower classes are products of failed power grabs. She shrugged. My personal opinion? You can read books and more unofficial histories. Perhaps you gain some insights. Chao Jing was lost in thought. What her sister said made sense. So-called racial theories or ethnic theories ultimately only have one purpose, to plunder power and resources. She had a headache. The information she received that night was too dense, too shocking, too overwhelming, leaving her with a splitting headache. She decided that instead of trying to distract herself, she should rest. Chao Jing didn't choose to read. After saying goodbye to Feng Chanchuan, she went back to her bedroom and fell asleep immediately. She didn't sleep soundly. After more than 4 hours, she got up, deciding to try to distract herself again, otherwise she would truly get trapped in the swamp of thoughts in the game world and be unable to escape, and then her headache would worsen. She asked Shanli to help her find ancient records. The more the better. While she prepared to go find Tao Xian, she needed to contact the other lower-ranking people. Just as she was leaving, she happened to run into Yu Xiaoji, who looked grave. Chapter 120. Chao Jing blinked, remembering what Yu Xiaoji had mentioned in the message, and said, Let's go in and talk. Okay. Yu Xiaoji nodded and followed her into the castle. Seeing the fire-eyed lion and the tyrant wolf, she couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. This is... Her voice trailed off. Chao Jing looked at her, only to see her face suddenly turn extremely pale and ashen. Following her gaze, she saw Feng Chanchuan standing on the second-floor corridor. Feng Chanchuan shrugged and went to the study. Chao Jing asked suspiciously, Do you know my sister? Sister. Yu Xiaoji's lips trembled, revealing a smile more like a grimace. No, I never met her, I just think she's quite... She seemed unable to continue, taking out a handkerchief and wiping the sweat from her forehead repeatedly. Oh, I came here to tell you something. Yes, there's something I want to tell you. Chao Jing poured her a cup of tea. What is it? After drinking the tea, Yu Xiaoji finally recovered and asked, Do you know the conditions for electing the president of the empire? Chao Jing said, elections are held every 5 years, with imperial councillors and members of parliament participating in the voting. The system is transparent, and voters must have held at least 3 different deputy-level positions, etc. Yu Xiaoji nodded. Yes, from the presidential primaries to the vote, the whole process is quite complex and lengthy. Basically, everyone on the continent pays attention to it, but I have absolutely no recollection of it. Chao Jing frowned. You mean? The new president took office out of nowhere? She was almost overwhelmed by the word out of nowhere. Yu Xiaoji solemnly said, yes, it's very strange. I hadn't even considered investigating before. It was only while watching the finals that I realized how absurd the rules were, and which councillors were out of their minds to agree to this plan and support this kind of president. I did investigate, and the result was that only one official newspaper published the voting results, just the results. There was no information about the presidential election anywhere else. And something even more unbelievable is that the new president took office last March, but the previous president had only served 3 years. It wasn't even time for him to hand over office yet. Chao Jing already had the answer in his mind, but still asked, didn't the former president object? Yu Xiaoji, after leaving office, it was as if he had vanished without a trace. His social media accounts. She's not very active either. My subordinates told me she's been vacationing on some small island, and it takes time to confirm. She paused, then continued, leaving aside the voting, just look at the qualifications for office. The new president was a low-level clerk in the Meteorological Bureau before. Very few of them have ever done formal reporting. Let me give you an analogy, she continued. It's like you samurai fought your way to the finals, and suddenly, the finals are cancelled, and some random blue iron-level samurai becomes the champion. Everyone except you has doubts, no one else objects. Don't you find that strange? Chao Jing pursed her lips. It seemed the old phonograph's abilities weren't airtight. If things were truly done flawlessly, Yu Xiaoji wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. It should be said that people were still being controlled, but the control was so tight that they could break free if they struggled hard enough. You confirm it first. Once you confirmed it, send me the former president's position. As Chao Jing spoke, he seemed to remember something and asked, have you ever heard of General Shenqin? Yu Xiaoji thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, if you're talking about real historical figures, I only heard of the warrior Shenqin from over 600 years ago. Chao Jing understood and, after saying goodbye, went to find Tao Xian. Weiluo City was not only the heart of the Fengshan region, but also directly under Chao Jing's administration. Therefore, Chao Jing arranged accommodation for Tao Xian in Weiluo City. Leader. Tao Xian called out as she opened the door, her eyes sparkling. Are you injured? Are you feeling better? Chao Jing replied, I'm fine. I was just busy before and couldn't come. Thank you for your help. By the way, who have you contacted so far? Tao Xian picked up the notebook on the table. The person in charge at Duantian Pavilion gave me a list. It's the result of a basic investigation, including locations and numbers. Then I contacted them. Most of them are barely surviving, she thought for a moment. I compiled a list of needed supplies, and thought about asking Duantian Pavilion to distribute them. Doing it ourselves would be time-consuming, energy-intensive, and we wouldn't have enough manpower. Chao Jing flipped through the notebook. If she were to distribute the supplies herself, she would need to purchase them, put them into the invincible Overlord ring, and use the teleportation treasure to reach the destination. The supplies would only last a few days. However, if she sent the list of supplies to Duantian Pavilion, asking them to purchase and distribute them locally, Duantian Pavilion could investigate whether Qin Gi and the others were imposters, and their identities would deter those with ill intentions. The problem is that Duantian Ji's actions are really strange. She can guarantee that she will not charge Duantian Gu for helping to send supplies. She might consider getting something for free a couple of times a stroke of luck, and be happy for half a day, but after a while, she couldn't help but suspect some kind of conspiracy. Could this good luck also be related to player donations? This? Chao Jing pondered. I communicate with Duantian Gu later. By the way, who are you contacting now? Tao Xian picked up the unusual-looking phone. His name is Yushan Qiu, located in the western coastal region of the empire. Chao Jing took the phone, dialed, and said seriously, hello, this is Chao Jing. Received. This is Yushan Qiu. Over. The voice on the other end was somewhat deep. Chao Jing glanced at the phone curiously. I was just about to come over to see you. Is this convenient? Received. Chief, it's convenient for me. Also, please follow the proper etiquette for this call. Say received before starting so I know you received my message, And say over after finishing, so I don't miss any information. Over. Chao Jing looked at the phone again. Received. I don't think such a ceremony is necessary. Over. Received. A sense of ceremony is very important. In this situation, don't you think we look like generals plotting something? Anyway, it's an honor to speak with you, Chief. You're truly remarkable. Your appearance has greatly inspired us. I want to have your deeds engraved on a stone tablet for daily admiration. I mean a monument, not a tombstone. Don't misunderstand. Over. Received. Over. Received. Chief, I would be very happy if you came. It would bring great honor to my humble abode. Over. Chao Jing remained expressionless. Received. Excuse me, do you know Chihua? Over. Received. You mean that rebel organization? I know them. Chihua's leader saved me, and took good care of me for a month. I'm very grateful to her. If I'm able in the future, I'd build a memorial to her next to your memorial. Over. Chao Jing sighed. She thought to herself, this tone sounds so familiar. Received. I'm coming right now. Over. Chao Jing hung up the phone and said to Tao Xian, thank you for your hard work. I'd be leaving now. Tao Xian smiled and nodded, take care on the road, leader. She watched Chao Jing leave, her eyes sparkling. Her novel, which had been stalled recently, suddenly flowed with inspiration. The leader is so kind, she thought. In Lunjuo town, western part of the empire, Chao Jing reached the coast. The first thing she noticed was the boundless sea, its surface reflecting the azure sky. Several seabirds skimmed across the rolling waves. A cool sea breeze caressed her face. She exhaled and jumped down onto a pebble beach. She saw several children washing their hands. Judging from their appearance, they were of lower birth. The children were startled by her appearance, then their eyes lit up as they observed her. One of the children asked in a childish voice, you're that older sister? Chao Jing smiled, her eyebrows curving upwards. It's me. Yay! The children immediately ran over, surrounding her with cheerful chatter. Sister, you're so amazing. The eldest said, we should call everyone leader. Oh, I'm so sorry. Leader sister. Chao Jing couldn't help but feel happy, holding the child's hand. Have you eaten? Yes, we have. We caught fish today. Oh dear, we still have some at home. Leader sister, come quickly. Little tiger, go find the boss. The child was quick-witted. He told another companion to go find someone, and then led Chao Jing home. The place she called home was a natural cave, not far from the pebble beach, nestled beneath the coast. The cave was very spacious, with many branching entrances, inhabited by all sorts of lower-class people, the elderly and children alike, all casting eager glances at Chao Jing. The cave was dimly lit, illuminated only by natural crystals. Chao Jing looked back. If the tide were high, this cave would be very dangerous. Sister Chief, it's here, the child said. Our leader will be here soon. Chao Jing said, it's all right, I go in and find her. As she spoke, she saw a girl of about 13 years old approaching in a wheelchair. The girl was simply dressed, her left hand rolling the wheelchair, her right sleeve hanging loosely, tied in a knot. Her legs ended at the knees. Greetings, Chief, I am Yue Shanqiu, she said with a bright smile. Chao Jing snapped out of her daze. Received. This is Chao Jing, nice to meet you. Over. That was just a call ceremony, Yue Shanqiu laughed. I didn't expect the leader to arrive so quickly. Some things weren't ready yet, so I had them go fishing. No need for that. I came to talk to you about something. I won't stay long, so please don't trouble yourself. They reached the edge of the coastline and gazed into the distance. The vast expanse of sea and sky was breathtaking. Yue Shanqiu said, a few years ago, there was a huge flood here, and many villages were submerged. Many people moved away, and we took refuge in caves. At least we could catch seafood and be self-sufficient. Chao Jing said admiringly, it must have been quite an achievement to gather so many people and arrange accommodations for them, right? Actually, it was all right, Yue Shanqiu smiled. The leader asked me about the Crimson Fire organization. Remember? They helped with the initial operations. She gazed at the seabird soaring freely in the sky. When I was rummaging through a trash can, I was insulted by a superior person and had both legs chopped off in the street. Just as they were about to cut off my left arm, Boss Yi appeared and saved me. Later, it was she and the rest of the organization who took meticulous care of me. I was incredibly moved. Looking at the dark sky, I thought, surviving is ultimately just like being smashed to pieces by mud. Lower-class people aren't allowed to do anything. Even surviving requires careful effort. I don't crave a great life. I only hope to work hard, earn food through labor, and have dignity. Just to live, even if I'm not treated like a human being, as long as I can stand, that's enough. Yushan Cho laughed self-deprecatingly. But I can't do anything. My ambitions are in the sky, on the earth, in the ocean. In reality, I won't even own a single steamed bun. Boss, you reminded me that I still had to do something. Doing it didn't guarantee success, but not doing it guaranteed failure. I started secretly taking in the lower classes with Boss Yi and the others. We hid here, repairing old fishing nets, and we could make a living through our own labor. Later, Boss Yi and the others left because they had spent all their savings with me and had to go out to work. They probably went to the north. She told me that prices were cheaper there, and they could get off work on time. Yushan Chiu looked at Chao Jing. I hid here with my people, and then you appeared. You were dazzling radiant. I'm nothing compared to you. Asakage asked, are we competing in anything? Jukiyama Aki shook her head in confusion. No. Then what's the point of determining who's better? Asakage said, there's no such thing as being inferior to anyone, never. You probably haven't thought about it carefully, so you never know how powerful you are. To the people in the cave, you are the truly dazzling existence. Jukiyama Aki looked bewildered, then smiled, thank you. Asakage patted her shoulder, I came to talk about supplies. I'm sorry, Chief, Jukiyama Aki interrupted her apologetically. Actually, as you can see, we are perfectly capable of surviving on our own, without needing anything extra. Chief, you already had a difficult time in the Empire, so don't worry about us. Taking care of yourself is also so you can do many more things. Asakage said earnestly, that's what many more things are. Don't refuse what I need to do, she said firmly. I plan to entrust the distribution of supplies to the Broken Sky Pavilion, because it's inconvenient for me to do it myself. It will probably be a regular delivery schedule. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her otherwise, Yushanchio could only agree, but please don't force yourself, Chief. I think your existence is more meaningful than what you do. Chao Jing shook her head. I don't think so. I used to be a bit closed off, but my sister told me that there are many like me, so I chose to find companions. It turns out that was the right thing to do, like you, and like other hard-working lower-class people. Of course, meaning is important, but doing practical things is equally important, she smiled. It's not that I'm lowering my standards, but now that I have the ability to provide supplies, of course, I should enjoy it, and take advantage of the opportunity to work hard. If I fail one day, at least we have lived a good life, right? Yushan Chiu chuckled at her words. Is that so? Then I listened to the leader. Chao Jing sighed. There's another problem. How can we let the lower classes cultivate? My methods don't work on you at all. She gazed into the distance, the sea breeze caressing her face. She raised her arm and ran her fingers through her hair, thinking that it was getting a bit long and she needed a trim. She only voiced one problem. Many others were pressing. The lower classes and General Chinching, the strange new president, the constant surveillance and assassination attempts, the existence of players and their rewards. Speaking of rewards, Chao Jing could only think of the Rubik's Cube. The secret technique cultivation manual had ended up as a black panel, and she had no idea what it was for. However, judging from Qian Sha's reminder, rewards were always beneficial to samurai. Like having the power of luck, the black panel must be positive. Chao Jing pondered, opening the black panel, only to be surprised to find a white dot of light on the pure black panel with gold-plated lines. When did it appear? She hadn't opened it since the preliminary rounds. It had been a long time. Did it just grow out of nowhere? Asakage tentatively clicked on the glowing dot, only to see Yushan Chiu's face appear, along with detailed data on her physical attributes, stamina rating, and other stats. Huh? How come I'm here? Yushan Chiu asked curiously. I don't know. Asakage carefully reviewed the data on the panel again, a sudden realization dawning on her. This was usually the data displayed on a samurai's panel. But Yushan Chiu wasn't a samurai. Asakage was genuinely puzzled. Seeing the checkmarks and circles under the data, she tried clicking the checkmarks. Then, she heard a clear and familiar voice. Congratulations on becoming a samurai. Now, let's get to know your new self with Loroto. A samurai panel appeared before Jukiyama Aki, and a small white sprite emerged from it. I am Loroto. Loroto is a sprite created specifically to guide samurai in their training. Jukiyama Aki was stunned. Asakage was equally shocked. She looked at the guiding sprite Loroto and Jukiyama Aki, then at the changes appearing on the black panel, and suddenly stood up, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 121. It's like this, it's like this. Asakage murmured, unable to contain her excitement. This black panel, like a spire, could artificially transform ordinary people into samurai. She was so happy she almost jumped for joy. There was a path. There was a path to walk on. Even lower-class people could cultivate now. Leader. Jukiyama Aki looked puzzled. A sage said, even lower-class people can cultivate now. This is a tremendous good thing. No, I need to test it on more people. She quickly called over the children, who were playing. As each child approached within 10 meters, a corresponding light point would appear on the black panel. She granted each child the qualifications to become a samurai, and indeed, all of them succeeded. We have many more paths to take. A sage grasped Jukiyama Aki's hand. Now everyone is a samurai. Everyone can train. Train? Jukiyama Aki murmured, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, training. This path allows more people to live, to become stronger, and to protect more people. Jukiyama Aki watched a sage excitedly turning the others into samurai, her mind reeling. She knew the low-level consciousness mentioned in the video was fake, but at this moment, she wholeheartedly agreed. Perhaps this person truly was born from the low-level consciousness that had suffered for centuries yet persevered. A sage wasted no time, bestowing samurai qualifications upon all the low-level individuals below the shore. She discovered that the principle of the black panel was similar to that of the spire. Those under 10 years old were most likely to succeed. Those between 10 and 20 had a 50-50 chance of success, and among dozens of people over 20, only a handful succeeded. She was already incredibly satisfied with this data, and these lower-ranking warriors even had warrior panels, far more comprehensive than hers. It was wonderful. Chao Jing thought that while she was uncomfortable being monitored, she also knew that the players around her loved her, which was why they gave her such gifts. She didn't know how many players were around her, maybe 5 or 6 at most. They silently loved her, a complete stranger, spending countless amounts of money on gifts, without ever acknowledging their existence. If circumstances allowed, she really wanted to express her gratitude in person, and she really wanted to meet them. At this moment, the screen comments were even more excited than Chao Jing's. Ha ha ha, mine. My gift of a Rubik's Cube. Who said I never given anything useful? Someone, frame my name, Invincible Tyrant Rabbit. Hey, anyone new here? This was a gift from Invincible Tyrant Rabbit. Yes, that's right, I'm Chao Jing's #1 on the leaderboard. What's this? Yes, that's right, it's me. The #1 on the leaderboard wouldn't give useless things. Someone, pin this to the top. Wasn't spamming the forums enough? Now you're spamming here too? How did you know I tipped you for the Rubik's Cube? It was completely accidental. The secret technique isn't supposed to be practiced that way anyway. I guess it was a lucky accident, plus Chow's strong mental power, that might have led to success. That's possible. But I tipped you for the Rubik's Cube, hee. It's practically a portable spire. Actually, thinking about it, the principle makes sense. It was originally a secret technique to devour everything, but with the wrong practice, it didn't devour anything. Instead, it nourished everything. Yeah, but I tipped you for the Rubik's Cube, la la la. The timing felt perfect. It took Chao almost 4 months to cultivate this secret technique, practicing it despite its nonsensical language and lack of progress. Persistence was essential. My daughter has indeed become a bit too obedient. I can't help it, I paid for the Rubik's Cube. Could someone please kick her out? Sorry, I'm #1 on the leaderboard, a senior admin, and I paid for the Rubik's Cube. Over here, after granting cultivation qualifications to the lower-ranking individuals on the coast, Chao Jing felt dizzy and unsteady on her feet. She realized that the black panel was being driven by her mental power. She leaned against a rock to rest, reminding everyone to cultivate quietly and lie low. Otherwise, their warrior identity would make them easy targets. They were already considered guilty of something, and possessing a treasure would only compound their crime. She also solemnly reminded them that warrior cultivation progress varied, and levels differed. They shouldn't be arrogant or self-deprecating, just cultivate steadily and practically. It's alright if you can't cultivate, there's more than one path a person can take. Reading and writing can grant you profound knowledge, and allow you to accomplish many things. Afterwards, Chao Jing discussed other matters with Yushan Qiu. Feeling somewhat disoriented, and knowing she'd definitely faint if she granted anyone else qualifications, she went to the Duan Tian Pavilion's commission office. As soon as she entered, the lady behind the desk greeted her. Hello, miss, please come this way. Seeing that it wasn't the corridor leading to the reception room, Chao Jing said, I'm here to apply for a commission, not to wait for someone. She paused. Or do you have another event today? The lady smiled and said, No, there isn't. Because your commission spending here is sufficient? you automatically become a VIP user and will receive one-on-one service. Chao Jing, in total, I only spent 100,000, that's just for the tickets. However, we don't calculate it that way. The discounts you receive due to the event are included in the calculation, which brings the total to the figure. So what's the total amount? Over 10 billion. Chao Jing's expression changed drastically. How much? 10 billion? She knew Duan Pavilion was expensive, but this was too expensive. But what shocked her even more was that since asking Duan Pavilion to release the video, she had only paid for the tickets once, everything else was free. The video incident could be vaguely dismissed, and the free items Dawei Jiang received could be explained as being different from the commission business. But the time and effort involved in establishing contact points were also weighed for her. Would they offer it for free again this time? They even forego billions of dollars. What exactly does Duan Pavilion see in her? Chao Jing lowered her head. Could it be that they truly predicted she would become a world overlord? Very likely. She hadn't been sitting for long when Su Ling walked in, eagerly saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. What commission do you have to handle this time?" Chao Jing said, "Thank you for your hard work last time in establishing contact points in various locations. This time, I'd like to ask you to distribute supplies at those contact points. I will provide you with a list of supplies that should be available locally. Then, you can regularly provide me with purchase invoices each month, and I will pay you at a fixed time each month." Since her identity in the virtual arena was revealed, she had seen many protests and stopped earning money in the virtual arena. The money from the virtual arena came quickly and easily to her, but it didn't matter that she didn't have it now. The entire northern region was in her hands, and the revenue from the Guangfeng Mountain region was in the tens of millions every second, which was more than enough to cover the expenses of these supplies. Su Ling pondered for a moment, then agreed, "No problem, miss, that's entirely possible." She then smiled slightly, "Miss, you are a VIP client, and we don't charge VIP clients." "Sure enough." Chao Jing looked her up and down suspiciously, then said, "I need to see the pavilion master." "Ah?" Su Ling asked in surprise, "Why is that?" "Chao Jing, I have important matters to discuss." Su Ling regained her composure. "Please wait a moment, I go and consult him." Watching her leave, Chao Jing thought to herself, "There's something fishy going on." According to the Broken Sky Pavilion's usual practices, if it involves the pavilion master, they tell her to get lost the very first word. Now, she's actually going to consult him? This indirectly means that the Broken Sky Pavilion's generous offer wasn't something her subordinates did on their own, but rather at the pavilion master's behest. Who exactly is this pavilion master? Why is someone who doesn't even give the Empire's president a second's respect treating her so well? Chao Jing stroked her chin. Could the pavilion master be a super prophet? If he truly is a prophet, and predicts she become a world hegemon, shouldn't she make a promise that whatever she eats, the Broken Sky Pavilion will eat too? But compared to the Broken Sky Pavilion, she's just a lone commander. A single meal from the Broken Sky Pavilion could make her rich for life. "You kept me waiting," Su Ling entered. "The pavilion master is extremely busy and unable to meet. If you have any questions, I can pass them on to you." Chao Jing shook her head. "No need, it's nothing. I'm just troubling you." Su Ling got up and saw her to the door, watching her leave. She took out a handkerchief, gently wiped away her sweat, and let out a long sigh. Afterwards, Chao Jing went to a restaurant for dinner. She ate her fill, then collapsed onto the sofa. 5 minutes later, she felt energetic again, able to help hundreds or even thousands of lower-class people. However, she knew she had to do this in person. If she arbitrarily granted low-ranking warrior qualifications, aside from the fact that most low-ranking people currently lived in similar circumstances, wouldn't that person use their strength to bully other low-ranking people, causing even more harm to them? Just the fact that her panel was unheard of would immediately make anyone's first reaction that it came from the Spire's light. If some low-ranking people were to defect to the Empire because of this and side with them, and then a tiered system was implemented for low-ranking people, wouldn't all her efforts have been in vain? She had to consider everything carefully. She had no room for error, no chance to undo her mistakes. She had to be thorough in every aspect. Chao Jing summoned the black panel, and Egg Pancake emerged from it, surprised. "How come you're using so much energy? You're almost out of energy." "Bing bing, you know?" she asked curiously. Egg Pancake said, "Of course, I'm the panel guide spirit." "Asakura, isn't it for the Rubik's Cube?" "Universal." Egg Pancake huffed, "Don't ask that. Look." It pointed to the red circle in the upper right corner of the panel. "Your mental energy is depleted. You're not allowed to use it anymore, you must rest." "Oh, okay, Asakura's eyes darted around. Papa, this panel can artificially grant samurai abilities. What's the principle behind it? Egg Pancake blinked. The principle is... It's really powerful. Asakura confirmed again that it really didn't know anything. I'm using the panel like this, and you're watching, right, Papa? Go rest now. Don't worry about me. Then remember not to overexert yourself. Egg Pancake gave a worried reminder before disappearing into the panel. Chao Jing's smile was innocent. It couldn't grant power to hundreds or thousands of inferior beings, but it could to one person. Auntie! It's me, Chao Jing, again. Startled by the voice, the burly man dropped his water glass, his heart pounding. Seeing his phone, its screen blacked out from being submerged in water, his heart sank. You? Did you miss me terribly? Chao Jing's eyes were bright as she held the burly man's hand, asking expectantly. The burly man's words caught in his throat, and he forced a smile. Yes, I did. I knew it, that's why I came back to see you. But Auntie, why do you never reply when I send you photos? Chao Jing said, her face full of grievance. Don't you like seeing me? The burly man was speechless. Why didn't she reply? To receive this child's selfies, he had turned off his phone 3 times, finally getting so angry that he uninstalled the app, and when he reinstalled it, the chat history was gone. She was also aggrieved. Who would have thought this kid would send her thousands of selfies every 5 or 6 days? Thousands of them. The big guy hesitated for a moment. My phone has a problem. It's so annoying, I can't reply to anyone who sends me a photo. Chao Jing clapped her hands. I knew it was a phone problem, so I bought you a new one, she said, taking out the new phone. It's really good, my sister uses this too. Even if I send selfies for the rest of my life, I can still reply smoothly. A lifetime? My goodness. The big guy couldn't help but exclaim, meeting Chao Jing's questioning gaze, his lips trembling. I'm so happy, I'm dying of happiness. Chao Jing smiled and said, because Auntie, you're a very important person to me, I love you so much, and you can send me your own photos too, so I can see them when I miss you. Seeing her help him install the card, the burly man knew he couldn't get away with it, and said dejectedly, I don't have that hobby. Hobbies can be cultivated. Chao Jing handed the newly installed phone to the burly man. Auntie, I can now help lower-level people cultivate. Let me see if you can. She summoned a black panel, clicked on the light orb, and then the avatar, but the familiar voice from Luo Luo didn't appear. It won't work. Chao Jing muttered dejectedly. The burly man immediately laughed. At my age, whether I cultivate or not doesn't matter. Besides, cultivation won't prolong my life, right? Chao Jing looked at her and nodded heavily. Right. And no one in the northern region dares to bully Auntie. Even if a samurai bullies Auntie, I'd be there. The burly man ruffled her hair. Nonsense, I'm from the Tianlu arena. Who dares to bully me? The burly man looked at the spirited Chao Jing before him, remembering the scene when she entered this door in tattered clothes, begging for a job. For a moment, she was dazed. It seemed like only yesterday that it had happened. Time flies. This child is already famous throughout the continent. Chao Jing thought so too. Her sister's Heavenly Net Arena was there. The Heavenly Net Arena? Her smile faded, and many images flashed through her mind. The Heavenly Net Arena? The neutral zone? Her sister, Feng Changchuan? Aw, Auntie, I come see you again later, Chao Jing said quickly. I have some things to do. The big guy said, go ahead, be careful. Chao Jing said goodbye to the big guy and dialed a phone. Hello, Commander Song, there's a Heavenly Net Arena in Pingqing City. Does it not belong to any commander? Yes, Chief. I investigated it when it first appeared. When Feng Changchuan returned to the castle, he found Chao Jing had returned home sometime earlier, and was playing Ludo with the Fire-Eyed Lion and the Tyrant Wolf. Upon seeing her arrive, Chao Jing said to Fire-Eyed Lion, you guys play first, I need to talk to my sister about something. What is it, little one? Feng Changchuan took off his coat and sat on the sofa. I don't know if this is important, but I really want to ask. Chao Jing stared at her. Sister, why have you never told me that you are the leader of the Broken Sky Pavilion? Chapter 122. Feng Changchuan's expression froze for a moment. He poured himself a glass of wine, drank half of it, and then said, if I said I forgot, would you believe me? Chao Jing's tone was calm. You forgot to tell me the truth, but you didn't forget to get preferential treatment from Duantian Pavilion and keep it all hidden. Feng Changchuan pursed his lips. How did you find out? When I went to see Auntie, I remembered the Tianlu arena, Chao Jing said. Actually, even when I left the arena, I never doubted it. Although I didn't know about Duantian Pavilion at that time, I knew that someone like you, sister, would never submit to anyone. Later, I had more things to do, so I gradually stopped thinking about it until today. From today's perspective, the only one who can remain neutral here and be feared is Duan Tian Pavilion. Chao Jing looked into her eyes. After realizing that the leader of Duan Tian Pavilion is you, sister, many things became clear. The first time I went to Duan Tian Pavilion's office, I was ridiculed and returned disappointed, complaining to you, sister. The agency I went to later was incredibly kind to me. I asked my sister into Weijiang, and that's how I found a guide who was only enthusiastic towards me, and I even got a treasure that would normally cost hundreds of millions for free. I think the agitated Dr. Yin was so panicked after receiving my sister's call. The most recent one is Yu Xiaoji. Her face turned very pale when she saw you because she recognized you as the one who cast the spell on her years ago, the one from the dead land. There were no events or VIPs, it's all because of my sister. Chao Jing sighed, but I'm a little sad. Sister, why did you hide it from me? Feng Chanchuan took another sip of wine. Little one, at first, I really didn't want to tell you much, she smiled. You remember the first time we met? I was bored, and you were very conspicuous in the arena, so I wanted to tease you. Your abilities and your growth rate attracted me. I had nothing else to do, so I spent time with you with a playful attitude. That was indeed how it started. Besides, I wasn't sure what you thought of the Empire, whether you would eventually use your power as leverage to be recruited by the Empire. We didn't spend enough time together, I couldn't be sure. She raised her hand and placed it on Chao Jing's head, but later, it was you yourself that attracted me. You are determined and persistent, and I wondered if I told you my identity, would you dump things on me? At that time, Feng Chanchuan thought that little one wasn't that kind of person, but she also wanted to see what she would do in the future. But after only 2 days, seeing her frequently injured, she couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to ask if she needed help. No matter how many times I ask, you always say you can do it, you can handle it. Feng Chanchuan shook her head helplessly. I feel like, as your older sister, I have to help you in some way, otherwise, what's the point of having me as your sister? I finally waited until you got to know Duantian Pavilion and took the initiative to entrust it to them, but by the time I heard the news from Bai Xiaoluo, you were already inside. I thought it didn't matter, you can fulfill any request, but in the end, you came back dejectedly, and of course I was angry. Feng Chanchuan shrugged. I also wanted to surprise you, to show you how capable your sister is, but the further it went, the less I knew how to explain it. The Broken Sky Pavilion is mine. Do you think I pay my sister to do things for her? She ruffled Chao Jing's hair. Are you trying to pay me extra? Are you sure you want to do this with your sister? Chao Jing pouted. I thought the pavilion master was a great prophet, predicting I become the world's overlord. Feng Chanchuan raised an eyebrow. You're not upset about that, are you? My sister is undoubtedly the world's overlord. Chao Jing smiled and leaned in to hug her. Sister, thank you. Feng Chanchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. So now, if you need any help, you can confidently entrust it to me, right? I have a new commission for the Broken Sky Pavilion, that's all. I got it, I can handle it myself. Chao Jing's eyes were firm. I was mainly worried about going against the Empire, and with the neutral Duan Tian Pavilion, I didn't know if they would take the opportunity to attack. It was all very troublesome. Now I feel much more at ease. Alright, Feng Chanchuan had no choice but to say, I just do the odd jobs. No way. My sister is very important. When you have time, my sister will take me to the dead land. I never been there before. Chao Jing's eyes were filled with longing. I wonder what kind of world that is. Feng Chanchuan, no problem, you'd be very surprised. She looked at the smiling Chao Jing, slowly lowered her eyelids, and seemed lost in thought. Chao Jing really wanted to grant all the lower classes the qualifications of warriors, but her mental strength was simply insufficient. Feng Chanchuan asked her if it was okay to do so. She thought for a moment and said no. The principle of the black panel is similar to that of the spire, but it is not the spire. It is too difficult to turn ordinary people into warriors. She still has to find a way to figure out the secret of the spire. Either make the light of the spire indiscriminate, or make the black panel exist like the spire. There was always a lot to do. While busy, Chao Jing kept an eye on the finals, but so far there was no news about them. At this moment, Yin Qi came to find her. Seeing the warrior again, Chao Jing was puzzled. What's wrong? Ah, you're healed and ready for the match, right? Yin Qi's hand trembled. A match? After experiencing such a terrifying scene, only one thought remained in her mind. Could she possibly defeat him? She shook her head violently. No, I just wanted to invite you to my house. Chao Jing said, thank you for the invitation, but I don't have time lately. Yinchi looked troubled. My senior insisted I invite you. He wants to curry favor. No, he wants to befriend you. If you don't come back with me, I'd be beaten to death hanging over the wall. That's an exaggeration, Chao Jing pouted. I really am quite busy. Can I come another time? Yinchi's eyebrows danced. It's no exaggeration at all, my family. The elders of my clan are incredibly ruthless when they beat people, and, she said mysteriously, if you build a good relationship with my clan, all my territory will be yours in the future. Isn't that a good deal? That's true, but what would I need a desert for? Chao Jing was completely confused. In that kind of environment, most people couldn't survive. It's a symbol, after all, Yinchi said pitifully. Please agree. I also have oases, and ancient city ruins there. If you don't come with me, I have to go to them one by one. Chao Jing thought of something and asked, you said before that there were Qinchuan army notes in the ancient city ruins. Is that true? Seeing an opportunity, Yinchi immediately assured her, absolutely true. I swear to you, they're handwritten, with signatures. All right, I go with you. As a guest. Chao Jing turned to look at the fire-eyed lion and the tyrant wolf in the courtyard. Little lion, little wolf, want to play? Yes. The fire-eyed lion immediately led the tyrant wolf over. Chao Jing informed Feng Chanchuan and prepared to set off. Yinchi was overjoyed. I booked 2 more tickets right away. No need, Chao Jing said. In the Yilan Desert, right? Yinchi nodded, and the next second, a white light flashed before her eyes. Her steps faltered, and then she saw her familiar hometown. Chao Jing smiled. The journey will take a long time. Let's go! Which direction is your home in? This. Yinchi came to her senses, swallowed hard, and led the way. Follow me. The Yilan Desert is the largest and oldest desert on the continent, with a long history alongside the Daikishan Mountains. Looking into the distance, Chao Jing saw sand dunes undulating, their lines sculpted by the wind into beautiful, flowing shapes. The desert wind carried waves of heat, and as the sun gradually set, a profound sense of desolation and bleakness arose. Perhaps thousands of years ago, this place was once bustling with people, but now only endless yellow sand remains. Let's walk a little further, Yinchi said, considering that it might be their first time in the desert and they might not be able to tolerate the heat, so she reminded them, the sun will set soon, and my family will come out when it's cooler at night. The fire-eyed lion and the tyrant wolf, seeing the desert for the first time, curiously played with the sand, shaking their heads vigorously to get the sand and pebbles into their fur. They moved slowly, and Yinchi looked at the 2 strange beasts curiously. I know she's a strange beast like me, is she? Too? She was referring to the tyrant wolf. Chao Jing nodded. Yes, but they can't speak. They're all very important people to me. Yinchi looked at her, thought for a moment, and said, I rarely go to the Empire, occasionally just to some mountain ranges. I don't really understand the racial classifications of the Empire, but I've seen many people targeting you. Actually, the competition is fine, it's open and fair, but I'm afraid there might be some underhanded tactics. Be careful. Thank you, I will. Chao Jing smiled. Even in that kind of competition, it wouldn't be fair, but it didn't matter. Even if the competition was entirely based on personal bias, she would still win. The desert was incredibly hot. The fire-eyed lion had a high tolerance for heat, and the scorching sun here actually made her feel somewhat comfortable. Meanwhile, the usually energetic tyrant wolf became listless after playing for a while, making whimpering sounds and grabbing Chao Jing's arm, shaking it back and forth. Chao Jing offered it water, then stopped and asked how far. Yinchi looked around. About this distance, she said sheepishly, receiving a skeptical look from Chao Jing. The desert terrain is constantly changing. I've been gone for quite a while. Anyway, we reappear tonight. Let's rest here. Chao Jing didn't say much, using her energy to create a shaded area to block the intense sunlight. Everyone rested under the shade. The tyrant wolf curled up next to Chao Jing, and soon began to snore. The fire-eyed lion played a board game, and finally, Yinchi, feeling bored, joined her. The sun set, its crimson rays burning across half the sky, making the distant desert seem like it was ablaze, a magnificent sight. Chao Jing took out her notebook and reviewed her previous records. Later, when she had recovered somewhat, she rechecked the Qinchuan army, but there was no record of General Qinqing. Considering that the title of Grand General might be a position from the old empire, and that Qinqing herself held other positions in the Qinchuan army, she even checked the cooks in the rebel army, but couldn't find anyone named Shinqing. Chao Jing recalled Feng Changchuan's hypothesis that the lower classes were products of a failed power grab. If that were true, then there was only one person capable of doing this, Xi Lai. Xi Lai was the first president of the Alan Empire, leading the Qinchuan army uprising and overthrowing the corrupt ancient Pei kingdom. She is an indispensable figure in the history of the Alan Empire. Many historical records document President Xi Lai's life. She was once a company commander in a border unit of the ancient Pei kingdom. Later, unable to tolerate the corrupt system, she secretly gathered the Qinchuan army to launch an uprising. She used her connections to acquire many weapons, greatly facilitating the early activities of the Qinchuan army. After that, it was a series of battles that shone brightly in history, until the collapse of the ancient Pei kingdom and the rise of the Alan Empire. While investigating Xi Lai, Chao Jing unexpectedly discovered some of her statements, such as racial differences lead to differences in intelligence and cognition, and most people of other races are cowardly and prone to betrayal. Such racial arguments were countless. Chao Jing thought it wasn't surprising that Xi Lai could commit genocide, but from the perspective of that time, it was actually very difficult to accomplish. The act of genocide against the lower classes sounds simple, but in that era, as many as 60 races were classified as lower classes, representing 9/10 of the continent's population, far exceeding the number of those considered upper classes. Once a genocide was carried out, if the lower classes resisted, they would have no chance of success compared to the upper classes. The result was that the vast majority of the lower classes, far exceeding the number of the upper classes, were slaughtered, and many races were completely wiped out. A sage remembered the old woman's words. Many samurai lost their abilities overnight, becoming ordinary people. Perhaps the spire had played a part in it. Although it was widely known that the spire only helped ordinary people become samurai, after experiencing the player rewards, a sage felt that nothing was impossible. Perhaps the more bizarre and unthinkable something was, the more likely it was to be the truth. For example, the spire might actually possess self-awareness, agreeing to divide the light according to race with Shire, reclaiming the abilities already granted, and secretly aiding the slaughter. Asaki's thoughts wandered further and further, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It was truly despicable. She would have to go to the spire herself one day, grab the spire's consciousness by the shoulder, and if it couldn't treat everyone equally, it should move aside. She would take the seat. Once it moved aside, she would properly punish its heinous crimes. Chao Jing was so angry with herself that she decided to give up and join Fire-Eyed Lion and the others in playing Ludo. After losing 5 rounds in a row, the sun finally set, and the temperature in the air began to drop, until large swaths of twinkling stars appeared in the sky, and the surroundings were plunged into thick darkness. The ground trembled slightly. A rumbling sound came from not far away, followed by flashes of earthy yellow light. After the light faded, a bustling little town appeared. The town was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Inchi laughed. It really is nearby. Let's hurry. Chao Jing blinked. Isn't it a mirage? It's a barrier, a natural barrier formed by the terrain and climate. The town has a history of thousands of years. The mayor observes that if there's no sandstorm, he make the town appear, so he can save lives if anyone gets lost. Inchi explained with a smile. The mayor wants to see you. She paused, lowering her voice. If you hear anything about him asking you to fly the town away, don't believe him. You'd be badly fooled. Chapter 123. This small town, nestled within a desert barrier, is inhabited by all sorts of creatures, including various exotic beasts and humans of different appearances. Inchi greeted acquaintances and led Chao Jing to a room in the town center. Chao Jing observed that the houses and clothing of the people were rather old-fashioned, yet possessed a simple and reassuring quality. Mayor, I brought this warrior back, Inchi said, pushing open the door. Chao Jing followed closely behind and saw an elderly woman with golden hair, well past 70, sitting in the hall of the room, yet remarkably spry. The old woman rolled her eyes at Inchi, then stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, brave warrior. I am the mayor of this forgotten town. You may call me Mayor too. Greetings, Mayor too. I am Chao Jing, she said neither servilely nor arrogantly. May I ask what brings you here? Mayor Tu sighed helplessly. Alas, it's difficult to say. My little one hasn't helped you in the slightest, yet now she's asking for such a huge favor. Alas. Inchi, who was serving fruit to the Fire-Eyed Lion and his companion, felt a vain throb on his forehead upon hearing this. To be honest, if I go up there, I'd only be making things worse. You have no right to speak, go away. Mayor Tu simply led Chao Jing upstairs. From the balcony, they could see most of the town's scenery. she said. I want to take everyone in this town and leave. Chao Jing frowned. Are you worried about being ostracized after entering the empire? That's not the issue. Mayor Tu shook his head slightly. It's been like this for a long time. Whenever we express the thought of leaving this place completely, all sorts of unexpected events stop us. Strong winds, sandstorms, even earthquakes. Some of the town's residents are travelers who got lost in the desert. After being rescued, they chose to live here, seeking a peaceful place. They are free to leave, but native inhabitants like myself are trapped here, as if some unseen god wants us to guard the desert forever. These simple travelers say they're tired of the world and want a peaceful place. They can't understand us. Day after day, year after year, facing the yellow sand and outdated things, we eventually grow weary. In a place like this, sooner or later we be completely abandoned by the world. Chao Jing rested her arms on the railing. Mayor Tu, you want my help to leave this desert. Why do you think I can do it? I trust my intuition, so I asked you to come before the finals. Mayor Tu paused. Every year during the martial arts tournament, we desperately ask powerful martial artists for help. It's just that this time it's unusual for the decision to be made before the finals. Chao Jing, really? Mayor Tu nodded, then after a moment said, to be honest, look at the people who made it to the finals. The two from the capital are arrogant, the one from the dead land has no chance, and the one from the ocean is even less likely. Only you are good. After saying that, she looked at Chao Jing solemnly. You're a good person. Chao Jing, Should she say thank you for the compliment? Mayor Tu, thank you for your trust, but I'm powerless to help, Chao Jing said truthfully. This is my first time in the desert. I know nothing about the situation here, and I don't have much time to investigate and handle this matter. Mayor Tu smiled helplessly. This isn't the first time I heard such an answer. You're truly kind, unlike the last samurai who boasted and swindled the town's gold and silver treasures before sneaking away. Chao Jing, Mayor Tu, putting that aside, you're the youngest samurai in the tournament, right? You have a truly promising future, and you're kind, upright, brave, and resourceful. You're destined for great things. Chao Jing was silent for a moment. If I finish what I'm doing and have time, I help you investigate. That's wonderful. I'm so excited to hear your promise, Mayor Tu said, grasping her hand. You're not only strong, but also so kind-hearted. It's unbelievable that someone so young has such a broad mind. Everyone should learn from your noble character. Well, my two children need to rest. Mayor, please take care of yourself too, Chao Jing said, heading downstairs. Turning back, she looked on with lingering fear. If she had let her continue, she might have had to stay in town, although she was telling the truth. Inchi took Chao Jing to his home. After Chao Jing settled the fire-eyed lion and the tyrant wolf, and watched them fall asleep, she pulled Inchi outside and said, Let's go to the ancient city ruins. Huh? Inchi was surprised. Going now? Aren't you going to rest for a while? Chao Jing said, I'm not tired. Are you tired? You shouldn't be tired. Inchi scratched his head. I go get some water, then we set off. The ancient city ruins were far from the town. Inchi said it would take 10 hours to walk there. After getting directions, Chao Jing calculated the approximate location based on her walking speed, and then used a teleportation artifact to reach the location. Inchi was shocked again. Your thing is pretty powerful. Is it the same as the one used in the competition? This is amazing, Chao Jing said. Is the ancient city beneath our feet? She couldn't see anything. It is beneath our feet, but we need to find a way to see it. Inchi yawned widely, determined their location, raised her hand, and an energy ball appeared in her palm. The ball suddenly exploded, and the fine sand around them moved without wind, slowly forming a huge vortex. The sand forming the vortex moved upwards, gradually turning into a violent tornado. Chao Jing squinted and saw an ancient city gate appear beneath the tornado, its gate tightly shut. Inchi seized the opportunity, grabbed Chao Jing's wrist, and rushed towards the city gate. The ancient city gate, with its countless years of history, was heavy and impenetrable, but for the two of them, it was easily opened. As soon as they entered the city and the gate closed, tons of yellow sand crashed down, the thunderous roar almost bursting their eardrums. Chao Jing patted her ears and shook her head. When the roar in her ears subsided, she looked around. She first noticed a layer of yellowish-brown, crystalline substance above the city. This layer protected most of the buildings, preventing the city from being completely buried by the sand. Physiologically speaking, this is called the Luo-Luo Duo phenomenon, Inchi explained. The Earth's Luo-Luo Duo protected this place. Chao Jing, expressionless, said, energy engineering, a natural energy decomposition phenomenon. It refers to the protective shield formed by natural energy when encountering a major energy clash. It disappears over time, or when energy balance is achieved, often occurring in natural disasters like earthquakes and tsunamis. Inchi clicked her tongue. You humans just love to complicate simple things. Chao Jing, even if you simplify it, you wouldn't call it physiology. This is your human problem, Inchi said smugly, finally finding an opportunity to put Chao Jing down. Most humans live in cities, surrounded by steel buildings. Some are even completely isolated from nature, only remembering beasts when they need someone to spar with. I, a beast, have lived in a small town since childhood, completely in contact with nature. For us beasts, the world is a unified whole, breathing and capable of emotions. Guess why most beasts cultivate faster than humans? Because we know how to follow the spirit of the world, unlike humans, who simply and brutally seize energy. Chao Jing's eyes flickered slightly. According to you, the spires are also a unified living entity. Inchi stroked her chin. Of course they are. Do you know about nesting dolls? The world is like that. The larger world spirit nests within the land and sky spirits, and then within the smaller regional spirits. The spires definitely are. Look, regionally speaking, the spires should be nested within the continents. She paused, then clapped her hands. My thinking is too profound. I could be a medical scientist. Chao Jing, I guess you were going to say, a philosopher? The two walked along the city's main street, talking as they went. Every building they saw was covered in a thick layer of dust, appearing exceptionally desolate. Chao Jing scanned the houses along the roadside. In some homes, books and flower pots were placed on the tables. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, someone would have studied diligently, and when feeling weary, looking up at the fresh flowers would bring them joy. She saw a half-finished craft project, wrenches and pliers casually placed aside, the toolbox overflowing with tools. She also saw a counter displaying neatly arranged goods, many of which had rotted away with the passage of time and the erosion of yellow sand. Only items made of special materials remained. The further they walked, the more Chao Jing frowned at the tranquil and peaceful scene within the city. Something was wrong. It was far too orderly, completely contradicting the chaotic scene of a city abandoned by its inhabitants after an attack. Have you tidied up the city? Chao Jing asked Inchi. Inchi replied, we don't have that much free time. That's not right, Chao Jing said gravely. Historically, the ancient Pei Kingdom, due to its corruption, faced numerous rebellions and had long ago abandoned its borders and some cities to the rebels. This city has never experienced war. Her heart pounded. You could say it had no chance to attack. No chance, she said, her lips pressed tightly together. The rate of desertification around Ilan has slowed down in the last 30 years thanks to the empire's governance. However, according to past data calculations, from the edge to the ancient city, it would take at least 500 years for it to truly be invaded by desert. Yes, time had sped up. The desert of forgotten greed suddenly accelerated its desertification at a certain time. Chao Jing stared at the barrier above her head. The desertification was happening so fast that it clashed with the original energy, causing a natural energy decomposition phenomenon. And, if she wasn't mistaken, everyone in the city had vanished without a trace. Are we there? Her expression was grave. Things were clearly not as simple as she had imagined. We're here, we're here. Inchi led her into a room, waving away the dust and pointing to books on the table, mostly buried in yellow sand. There are quite a few books in the city. I remember this one is about the Qingchuan army uprising. You're interested in the Qingchuan army, aren't you? She directly used her energy to clear away the yellow sand. I read it a few years ago. I don't remember the contents very well. Want to take a look? Chao Jing carefully read the handwritten notes on the table and the scattered journals. The more she read, the colder her expression became. These people are truly outrageous. Chapter 124. Chao Jing couldn't describe her feelings after reading the notes: anger, uncontrollable rage, and intense sorrow. The person who wrote the notes was named Li Shan. Suffering from a special illness that weakened her body, she was recuperating in Anji City. Due to her health, Li Shan couldn't do heavy labor or travel far. Her greatest hobbies were reading and writing in her diary. In her diary, she meticulously recorded the past events of the Qingchuan army, and one person was always central to these events: Shenqing. Shenqing was from the Eastern Red Scale clan, a clan known for its poor adaptability to the environment. Yet, Shenqing always harbored a desire to leave her homeland and venture into the outside world. To improve her physique, She began exercising at a young age, but with little success. Later, she tried different diets, hunting many strong wild animals, and even believing in folk remedies, by eating raw animal hearts, but still without much effect. Several times, while exercising outdoors, she encountered strong winds or thunderstorms, and her body immediately displayed various symptoms. In severe cases, she would fall into a coma for 7 or 8 days, nearly dying. Upon waking, she would act as if nothing had happened and continue to try to find a solution. In Li Shan's words, Shenqing possessed the most stubborn spirit in the world. After 3 or 4 years of trying without any results, she still refused to give up. She even said that if her constitution improved even slightly, she would have more children, and things would eventually get better. The turning point came when Shenqing was 10 years old. During a thunderstorm with fierce winds, a strange beast was struck unconscious by lightning. Shenqing heard from an elder that eating the heart of a wild animal was not advisable. One had to eat the heart of a strange beast. So, enduring the discomfort of the rainy weather, she took a knife and cut open the beast's body, only to find that its heart had been transformed into a crystal-clear red bead. Overjoyed, thinking this time it would definitely work, she put the bead in her mouth. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, knocking her unconscious. She was only brought back by passing tribespeople after the rain stopped. Shenqing remained unconscious for 49 days, during which time her tribespeople took turns caring for her. Shenqing's mother and father died when she was 5 years old, succumbing to illness after hunting in the cold winds. 49 days later, Shenqing awoke, incredibly energetic. From then on, she could stroll outside even in torrential rain and blizzards without any ill effects. The red-scale tribespeople were envious, but dared not take such a great risk to alter her body. After all, being struck by lightning was no joke. Shenqing felt that she now possessed the same physical constitution as many people on the mainland, so she was determined to make something of herself. She couldn't simply have a normal body just to fish and catch birds, could she? Therefore, she left her hometown alone, enlisted in the army, and worked with great enthusiasm. She suffered many injuries, and earned many merits, rising from a lowly soldier to become the youngest general in the ancient Pei Kingdom in just 10 years. Over these 10 years, Shenqing went from being initially passionate and fearless to becoming taciturn. Gradually, she saw through the outward strength of the empire and its inner weakness, witnessing the corruption of its high-ranking officials and its decaying system. Rebellions raged along the borders. While some rebel leaders harbored evil intentions and preyed on the people, most rebels were driven to rebellion by oppression. Finally, one day, Shenqing refused orders to quell the rebellion. She led her trusted troops away, established the Qinchuan army, and vowed to overthrow the ancient Pei Kingdom and establish a fair, free, and harmonious nation. At that time, Shenqing herself was very famous on the mainland. Because of her betrayal, many soldiers and generals in the ancient Pei Kingdom rose up in response and joined her. Li Shan met Shenqing when he was still a lowly soldier. Back then, she was still healthy and followed Shenqing everywhere, witnessing firsthand the spectacular sight of many people defecting to him, shouting overthrow the corrupt Gu Pei. Among these people, one person left the deepest impression on Li Shan, Shi Lai, a former company commander in a border unit. Li Shan described her first meeting with Shi Lai as mercenary and cunning. I told her the rebel army didn't have much food, and everyone's portion was limited, she said. So she poured a bowl of white rice into a wild boar, then laughed loudly with her men, saying, even my pig got a share. Honestly, I couldn't stand her and her bandit-like subordinates. Considering the harmony within the Qinchuan army, Li Shan didn't say much, as long as they got things done. But Shi Lai would always push the boundaries even further. For example, her constant reliance on racial theories was something Li Shan swore she never heard before, a view that defined worth based on race. She once couldn't help but tell Shenqing that keeping such a person in the Qinchuan army would be a huge problem. Shenqing pondered for a long time before saying she couldn't do that. At that time, the Qinchuan army had already advanced to the heart of the ancient Pei Kingdom. One more battle, and the crumbling kingdom would be finished. Obviously, after the fall of Pei Kingdom, Shenqing, as the leader of the Qinchuan army, would be the undisputed new ruler. But how would the power structure be determined? Rumors swirled within the Qinchuan army, and if Shenqing were to drive Shi Lai away at this time, she would be seen as ungrateful, creating fear and potentially leading to a new rebellion. Li Shan, after calming down, realized she couldn't make such a hasty decision. Coincidentally, her health was deteriorating, and she decided to leave the Qinchuan army on the eve of the major battle to recuperate in Anji City, where the sun shone brightly. She reminded Shenqing to be wary of treacherous individuals within the Qinchuan army, such as Xilai. The corrupt ancient Pei kingdom had collapsed, but corruption was always caused by people. Extreme caution was essential. After arriving in Anqi City, Li Shan rarely heard news of the Qingchuan army. The city, near the desert and far from the mainland, was practically isolated. About 3 months later, one evening, Li Shan was reading when she heard a knock at the door. Opening it, she found Shenqing covered in wounds. Li Shan was shocked and helped her inside, asking what had happened. Had the ancient Pei kingdom retaliated? Shenqing, her face contorted in pain and barely alive, struggled to recount what had happened. After the complete collapse of the ancient Pei kingdom, Shenqing was busy dealing with the remaining issues when Xilai suddenly approached her, saying she wanted to be the president of the new empire. Shenqing asked in bewilderment why, but Xilai laughed wildly, leading her inside the spire and telling her that she had reached an agreement with it. The name Shenqing would never appear in this world again, and all aliens like Shenqing deserved to die. Shenqing was incredulous. Before she could ask what kind of agreement it was, the spire attacked her, and in a flash of light, stripped her of all her abilities. She desperately escaped, only to find that no one recognized her. The people had hailed Xilai as their new leader, and were attacking her. After her difficult escape, Shenqing witnessed the slaughter of various races with the spire's help, with nowhere to hide. Those few who had submitted to Xilai were called nobles of pure blood. The corrupt ancient kingdom of Pei fell, and another, more cruel order was established. The equality and freedom she desired were utterly shattered, leaving not a trace. As she finished speaking, Shenqing slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Her words were filled with anguish. She said her entire clan was dead, her daughter might be dead too, and everything she loved was gone. She said if she could do it all over again, she would be wiser. Having said this, Shenqing died with resentment in her heart. Li Shan was already sobbing uncontrollably, realizing that Xilai wouldn't let her go. So she wrote these records. One day, the truth would be revealed. One day, like Shenqing overthrowing the ancient Pei kingdom, someone would crush the cruel order. However, Li Shan never imagined that Xilai had conspired with the spire to cover the entire Anqi city with yellow sand. Fortunately, the energy surged through a barrier, protecting the city. But the residents were disappearing silently every day. Li Shan thought, one day, she would disappear too. Finally, she wrote, I hope the world can become a better place. Qiao Jing finished reading all the records, her eyes already brimming with tears. She forced herself not to cry, taking deep breaths to compose herself. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. Inchi clenched her fists. She wasn't interested in reading, so she only glanced at these notes, never expecting them to contain such things. We make these notes public, expose the truth, and let everyone see that this so-called great president is nothing but a despicable villain. She clenched her fists angrily. Qiao Jing looked at her. What if the price is taking away all your abilities? Inchi was slightly taken aback. What? Qiao Jing wiped her face heavily. Xilai can't do it alone. The spire was involved in most of the events. Asking people to acknowledge history is tantamount to acknowledging the spire's evil deeds. Even if we assume you're willing to risk having your abilities taken from the spire to stand up for the truth, what about others? How many are willing to change their impressions of the lower classes? How many are willing to stand against the spire because of this? Qiao Jing gripped her notebook tightly, enunciating each word clearly. They will only attack the lower classes more frantically, and they will spare no effort to slander the truth. Without absolute power, no word will be believed. And the power she needed was to stand atop the spire. Yin Qi's chest heaved violently. Only when Qiao Jing explained the danger did she feel fear. Would all her abilities disappear? Like an ordinary person? Or would she never have existed in this world at all? Qiao Jing said, I understand you. Everyone is afraid, and even if you were to stand up openly, I wouldn't agree, her eyes resolute. I won't drag you into this. Her expression was grave. The enemy was stronger than she had imagined. She had to be careful. Afterwards, Qiao Jing took all the notes and journals, including other books about the Qingchuan army in the city, and returned to the town before dawn. She had many things to do. After saying goodbye to Yin Qi and the others, she left and returned to Zhoulin City to integrate and analyze all the known information. She was surprised to find that the spire's ability to make Shenqing disappear, like the old phonograph, couldn't completely affect everyone. It could only selectively alter the cognition and memories of certain individuals. As Qiao Jing looked at it, a thought suddenly struck her. Were samurai more susceptible to having their cognition altered by the spire? Perhaps due to being exposed to its light, samurai, in a sense, had established a connection with the spire. For example, Her black panel, once granted ordinary people the qualifications of warriors, allows them to view the person's current status and even communicate within the panel. This miniature spire already possesses such great abilities. The spire itself can only do even more. Just as she feared, revealing the truth now would only result in a massive backlash. To expose Li's actions and define them as crimes, she first had to defeat the spire. And even if she could defeat the spire, she had to be prepared for the possibility of failure and handle everything carefully. This way, even if she herself suffered the same fate as Shinqing, the lower classes would not be harmed again. As the umpteenth heavy snowfall of this winter descended, Chao Jing had already received news from various places that, after receiving supplies, few of the lower classes in the settlements had died. The supplies had included not only food, but also medicine and some vaccines. Chao Jing used the resources of the 4 commanders to support Qi's pharmaceuticals, enabling it to rapidly expand beyond the Fengshan region, and its status in the field of pharmaceutical research and development to rise sharply. The medicines and medical aid used by the lower classes came from Qi's pharmaceutical company. Shangli, who witnessed all of this, was furious when she learned that Qi's pharmaceutical company had long since sided with Chao Jing. Before she could confront Qi Chen, she encountered Chao Jing first. Chao Jing calmly asked her what she planned to do. Shangli remained silent for a while, before saying she wanted to have a friendly discussion about future business matters. Chao Jing then told Jiying to follow her, ostensibly to learn from an elder. When Jiying returned, she told her that Shangli had simply strolled around Qi's pharmaceutical company before leaving without saying anything more. Oh, she can wander around as long as she likes. Chao Jing hung up the phone leisurely, walking in the snow, listening to the crunching sound of her footsteps. Later, she thought that the reason she and her mother were physically stronger than other members of the Red Scale clan was because of the changes Qin had made back then. It was truly a good thing, otherwise, her mother wouldn't have been able to travel so far into the Wind Mountain region, and she wouldn't have survived so tenaciously. Just as Qin insisted, you have to do something to make a difference. If you do nothing, nothing will change. Chao Jing stopped and looked at the person by the street lamp. Uncle, are you waiting for someone here? Ji Qixio, dressed lightly, smiled gently. I came out to buy some things. Would you like to come in for a while? Chao Jing's gaze shifted to the plastic bag in his hand. It was half a bag of snow, very clean and white. Okay, she smiled, walking side by side with Ji Qixio. Uncle Ji, where are you going to travel next? Ji Qixio took her hand. Probably here. Chao Jing frowned, not quite understanding. Ji Qixio led her back to their rented room. As soon as they opened the door, a blast of cold air hit them. Chao Jing pursed her lips. She saw snow piled everywhere on the floor. The air conditioner was still running, its hum, and the sound of running water seeming particularly hollow. I've been researching a celestial body lately, Ji Qixio said with a smile, emptying the bag of snow onto the frozen coffee table, then placing a small ball in the center of the snowdrift. Chao Jing was really cold. She wrapped her coat tighter and sat down beside him. What kind of celestial body is this? She knew absolutely nothing about cosmology. Ji Qixio thought for a moment. A new celestial body, but it hasn't been named yet. Its surface is covered in snow, and the temperature reaches -200 degrees Celsius. Perhaps life exists there. Chao Jing asked curiously, life exists at such a temperature? There are conditions, because this celestial body hasn't been fully explored. We only know of its existence, and a few simple data points, Ji Qixio said. Think about it, if this celestial body possesses celestial energy like us, and its surface is actually outside some kind of barrier, it's possible for life to live inside that barrier, right? Chao Jing nodded, her lips white from the cold, and couldn't help but say, Uncle, I have to go. Chow Chow, Ji Qixio smiled at her, you're very good. Suddenly, Chao Jing felt a chill run down her spine, not from the cold of the room, but from the clear emotion appearing in Ji Qixio's eyes, which always seemed to be filled with mist and haze. That indescribable emotion brought with it a sense of being watched, like countless steel needles piercing her, a malice as fierce as a raging beast lurking beneath the surface. Chao Jing stared intently into Ji Qixio's eyes. Uncle, what's wrong? Chapter 125. Ji Qixio remained gentle. His hair had grown somewhat long, and the black-rimmed glasses showed signs of wear. Compared to 6 months ago, he now possessed a more detached and easygoing demeanor. This easygoingness wasn't due to a good temper or refined character, but rather a casualness born of a reluctance to confront anything. Ji Qixio's lips curved upwards as he reached out to stroke her head. I'm fine, I'm alright. I just wanted to say you're truly remarkable. But you said something like that. Chao Jing observed his every move. He seemed easygoing, yet also burdened by a sense of unease, appearing extremely heavy. She thought of the results of her investigation, or rather, the investigation itself, simply entering his name into a browser and seeing his information appear in the encyclopedia. Chichio came from an ordinary family, an only child. He displayed exceptional talent in his studies, skipping several grades before entering university. Later, his career progressed smoothly, rising to become the director of the National Institute of Biological Research, a prominent figure in academia, especially at such a young age, with a promising future ahead. His sudden resignation shocked everyone. His close friend revealed that he needed a good rest. Some speculated he suffered from some kind of mental illness, while others said he was simply weary of everything. Chao Jing couldn't see anything wrong with Chichio. They hadn't spent much time together. She only knew he was a good person, taking her to the hospital without complaint, even enduring the doctor's scolding without arguing. Besides that, she knew nothing. She hadn't known him before. Chichio picked up the bead representing the new celestial body and brushed the snow off the table with the back of his hand. Our universe is very wondrous. How should I put it? We live in a three-dimensional world. Above us, there exist higher beings. Just like we eat an apple, four-dimensional beings could easily devour us. He chuckled. Don't you understand these things? I guess I did make it sound complicated. I rarely lectured students before, and now I even forget to highlight the key points. The mysterious universe is like watching TV, cartoons. The screenwriter writes a story, the director and many staff members create the corresponding animation, and the main characters might be a little rabbit or a little tiger. Look, the little tiger is the big bad guy who eats rabbits. From our perspective, this is a story based on animal habits, except the animals are actually controlled by the director. Chao Jing looked at him. I like watching cartoons, but I know they're not real. You're looking at it from the audience's perspective, Chichio chuckled. If you were the little tiger, could you imagine that what you consider natural is actually being manipulated? You're catching rabbits to survive. Because it's an animated film, it's not very bloody. You only know that you fail time and time again, but you don't know that it's all just a script, and you don't know that an audience is laughing at your failures, mocking your actions. Chao Jing's body stiffened. Was this the audience she understood? What exactly did Chichio know? No, she shouldn't let him continue. Let him be seen as reminding her. If he said anything more, he might face retaliation. Uncle, I understand. Chao Jing stood up. Speaking of which, I really dislike a certain character in an animated film. They cause a lot of trouble, but I know they don't have to do these things. It's the scriptwriters who arranged it that way, they have no choice. So I won't laugh at them. Maybe I'm like them, just pretending there are many spectators watching. Laugh if they want, call me stupid if they want, but I don't know, and I won't be affected. I continue doing what I need to do. Chao Jing was reminding Chichio that she already knew, and he shouldn't continue. No one knew how many were watching all this, and whether their feelings were affection or resentment. I'm leaving, goodbye uncle, she said, turning to leave. Clatter. The bead representing the celestial body fell to the ground. Chao Jing turned back, and Chichio smiled. Can I hug you, Chao Chao? Chao Jing looked at him again, nodded, and opened her arms to hug Chichio. Chichio hugged her tightly. Many people wanted to hurt you, and you overcame them, standing at the top. It's amazing. You don't know, you're even more powerful than you see. Meanwhile, the little villain's live stream. More amazing you. Very amazing, very, please remember. Chichio's words were repeated mechanically, the screen flashing with static and various gibberish. Please remember, whoosh, the screen went completely black, followed by a huge game company logo flashing in the black screen, not returning to normal for a long time. What's going on? Another bug? I'm speechless. Have these programmers saved company bosses' lives? Okay, it doesn't seem to be a program error. This page usually appears after the game is completed, right? This doesn't make sense either. How is this considered completing the game? Is this some kind of consolation prize? I checked the forums, and all the virtual character raising games are showing a black screen. Maybe the company went bust? Are they shutting down the servers? What's going on? I'm really going to protest at the company. The in-game time and external flow are different. Something important could happen in a few minutes. What's wrong with the company? Players protested in dissatisfaction, only to find on the forum that all communication between players and their virtual characters had been cut off. The screens were black except for a flashing spire icon. Countless players demanded an explanation from the official team, but there was no response. On the other side, You are very powerful, please remember. Chao Jing hugged Ji Qixio, listening to his increasingly pale words. As he slowly uttered them, a sharp, unusual sound of shattering glass rang out. In that instant, Ji Qixio suddenly transformed into countless tiny, crystal-clear cubes, each with vibrant colors and clear edges, making him look like a cartoon character. The countless cubes that made up his body crashed to the ground, then exploded like fireworks, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Gone. Chao Jing was completely stunned, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Ji Qixio had simply disappeared before her eyes. Her lips trembled, and she involuntarily stepped back, Ji Qixio's words echoing clearly in her mind. Please remember. Spire Games. Chao Jing covered her mouth with both hands, her pupils constricting. What was that? The mastermind behind all of this? Was it what made Ji Qixio disappear? Because Ji Qixio exposed this connection? Her blood rushed to her head, her scalp tingled, and she breathed heavily. She felt a bone-chilling cold, yes, a cold that penetrated to the marrow. The warmth that always surrounded her was gone. Suddenly, her foot stepped on something. She bent down to pick it up. It was the bead representing the new celestial body. Whoosh! Buzz! The air conditioner suddenly roared to life. Chao Jing jerked her head up. The snow on the ground was rapidly sucked away by the air conditioner. The sofa, coffee table, wardrobe, television. Everything was sucked away, as if it were a blur. The carpet also vanished as a blur. Chao Jing stumbled, and in the blink of an eye, she was standing on the street, the snow falling fiercely, the wind howling. She turned her head. The rental building was gone too, vanished. Chao Jing's body trembled uncontrollably. She slowly crouched down, trembling as she took out her phone and searched for Ji Qixio. The results were blank. There was no such person in the encyclopedia, no such person in this world, as if he had never existed. She had read about Shenqing's ordeal and felt anger, but experiencing it firsthand, she felt an unprecedented terror. She had climbed over mountain after mountain, thinking the powerful enemy would be an even higher mountain. In reality, the enemy was the world itself, capable of easily erasing anyone's existence, easily distorting people's perceptions. Chao Jing hugged her knees tightly, burying her head in her chest, the only sound the howling wind in her ears. Time froze, shattered in the cold. Darkness swept across the sky, the solar-powered streetlights were off, except for a small shop far, far away where lights shone. A thick layer of snow covered Chao Jing, and snowflakes continued to fall on her. Ring ring. The phone rang, startling her awake. With her frozen, red fingers, she dialed the number, and listened to the voice on the other end. Hello Chao Jing, this is Tan Jiqing. The finals will be held in the capital. Chao Jing paused. When? In 2 weeks. I suggest you leave tomorrow or the day after, because we need to do other things. Thank you, I will. Chao Jing put down the phone, took a deep breath, and stood up, leaning against the wall. She looked at the beads in her hand. She couldn't go on like this. She couldn't let Ji Qixio's sacrifice be in vain. If she delayed any longer, more people would get hurt. Ji Qixio probably knew more than she imagined. If he wanted to tell her all this from the beginning, then the so-called celestial theory must have a deeper meaning. Chao Jing walked home, pondering. Ji Qixio mentioned a very important point. Spire Games Company. Based on her previous guesses, only the audience for games is called players, and the two could be considered a perfect match. At the same time, Ji Qixio knew he would disappear after pointing out the game aspect, which was why he had gone to so much trouble beforehand, indirectly starting with animation. Director, screenwriter, staff, audience. Could Ji Qixio be telling her that this world and everything she's experienced are all part of a prearranged script? Chao Jing stopped in her tracks, her mind racing. Judging by her abilities, both the old phonograph and the current game company could alter one's perception. So, for now, she could assume the old phonograph was the game company, right? The Spire Game Company wanted to kill her. Don't dwell on the reasons. If everything was a prearranged script, the company could easily have written a script to kill her. There would be no need for such effort. The script had encountered an unexpected turn of events. What kind of unexpected turn of events? Chao Jing gazed into the thick darkness. It was consciousness. She possessed self-awareness. She watched all of this unfold and pondered. In other words, the company wrote a script, but the characters in the script possessed self-awareness, causing the plot to change, forcing the company to take risks to rectify the situation. The harm caused by this change was so great that the company was willing to expose itself to resolve it. She thought, those players around her probably couldn't see anything anymore. The game company chose to relentlessly kill her to eliminate the threat, meaning she posed a threat to the company. Chao Jing's heart pounded, forcing herself to concentrate fully on her thoughts. Her developing a self-awareness outside the script would be harmful. The company's choice to take matters into its own hands, rather than change the script, meant the script was already unchangeable. Because Chao Jing wasn't the only one developing self-awareness. Xian Xia, who subtly reminded Chao Jing, could be directly controlled by the company if she didn't have a strong enough self-awareness. Of course, there was also the deterrent effect of player surveillance. There was also Ji Qixiu, who revealed the truth. The company probably wanted him to get close to her and then kill her. Ji Qixiu had learned the truth about the world and the company's existence through some method, and thus told her. Perhaps others had developed self-awareness, but one or two people breaking free from the script's control was enough to make the company wary. Now that the company is taking matters into their own hands instead of letting players see, it seems to them that the benefits outweigh the losses, or at least they can mitigate them, and she is the source of those losses. Now that the company has openly abandoned its pretense, it will only become more ruthless and insane in the future. And the fact that the company won't make her disappear like they did with Ji Qixiu proves that such tactics don't work on her. What if the company harms those around her? Chao Jing frowned deeply. No, she shouldn't put herself in a passive position. Xian Xia was right. If a company with such powerful connections would go to such lengths to kill her, then her own abilities must be enough to make the company wary. She had to find her true power. What did she possess now? That's right, the black panel. It was made clear from the beginning, wasn't it? The Spire Games company, that Spire in the capital. Perhaps it was the embodiment of the company's consciousness. Chao Jing thought she had to go to the capital. The finals. The finals were being held in the capital. Chao Jing wiped her face heavily and continued walking. She couldn't tell anyone about this. It would likely implicate innocent people and cause their deaths. Thinking back now, considering the Spire was the embodiment of the game company, what agreement did Shi Lai sign with the Spire to make it agree to help her? According to the records, Shi Lai died of natural causes, without any backlash. The truth had to be found inside the Spire. Chao Jing suddenly stopped. She had unknowingly walked too far. Turning back, she noticed posters on the wall. They were clothing promotional posters. That outfit could transform a fresh graduate into a mature, elite professional. A flash of inspiration struck Chao Jing. Mature? Perhaps consider this. Before she cultivated, she was a beggar, barely surviving by scavenging in garbage cans. Could this she, feared by the company, not be the person she is now? They call you a villain, presumably to oppose me, the righteous one. They say you done many bad things. They mention the phrase final server launch reward, and that you killed me more than once. But the person you are now isn't the person you were before, and I don't really understand this. Xian Xia's words resurfaced in Chao Jing's mind. Since it was the game's final server launch, it meant there had been many previous launches. In those previous launches, she was different from now, not only in her self-awareness, but her very existence was outside the script. What else was different? Level? Cultivation? Thoughts? Chao Jing recalled the face she had seen several times, a face that resembled her grown-up self. She steadied herself, quickly returned to the castle, and used her mental power to probe the last room on the 5th floor. It was still a blue virtual space, nothing else was there. Then she remembered the big tree in the Daikishan Mountains. There must be something fishy about it. Chapter 126. However, when Chao Jing arrived at the Great Qi Mountain range, the giant tree had been burned to ashes. Looking at the devastation, smelling the burnt air, she knew she was right. That face truly conveyed a message that would frighten the company. That face appeared for the first time, silently saying, "You are like me." Chao Jing thought she understood those words. That face was her, perhaps from the previous game launches. The second time, she spoke many incoherent sentences, from which Chao Jing discerned many words. In the dark, starry sky, building blocks were pieced together to form a scorching hell. A group of managers were assembling the Statue of Liberty with wrenches, spying and planning errors. She currently only understood that spying might be surveillance by the game company. The rest remained incomprehensible. Chao Jing lingered for a while, before returning to the castle. She knew she probably needed a good rest, but she couldn't fall asleep. Now she was in a dead end, thinking alone wouldn't solve the problem. She had to do something. She looked at the various people on the black panel, her eyes darkening slightly. She only hoped that her escape route would be properly arranged so as not to harm anyone. The next morning, Chao Jing decided to head to the capital. Although she had the instant teleportation treasure, the matter concerned the Spire, and she feared she wouldn't have time to return once she got busy. So she arranged various affairs in the north. Jing was worried that without her, no one would control Shangli, and things might go wrong. Chao Jing told her not to worry, and that if necessary, she would have the people from the Broken Sky Pavilion sent to keep things under control. Feng Chanchuan said he had to go back to the Dead Land for some business, so Chao Jing told him to take the Fire-Eyed Lion and the Tired Wolf with him, fearing that they might inadvertently see something and face retaliation. After dealing with these matters, Chao Jing instantly teleported to the outskirts of the capital using her treasure. She gazed at the massive steel walls, her lips pressed tightly together. She stepped into the capital alone. The news that the finals would be held in the capital was spreading like wildfire on the forums, and various newspapers were also reporting it extensively. Countless people were heading to the capital to watch, and some gambling dens had even opened betting early. As soon as Chao Jing entered the capital, people recognized her and quickly moved away, the crowded streets clearing a path for her. People's eyes were filled with a variety of emotions, but no one spoke easily. The final battle was simply too impactful for many. Chao Jing ignored them, thinking that the finals were still half a month away, and Tan Jiqing had asked her to leave early. What could it be about? Should she tell Tan Jiqing now? Wait a minute, according to normal understanding, leaving early from Qiuji City to the capital by train would take at least 7 or 8 days, wouldn't it? She already arrived early. Just as the Seikage was regretting her actions, a girl in a long black dress stopped her, her voice gentle. Hello, are you Samurai Seikage? If you're here for the finals, please follow me, we arrange accommodations for you. Was she a staff member of the Samurai tournament? A Seikage didn't answer, following the girl into a black car, which immediately started moving. You came so quickly, if I hadn't happened to see you, I would have missed you. The girl smiled politely. By the way, my name is Tan Yuan. A Seikage couldn't help but glance at her again because of her name. When the car arrived at its destination, she saw that the person was indeed Tan Jiqing. Mother, I saw her and brought her here, Tan Yuan said. Then I go to the academy now. Tan Jiqing watched her go. Go on, be careful on the road. Then, Tan Jiqing looked at Chao Jing. You came quickly. Chao Jing remained silent, entering the hall and surveying the interior. She said, Vice Minister Tan, aren't you afraid of gossip if you arrange for me to stay in your own home? Tan Jiqing picked up a wine glass from the table. Who dares to say anything? Chao Jing looked at her. All right, thank you for the hospitality. Tan Jiqing observed her intently. You are indeed very impressive. Even without aggression, the gaze of such a person carries a strong sense of pressure, and Chao Jing's aura was in no way inferior. Thank you for the compliment, Chao Jing said, though I don't know whose opinion you agree with. Tan Jiqing shrugged slightly, changing the subject. A banquet will be held in 5 days, inviting the finalists. It won't be open to the public, but some counselors will attend, and I will too. Chao Jing pondered for a moment. Is it a welcome banquet? The president is holding it, who knows? She stood up, putting on her coat. I have to go to work. Ask my secretary if you have any questions. Of course, you can go out for a stroll too, She looked at her again and again. I'm just telling you where your residence in the capital is. Chao Jing leaned back in her chair, thoughtfully watching Tan Jiqing's retreating figure. This person had also done things out of line. Her statement at the end of the finals, she didn't have to applaud, she didn't have to do that. Her residence in the capital? Chao Jing tapped her fingers on the table. Now she's making her stance clear. What is she really thinking? She decided not to think about it anymore, but to first investigate the situation in the capital. In a sense, Chao Jing was the first low-class person to enter the capital, because low-class people were not allowed to live here. If anyone was found to have secretly entered the capital, they could be beaten to death in the street. Chao Jing stood in the busiest commercial square in the capital, passers-by giving her wide berths and glancing at her frequently. One law enforcement officer turned his head several times, glanced at her, patted his rifle but rolled his eyes, and turned away. Some people on the upper floors of the commercial building stared at her intently. They took many photos of her and posted them on social media, saying it was an ominous sign, and someone should do something to prevent tragedy. Chao Jing sat leisurely on a white bench in the square, a flock of white pigeons landing at her feet, pecking at grains of rice. She knew, of course, that these people disliked her, but so what? They dared not curse her angrily to her face. Speaking of business, Chao Jing had just glanced at the spire from afar. It was truly far away, only a blurry outline. The spire was surrounded by specially made steel walls within a 50-mile radius, guarded at intervals by high-ranking warriors, who also served as law enforcement officers. Outside the steel walls, a sign warned against approaching, listing basic precautions such as not using mental energy to probe, not using drones or small surveillance equipment, and not cultivating near the spire. The consequence of these precautions was certain death. After reading them, Chao Jing left, thinking that the finals were still ahead, and becoming the champion was very important to her. She had no worries about checking things out after the finals. As she pondered, her ears caught a commotion in the crowd, and she sensed a familiar energy approaching. She looked up. The newcomer was tall and slender, with a cold demeanor, and an air of arrogant superiority. It was Liu Ya, the imperial warrior who had entered the finals. The two appeared simultaneously in the square, attracting the attention of many. People secretly hoped that Liu Ya would teach this arrogant and ignorant person a lesson. Liu Ya glanced sideways at Chao Jing, gave a soft snort, and walked towards a black car without looking back. Chao Jing remained indifferent, glancing at the car only briefly before continuing to ponder her investigation results. In fact, in this age of advanced internet technology, she could find many things in encyclopedias. For example, she found that the Empire's control over the Spire's light had caused widespread discontent. People felt that the Spire's light could originally shine anywhere on the continent, but now, with the Empire's control, people could only receive the Spire's light in the capital. Ostensibly, the purpose is to prevent rebels and the lower classes, but the light from the Spire reveals whether someone is capable of cultivation after just one exposure. Those who come are under 10 years old, mostly under 7. How can the Empire determine if someone at that age is a rebel? Is it some kind of quiz? And the lower classes? In over 300 years, not a single lower-class person has been able to cultivate. What a bluff. Wild beasts and other creatures are unaffected. In the end, the Empire is only protecting its own people. It's utterly unfair. Some speculate that sending people from faraway lands to the capital would cost a fortune, and this very act is an attempt to exclude ordinary people from becoming warriors. Leaving history aside, in the current imperial power structure, 2/3 come from ordinary families. The lack of pure-blooded nobles is shameful and necessitates intervention. However, the few nobles won't openly say such things. Those high-ranking officials from humble backgrounds have already faced hardship in their rise to power, and they are all driven by pride. If they offend these people, the nobles should be prepared to be skinned alive. That's why the Empire intervenes subtly in this way, giving the nobles a chance and time. After all, some descendants, due to their privileged backgrounds, have little competitive spirit and only know how to eat, drink, and have fun. It would be fair to give these people a chance to grow. After reading the lengthy analysis, Chao Jing found it utterly absurd. Then she thought, if the Empire was behind it, it would make sense. Of course, she absolutely didn't believe this was the source of Tan Jiqing's declaration of affection. Tan Jiqing must know that her actions were tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Have you eaten? A clear voice rang out. Chao Jing looked up and saw Little Gloves, the warrior from the dead land. Chao Jing shook her head. No. Then let's go eat. Little Gloves clutched her stomach, looking dissatisfied. I asked Sister Chanchuan for help, and she said I could ask you for help. Trash Empire, trash capital, they're all so annoying. Chao Jing pursed her lips. Why, you're also your sister? Little Glove sat down beside her and asked, what's wrong? I was just asking. Chao Jing looked down and twisted her fingers. Liar, sister? She said she was her only sister, but who knows how many sisters she had in secret. But they're all from the dead lands? They must have known each other since childhood. I'm the newcomer, right? Yes, she's the younger sister who came between them. Maybe they're even sisters, but she's not. Oh, I see, Little Glove said, swinging her legs. Not that kind of older sister. Before the competition, I received orders to call her Sister Chanchuan in public, that's why I said that. In the dead lands, we all call her the Vice Lord. Chao Jing jumped up, her eyes sparkling, hungry. I treat you to a big meal. I have lots of money, of course, because I'm especially hospitable. Little Glove smiled. I used to think you were no different from the Imperials, all annoying, but Sister Chanchuan told everyone you were her only sister, and I realized you're actually quite nice. Publicly announcing her status as the only younger sister, Chao Jing paused, then said seriously, how about this, from now on, I cover all your meals in the Empire. I take good care of my sister's people, so don't worry. Okay. Little Glove skipped forward, that restaurant over there is huge, and the picture on the sign looks delicious. Let's go there. The restaurant Little Gloves pointed to was indeed very large, and there were many customers. As soon as they appeared, they attracted attention and everyone turned to look. I want to eat. Little Glove's eyes darted around, pointing to a picture. Eat this. The owner rolled his eyes, shoving the menu under the table. No, all sold out. Little Gloves narrowed her eyes. Nothing at all. Nothing, the owner scoffed, sizing up Chao Jing. We only serve human food here. Sorry, we don't offer anything else. Crash. The counter shattered as soon as the owner finished speaking. Little Glove spat, glaring at him coldly. Trash restaurant, if you have nothing, you might as well go out of business. She turned and kicked the menu that had fallen to her feet. The owner, hit by the menu, lost his balance and fell to the ground, his face flushed, furious but unable to speak. A bystander shouted, How dare you be so lawless? Chao Jing raised her eyes, coldly staring at the man, then called the police. The man choked, then shrank into the crowd, quickly disappearing from sight. The woman with the small gloves crossed her arms and raised her chin. Put away your pathetic and useless upper-class pride. You're all just trash. She glanced at the boss behind her. Even if I kill you, so what? No one in the crowd dared to utter a sound. Chao Jing, not wanting to get any more involved, left the restaurant with the woman and walked down the street, saying, I give you the money, go eat. What? Little Gloves frowned. Chao Jing said, If I'm here, you won't be able to eat a meal in peace. They're targeting me. No. Little Gloves resolutely refused. They walked side by side on the sidewalk. Some shop owners closed their doors as soon as they saw them approaching. Chao Jing thought about taking Little Gloves back to Fengshan region for a meal, and then coming back later. Ah, there's a restaurant here. Little Gloves found a restaurant. It wasn't crowded. The owner looked at them carefully, swallowing hard, and asked, What would you like to eat? Little Gloves looked at Chao Jing. What do you like to eat? Chao Jing said, Everything on the menu, 3 portions, then whispered to Little Gloves, You don't have to eat anything you don't like. The owner immediately nodded and invited them to wait in a private room on the 2nd floor. We can still find a restaurant, right? Little Gloves sat on the sofa, swaying from side to side. Chao Jing looked at her. Because this is Duan Tianji's shop. Huh? What's that? It's a kind of neutral force, very powerful. Seeing this, Chao Jing realized that Feng Changchuan hadn't told Little Gloves about Duan Tiange, so she stopped talking. After a pause, she added, The pavilion master is incredibly powerful. Especially good. After a moment of silence, really, extremely powerful. Little Gloves wrinkled her nose. Never heard of it, but I think the Vice Lord is the most powerful. Chao Jing immediately nodded vigorously. Yes, sister is the most powerful, the best. Little Gloves frowned, tilting her head to look at Chao Jing. Is the Vice Lord really that good to you? I can't even imagine that kind of scene. Everyone in the Dead Land knows that the Vice Lord is even fiercer than the Lord. Is she particularly fierce? In terms of strength, the two are about the same, but the Lord might need a little compassion to better manage her people. The Vice Lord doesn't need that. She's very strong and terrifying, truly tyrannical. I heard that if the Lord can't show his face, the Vice Lord's appearance immediately resolves the issue. Little Gloves spoke eloquently. I heard people say that a Vice Lord who isn't feared isn't a good Vice Lord. But the current Vice Lord is truly terrifying. Chao Jing rested her chin on her hands. Her impression of Feng Changchuan's terror dates back to when they first met, and after that. Sister is so gentle, sister is so considerate, she loves sister so much, she absolutely adores sister. Hey! Little Gloves couldn't help but pat Chao Jing's shoulder. What are you grinning about? Chao Jing quickly wiped her drool. No, I was just hungry because I was thinking about food. Little Gloves pouted. Honestly, it'd be here soon enough. Asakura asked curiously, Can I ask your name? Name? Why are you called Little Gloves? Do you like gloves? Little Gloves looked confused. Why would I hear such a stupid question? Because my true form is a glove, so I just made up a name for myself. Who would like gloves for no reason? Is it a fetish? Asakura was surprised. What do you mean by true form? Little Gloves was at a loss. Didn't the Vice Lord tell you about the Dead Land? All the creatures in the Dead Land are mutated. There's no concept of reproduction here. Asakura was indeed hearing this for the first time. So, was her sister also a mutated being? As if knowing what she was thinking, Little Gloves spoke frankly. The Vice Lord is one too, but I don't know what the Vice Lord's true form is. You can guess based on her energy attributes. It's usually pretty close. Chao Jing asked, Was it mutated by the light of the spire? No, that's not it. That's something from No, from their empire. The environment and energy of the Dead Land cause things inside to mutate on their own. If you go to the Dead Land, you definitely understand. Chao Jing nodded thoughtfully. She didn't think much about Feng Changchuan's matter. If she was curious, she could ask next time they met. Besides, she wasn't particularly curious. Her sister would always be her sister, and that wouldn't change. Little Gloves had an average appetite, and Chao Jing finished all the dishes. When they parted, Chao Jing gave Little Gloves money. If she was busy, Little Gloves could eat at a restaurant nearby. When they returned to Tan Jiqing's residence, it was already dark. Chao Jing entered the house just as they were eating. Tan Yuan smiled and said, "Come eat with me, I made you some." Chao Jing was about to say she already eaten, but hearing this, she went to the table. If she didn't eat, wouldn't one person's portion be wasted? No one spoke at the table. After finishing, Tan Yuan said she needed to do her homework and went back to her study. Chao Jing was also about to go back to her room when she heard Tan Jiqing's voice. "Don't go out these next few days, then come with me to the banquet." 7 hours ago, you told me I could go out freely, Chao Jing said calmly. What happened? Tan Jiqing walked past her and went straight upstairs. Trust me, it won't do you any harm. Chapter 127. Alright, Chao Jing agreed to this harmless request, then added, but I can attend the banquet alone. She returned to her bedroom, washed up, and then took out the books and notes she had obtained from the ruins of Anqi City, hoping to discover something new. For the next few days, Chao Jing kept her promise and stayed home, spending her days at home. She became acquainted with Tan Yuan, who was on vacation. Tan Yuan was completely different from Tan Jiqing. She was gentle and spoke without aggression. She was a warrior, but her rank was negligible. She was currently a student at the Imperial National Biological Research Institute. She had a large private research lab, which Chao Jing had been invited to visit, but she knew nothing about the microorganisms and fungi Tan Yuan cultivated. Just mentioning biology reminded her of the missing Ji Qixio, and her mood inevitably became heavy. The day of the banquet arrived quickly. The banquet was held at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Chao Jing again refused to accompany Tan Jiqing. Well then, good luck, Tan Jiqing said no more, stubbing out his cigarette and sizing up Chao Jing. Come here. Chao Jing took 2 steps closer, then added, closer. I'm not deaf, Chao Jing frowned. Speak plainly. Tan Jiqing chuckled, placing her hand on her shoulder and forcibly pulling her to her side. Her expression turned cold. Conscious? Your opponent might not be able to see you. Chao Jing focused, but remained silent. Tan Jiqing stared into her eyes, her imposing presence overwhelming at close range. She leaned close to Chao Jing's ear, her voice extremely low. The ultimate goal of this game is victory, to gain enormous benefits. Be prepared to fight your way out of this so-called martial arts tournament, which is actually an encirclement targeting you from the very beginning. After speaking, Tan Jiqing set off, lit another cigarette, and strode away. Don't be late, I'd be waiting for you at the banquet. Chao Jing coldly watched Tan Jiqing's retreating figure. What was the purpose and position of this high-ranking official in the Imperial Law Enforcement Bureau in approaching her? Now, she was no longer surprised. The unseen spies were one thing, the open enemies were another. She had to carefully consider Tan Jiqing. The banquet was held in a hall in the capital. The surrounding area was under martial law. Chao Jing's face was her living ID card. The law enforcement officer in charge of inspection saw her and let her pass. The moonlight was bright and clear, and the hall was brightly lit. This ancient building, with over 400 years of history, appeared somewhat aged and solemn in the aged, reddish-yellow light. Like an aging ruler, despite displaying an authoritative demeanor, it was hard not to notice that she was past her prime, her empire on the verge of collapse. As Chao Jing ascended the steps, the scene within the hall slowly unfolded before her. When she appeared at the entrance, everyone fell silent and turned to look at her. From the entrance to the central platform was a carpet with an ancient pattern, flanked by 2 rows of tables on each side. Tan Jiqing sat at the first table on the left. Beside her was Hui Mingzhou, the vice dean of the Energy Machinery Academy at the Imperial National University, and also a high-ranking judge in the martial arts tournament. Her eyes were somber, and her demeanor distant. She had a daughter named Hui Peifeng who had reached the finals. Beside Hui Mingzhou was Lu Yiling, the president of the Imperial National Bank, arrogant and capable, her every move exuding efficiency and competence. Her daughter, Luya, had entered the finals with undeniable strength. Seated next to Lu Yiling was Chu Jinyao, the president of the Imperial National Warrior Management Association and also a referee for the warrior tournament. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes lowered, her expression melancholic. All reports described her as taciturn. The rest were counselors and government officials. In the second row from the right, A woman with small gloves sat at the very end, swinging her legs and casually poking at her cake with a fork. Beside her was a warrior from the sea. Chao Jing later realized this warrior was the mermaid she had met before. The mermaid seemed uncomfortable in such a large group, her expression revealing restraint. Beside the mermaid were Hui Peifeng and Lu Ye. The former scrutinized Chao Jing with a probing gaze, while the latter haughtily raised her chin, staring straight ahead. Chao Jing's gaze was indifferent. Everyone except her was present, and all the seats were occupied. Therefore, she stared directly at the vice president, Song Xian, seated on the high platform opposite the door. She was promoted after the new president took office and previously worked in the Ministry of Education. Chao Jing strode towards the platform, her gaze fixed, then stopped below. Song Xian frowned in displeasure, saying only, "Now that you're in the capital, you should learn more about etiquette and manners. However, considering this is your first time, I won't hold it against you." She poured a glass of wine, looking at Chao Jing. "Standing here in this hall as a lowly person, you're quite impressive. I personally poured this glass for you, I acknowledge you, and from now on, I allow you to live as a superior." Chao Jing stared at the wine glass in her hand. "Is this a coronation ceremony?" "The word coronation is inappropriate." Song Xian shook her head slightly, "but you can understand it this way. It's an extremely great honor, and everyone present is a witness, witnessing this coronation." "It's my honor," Chao Jing said slowly, as she stepped onto the stairs. "To hold a coronation ceremony here, however, the details are a bit off." "What?" Song Xian felt her sharp, piercing aura and frowned uncomfortably. Chao Jing didn't take the glass of wine, but instead cracked her knuckles, then picked up the bottle and smashed it hard against Song Xian's head. "Ah! Enforcer! Enforcer! Someone come quick!" Song Xian screamed in panic, blood streaming from her forehead. Everyone in the room was shocked by Chao Jing's actions, and they all stood up, angry and astonished, speechless for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Chao Jing grabbed Song Xian by the collar and threw her into the center of the hall. Song Xian fainted on the spot. Chao Jing sat casually in the vice president's seat, propped her leg up on the edge of the table, and pushed it upwards, sending everything crashing to the floor. She then placed her other leg on top, looking down at the crowd with arrogant disdain. "Now, that's what you call a coronation." Hui Mingzhou's face darkened considerably. Just as she was about to act, her wrist was grabbed. She turned to see Tan Jiqing, a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes seemingly sparkling. Hui Mingzhou looked at her questioningly, asking what she wanted. Tan Jiqing changed his expression, saying regretfully, "Oh, our vice president is injured. Someone, take the vice president to the hospital." The law enforcement officer that Song Xian had been trying to summon earlier suddenly appeared, carrying Song Xian away from the hall. Hui Mingzhou glared at her fiercely, broke free of her grip, and turned her head away without a word. "Outrageous!" A member of parliament shouted. "The vice president has been kind to you, but a lowly person like you doesn't deserve to be here. Officer, get her out of here." But the enforcer was nowhere to be seen again. Chao Jing coldly stared at the minister. "Finished? Get out." The minister's face flushed red. Seeing no one to help him, he angrily shouted, "Why aren't you speaking? Are you really going to submit to the tyranny of these lowly people? What are you getting so worked up about?" Tan Jiqing said indifferently, "The vice president himself said this is a coronation. You and I are merely witnesses." The minister was speechless. Seeing it was Tan Jiqing, he dared not utter the words he was about to say. Finally, he angrily flung his hand and left, citing other business. Chao Jing snapped her fingers. "Thank you all for witnessing this. Enjoy your meal and drinks," but her gaze swept over everyone present. "I don't need anyone's approval. Don't flatter yourselves and become a laughingstock." No one spoke. The other woman, wearing small gloves, unabashedly gave a thumbs up, thoroughly humiliating these annoying people. It couldn't be better. The banquet proceeded in this eerie atmosphere. Most people felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, and by the end of the banquet, they fled as if escaping, afraid that staying even a second longer would lead to something terrible. "You better explain yourself clearly. What exactly are you doing?" Inside the private mansion, bathed in moonlight and dimly lit, Hui Mingzhou questioned, each word distinct, veins throbbing on his forehead. Tan Jiqing burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, don't you find it funny? Our vice president was just thrown down like that. How pathetic." Hui Mingzhou clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the table. "You think it's just Song Xian who lost face? Bullshit. She trampled all of our dignity under her feet. Do you understand what that means? Mingzhou, who are you talking to about us?" Tan Jiqing's smile faded. You and Song Xian aren't us, you and I are. And we've been abandoned by the Empire. What did you say? Hu Mingzhu, are you truly stupid, or are you just being stupid? Tan Jiqing lit a cigarette and handed it to her. The spire's light was controlled. The new president took office without warning, simply because he gained the spire's approval. Then came the vice president, then more counselors. Just because of the spire's approval, these scumbags rose up. She sneered. I, Tan Jiqing, have climbed to this position step by step from the eastern border. What merit have I not made? What honors have I not received? How many bullets have pierced my body for the Empire's safety? I can tolerate a director general with a noble status appearing, but now, 1 or 2 bastards want to climb over my head, simply because they've been approved by the spire? Ha, these beasts deserve to die. Hu Mingzhu took a deep drag on her cigarette. You said it's the spire, how are you going to deal with it? With this guy named Chao Jing? I can't deal with it, but it's satisfying to discuss these parasites of the Empire, isn't it? Tan Jiqing said. Besides, have you forgotten that this martial arts tournament was postponed by the new president at the spire's behest? The spire wants to kill Chao Jing. You won't waste time dealing with an ant, but you will definitely try every possible means, even working day and night, to deal with the Broken Sky Pavilion, because you know that the Broken Sky Pavilion's leader is very strong, and you die a terrible death if you're not serious. In the spire's eyes, Chao Jing's abilities might surpass its. Hui Mingzhou spat. Have you considered that it's easy to invite a god but hard to send him away? To put it another way, even if Chao Jing really defeats the spire, her target won't be the spire, but this empire. No one is stupid enough to possess such great power, and not want power above all others. This empire needs a reshuffle, Tan Jiqing said casually. She had the ability to seize the empire, so she has the ability to manage it. Don't you think she's arrogant? I really like her arrogance in looking down on empires. To injure the enemy 1,000, you lose 800 of your own. Hui Mingzhou tossed away her cigarette butt, propped herself up on the chair, and leaned forward to stare into Tan Jiqing's eyes, the white smoke of tobacco swirling in her face. I don't agree with your opinion. Those bastards deserve to die, but I won't be as stupid as you. Tan Jiqing gripped her shoulders. You better keep your word. Leaving Hui Mingzhou's private residence, Tan Jiqing went straight home. Upon entering, he saw Chao Jing sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a phone in her right hand, her thumb swiping the screen, seemingly engrossed in something. The banquet is not open to the public, so you'd be disappointed, Tan Jiqing said, walking towards her. Your grand scheme won't be seen. I know, because Vice Minister Tan arranged everything, didn't he? Chao Jing put down her phone, composed. But I'm curious, are you really sure your plan is foolproof? Tan Jiqing raised an eyebrow. I never mentioned any plan. Chao Jing's lips curled into a slight smile. What you can't hear, you have to observe with your eyes. For example, although the banquet was initiated by the president, the list of attendees was decided by Vice Minister Tan. I always been clear that the one who truly holds power isn't necessarily the one who's outwardly prominent. She leaned back on the sofa. Whether it's you or that Vice Dean Hui, you're more than just a figurehead. Let me guess, 2/3 of the current imperial government is your people. Is that a stretch? Seeing that Tan Jiqing was about to speak, Chao Jing raised her hand to stop him. Please wait, Vice Minister Tan, let me guess a little more. She stroked her chin, pretending to ponder. People who have worked their way up from humble beginnings in small places have far more connections and prestige than newly appointed noble officials. Let me think. Since there are so many people in the empire who support Vice Minister Tan, surely he can control the selection of the new president, right? But Vice Minister Tan is coldly indifferent to the vice president. What's going on? Ah, that's right. The vice president isn't Vice Minister Tan's preferred candidate, and the new president isn't someone he approves of either. Strange, strange indeed. How could he not even control something like this? Ah, I found the reason. Chao Jing suddenly realized, her eyes seemingly piercing through Tan Jiqing's. It's the spire. Frustrated, aren't you? Angry, aren't you? It's precisely the spire. The decision was made by the tower, and even the spire's light was controlled. What's going on? Is it to secure a place for those nobles? No, something has to be done, but who can do anything about the spire? Something's fishy. Why was this samurai tournament postponed, and why is it specifically targeting one samurai? She must have something that terrifies the spire. I have to see for myself. Preliminary rounds, finals, hiss. This samurai is indeed extraordinary. Well then, let's reach out to her. Chao Jing leaned forward, staring intently at Tan Jiqing. No problem, but Vice Minister Tan, Do you truly understand what you're shaking hands with? Tan Jiqing looked at Chao Jing, his eyes filled with astonishment, inquiry, contemplation, and admiration. He lit a cigarette and remained silent for a long time. Are you sure you want to show me your sharp thorns now? You already knew, Chao Jing said. And you also made plans for how to get rid of me later, haven't you? Fine, Tan Jiqing took a drag of his cigarette. To be honest, you're smart, at least smarter than I am at this age. Chao Jing said, you gave me a delicious bait, so you shouldn't be asking me how I caught the big fish, but rather how this fish should be divided fairly. So I'm telling you now, I want it all. Tan Jiqing stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Back to your question, sometimes understanding a person doesn't require thoroughly investigating every single thing they experienced, or what everyone around them thinks. Just a few details are enough. She shrugged. It's obvious that only one of you and the spire can exist in the end. The spire didn't let you go, and of course, you won't let it go either. Oh, and more naturally, if you win, this empire will be yours, but you won't commit genocide. So you haven't lost anything, Chao Jing said bluntly. I lost. My affair with the spire is resolved. The empire won't change. Everything will operate as it has for the past 300 years. I won. The system will be rewritten. You won't fall from grace, because I need your authority to maintain order, and you're certain I have no one else to replace you. Besides, you already extended friendly hands. Tan Jiqing shook his head slightly. Speaking so bluntly isn't conducive to strengthening the alliance. Chao Jing sneered. You call this an alliance? She tapped her fingers on the table. What if the spire controls the light only to guard against me? Then you betrayed the right person. This isn't betrayal, Tan Jiqing corrected. It's more like a twisted sense of humor. Anyway, I haven't lost anything. You're not saying that if you vindicate the lower classes later, I won't be happy, and that it would be better if I hadn't chosen you. No, because as I told you, I haven't lost anything, she said. I didn't get this position by killing the lower classes. As for ordinary people, that's their business. Chao Jing looked at her. Tan Yuan isn't a powerful warrior, and she's gentle by nature, focused on her research, and doesn't compete for anything else. She can't beat those nobles. Now she has you. If you don't, she still has me, right? Tan Jiqing's eyes flickered, and he remained silent. Chao Jing stood up. You're probably wondering why the spire wants to kill me, aren't you? Let me tell you, things are very complicated. A potential threat is looming over the entire continent, and I must resolve this as soon as possible. She turned and walked towards the second floor. If I had enough time, I would probably rein in my thorns, but I don't have the patience. I hope you can handle anything that might get in my way. Tan Jiqing watched Chao Jing's retreating figure and clicked his tongue. It seemed she had set a trap first. He should have waited more patiently. This monster would have jumped out and asked for her alliance. Chao Jing returned to her bedroom, her lips slightly pursed. As she said, she didn't have time to cultivate or find suitable candidates. The game company had already gone all in. Everything was urgent. So even if Tan Jiqing was hoping for a huge profit, she had to cooperate. After the banquet, things calmed down. Chao Jing had previously guessed that the new president's banquet was orchestrated by the spire, with the aim of doing something to her during the banquet. She disrupted the plan, and in the end, nothing happened. Tan Jiqing didn't reveal what the vice president intended to do at the banquet. It was more like he had extended an olive branch, and then subtly shifted his neutral stance towards Chao Jing's side. Chao Jing hadn't placed much hope in this person. Before the finals, nothing happened. For about 10 days, she occasionally accompanied Tan Yuan to collect samples in certain secret realms. These secret realms were untouched by humans, filled with the chirping of various insects, seemingly dancing with the light and shadow filtering through the treetops. Even in such places, Chao Jing never expected to encounter someone familiar. Meanwhile, the sudden shutdown of Spire Games angered all players, escalating the situation on the forums. Chapter 128. On the Spire Game forum, players, who usually argued fiercely over self-promotion, were now united against a common enemy, flooding the screen with condemnations of the company. At Spire, I'm so angry I can't believe it. 3 days without a peep. Are you planning to run away with the money? At Spire, darling, you're going to run away? I'm from the federal headquarters. Do you need to plan your route? Get this company bankrupt already. At Spire, release the game before you leave. Don't force me to come and beat you up. With billions in daily revenue, if you're short of money, I burn it for you, okay? I won't accept reopening the server. Absolutely not. I can't take this anymore, just you wait. At Spire. The sister upstairs looks familiar. Please don't do anything stupid, especially don't give Spire any more rewards. I give a reward my foot. I'm going to smash the company boss's head. Pa! In front of the holographic display, the woman spat, her teeth itching with anger. Her online name was Invincible Tyrant Rabbit, and she was also the chief administrator of the villain's private forum. Tyrant Rabbit had previously been raising other characters online. When the game last launched, she followed the trend of going to settle scores with the villain Chao Jing, but was immediately attracted by the tenacious little Chao Jing and chose to raise him online instead. She even changed her forum nickname to suit Chao Jing's preferences. The fact that all the bugs on her beloved Chao Jing were caused during the game's final launch was already enough to drive people crazy. But this time, the game simply shut down without a word. Tyrant Rabbit was furious. Several days passed with no response, and she had no idea what her beloved Chao Jing was suffering during that time. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She angrily picked up her notification device. Summon 50 warships within 10 minutes. That's right, bring out the elites from my escort fleet. I'm going to have a calm discussion. Tyrant Rabbit inherited her mother's business and expanded it significantly, now owning over 100 planets. Even without doing anything, billions of dollars flow into her account every minute. A vast fleet of interstellar warships sailed through space, their imposing presence causing smaller planets to go on high alert, fearing war was imminent. The game company's address was public knowledge. When Tyrant Rabbit led her fleet there, she stepped out after the hatches lowered, only to find a figure standing upright on a high-rise building. The figure was tall and slender, with a cold and stern face. He gave her a calm gaze, exuding an air of authority. Tyrant Rabbit asked, "Are you an employee of the company?" "Lin Yuan," the figure replied. Lin Yuan was a well-known spender on the game forums, consistently topping the leaderboards of whoever she virtually raised during server launches. The last time the server launched, she chose to virtually raise a minor villain. It was she who intervened and negotiated with the company to resolve the issue of the minor villain not being able to receive rewards. Tyrant Rabbit, naturally familiar with the name, frowned and said, "Even you haven't heard anything?" Lin Yuan nodded. "They left without saying goodbye. There must be something fishy going on, but we can't go in now." Tyrant Rabbit glanced around. The display screen in front of the company entrance scrolled through notices saying the entire company was on holiday, and normal business hours were to be determined. She snorted, "Just shut this place down. Why take a holiday now of all times? There's no doubt something's up." Lin Yuan said, "Breaking in without permission is illegal. If someone sees us, they call the police. At most, a fine of 200,000 yuan, nothing to brag about." "I have experience," Tyrant Rabbit said, looking around and seeing that her entourage had attracted quite a few people. She whispered, "Then let's go when no one's around, quietly." In the world, this dense forest, far from the capital, is rarely visited. Tan Yuan often comes here to collect samples and observe. It's a task requiring meticulous attention and concentration. Chao Jing stays at a comfortable distance, neither disturbing her nor failing to detect danger immediately. Suddenly, her ears caught the sound of footsteps. Turning her head, she was surprised to see who it was. Lu Ya's eyes were sharp, her expression arrogant. "What are you doing here?" Her appearance was indeed somewhat disheveled. Her clothes were torn by branches, stained with mud and grass, and her cheeks had some scratches, a far cry from her usual haughty image. Chao Jing indifferently retorted, "Do I need to report to you?" Lu Ya stared directly at her. "I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise, the trouble you cause won't be easily quelled." Her voice was soft, like a drifting ghost, making it seem even more dreamlike in the tranquil forest. Chao Jing said, "I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise the principle of the law doesn't punish everyone won't work." "Nonsense." Chao Jing was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and turned to leave. Lu Ya stared at her retreating figure, then suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Trembling, she raised her hand to touch her lips, her eyes glazed over. Gritting her teeth, she used a tree for support to get up and quickly left. Chao Jing picked up Tan Yuan, who had finished her sampling work, and drove home. On the way, she received news that the competition committee had issued an announcement. The announcement detailed the format of the finals. The competition would be held in a specially constructed martial arts arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Spectators would need to have their tickets checked in advance. The entire finals would be broadcast live on television and online, and the president and various dignitaries would be present to watch. The final winner would be personally awarded the crown by the president. On the day of the competition, the 5 finalists were drawn into a tournament, with 2 rounds of buys and 1 round of matches each day, for a total of 3 days. Chao Jing carefully examined the television broadcast sign, her eyes darting around. She called "Big Guy," reminding him to watch it and not forget. Then she asked the Broken Sky Pavilion to make the event even grander, so that all the lower classes could witness her heroic figure and how she, as a lowly person, had won the championship. On the day of the finals, the streets were deserted, and the martial arts arena was in an uproar. Chao Jing patted her ears, pursed her lips, and went into the restroom. The noise outside was really hurting her ears. Seeing Little Gloves looking at the information panel, she asked, "Studying your opponent?" Little Gloves clicked her tongue. Human talent is strange. This Liu actually reached the Supreme King level in such a short time, maybe even the advanced level. Pushing herself, the effect is so significant? Chao Jing's thoughts stirred slightly. She simply said, her level was already very high, and her strength was very strong. Breaking through to the Supreme King level isn't surprising. Oh! Little Glove stopped looking and gazed out the window, listening to the host's elaborate and lengthy opening remarks. Chao Jing pursed her lips. If the game company interfered, this match wouldn't be easy, but no matter what, she had to win. The host controlled the atmosphere, first introducing the president and ministers with incredibly beautiful rhetoric, eliciting continuous applause. Han Mingzhou's eyes were gloomy, as he silently watched everything. "Cheer up," Tan Jiqing said lightly, "maybe something happy will happen." "Don't talk to me." Han Mai glared at her, then shifted his focus to the warriors, who were following the referee's instructions and entering the arena to draw lots. 5 samurai appeared, further intensifying the atmosphere. The crowd chanted their chosen samurai's name, quickly turning into a chorus of shouts. "Inferior, get off! Inferior, get off!" Asakage remained indifferent, her gaze cold. The host watched for a while before speaking to quiet the audience. "Please, everyone calm down. Next, we will draw lots." The samurai drew lots in turn, and the camera zoomed in to show the results. In the first round, Little Gloves received a bye. Asakage faced Hibiki, and Luya faced the mermaid. This round of matches would take place in 2 adjacent arenas, giving the audience half an hour to change seats. "It's me against her," Hibiki muttered to herself, arms crossed. She had observed Asakage before, and based on her understanding from the virtual arena, Asakage fought without weapons, techniques, or secret skills, relying solely on her energy. This fighting style is rare. Secret techniques are used to unleash tremendous power from limited energy. However, every technique has a weakness and is easily exploited. Therefore, a warrior typically needs to learn multiple techniques to avoid being at a disadvantage. This applies to warriors of similar strength. If the strength difference between the two is significant, even with 1,000 secret techniques, defeat is inevitable. That said, Chao Jing's rare fighting style also gives her something very valuable. She has no weaknesses. From virtual arenas to martial arts tournaments, there is no shortage of video footage of Chao Jing's battles. Many on the Qingyao forum dislike her, yet no one has yet figured out her weaknesses because there's simply nothing to study. Chao Jing fights with energy. An energy tentacle strikes. If someone is stronger, she can fight. If weaker, she's defeated on the spot, and may even suffer psychological trauma. It's simple, brutal, and impossible to analyze. The only option is to brute force it. Hui Peifeng pondered, glancing at Chao Jing not far away. An opponent he would have to deal with at full strength. Chao Jing recalled Hui Peifeng. She was Hui Mingzhou's daughter, possessing a diverse array of energy weapons, each one she was highly proficient in. She was exceptionally talented and incredibly hardworking, frequently training in dangerous secret realms. Her progress was remarkably rapid. Each level she broke through achieved through genuine combat. "Good luck," Little Glove said. "I be watching you from here." Chao Jing snapped out of her reverie. "Thank you, I will. I hope we can have a match." She took out her phone. "Could you take some pictures for me?" "No problem. How many do you need?" "Take as many as you can." Little Gloves nodded, jumped into the audience seats, and gave her a thumbs up. Feng Changchuan watched the finals live on her phone. She believed in Chao Jing's abilities, but was worried about unforeseen circumstances. "It's her," a chilling voice came from behind her. "She's really good." Feng Changchuan lowered his eyelids. "Of course, she's remarkable. We should invite her to the Dead Land. She's an honored guest." "I know, sister." Within half an hour, the audience had taken their seats, and the number of people on Chao Jing and Hui Peifeng's side was clearly greater than those on the other martial arts arena. "Go for it. Crushing those lowlifes depends on you," someone shouted from the audience. Hui Peifeng turned around and said fiercely, "Get lost. Don't try to order me around. If you say another word, I'd be the first to beat you up." The man immediately fell silent. Chao Jing found it amusing and coughed. "Well then, let's begin." A blue-silver scimitar appeared in Hui Peifeng's hand, one of her most frequently used weapons. Her eyes were resolute as she launched the first attack, her body charging forward like an arrow released from a bow. Her momentum was so fierce that it created gusts of wind. Chao Jing's expression hardened, and several strands of dark gray energy rose from the ground, attacking Hui Peifeng with overwhelming force. Hui Peifeng's energy attribute was light. When she imbued her scimitar with energy to unleash her attack, the burst of light was blinding. She swiftly swung her scimitar, severing the energy. She knew that she had to get close to Chao Jing in their fight, otherwise, being entangled by the energy tentacles would drain her energy and lead to defeat. She then drew a pistol and fired into the sky. Instantly, countless points of light exploded like fireworks, falling and binding the dark gray energy. As the two energies merged, she reached Chao Jing's side and swung her greatsword down. A Sekige reacted swiftly, dodging the attack while simultaneously grabbing the curved blade with her energy-infused hand as it fell. With a sudden burst of strength, she kicked Hai's hand, forcefully disarming him. Then, a Sekige, wielding the curved blade, slashed at Hai. Hai was stunned. It was the first time she'd seen someone disarm another in combat. Recovering, she drew her sword to parry the curved blade's attack. The weapons clashed, producing a crisp, solid sound. A Sekige was unfamiliar with weapons, and even with them, she could only perform simple movements. Using a weapon would only hinder her movements, so after a few exchanges, she tossed the curved blade aside, giving Hai no chance to catch her breath. A torrent of energy surged forth, its momentum overwhelming. The two exchanged blows, and within 2 minutes of the match beginning, the battle was incredibly fierce, with neither gaining the upper hand. After several exchanges, Chao Jing had a rough idea of Hui Peifeng's strength and unleashed her full power, preparing to finish her off as quickly as possible. She knew she could win. Just then, Hui Peifeng's aura suddenly surged. Chao Jing narrowed her eyes. It was the same again. A fierce wind swept through the arena, and countless rays of light converged on Hui Peifeng. Countless energies surged into her body, causing her level to rise abruptly. Hui Peifeng gripped her sword tightly. She felt an unparalleled power within her, as if all the energy in the world was at her command. The level increase brought with it extremely high and powerful perception. She heard a voice deep within her mind. Kill Chao Jing, and you will gain even greater power. It seemed this voice was proving it could do it. Hui Peifeng's level reached the maximum of the Supreme King level, and was still rising, all within less than 3 seconds. Chao Jing knew that if she allowed Hui Peifeng to continue leveling up, she absolutely could not win. She had to finish her off as soon as possible. She controlled the energy absorption, denying Hui Peifeng the chance to absorb the surrounding energy. Several tentacles attacked Hui Peifeng simultaneously. Wait! Hui Peifeng suddenly spoke, his voice clear and bright. Chao Jing was taken aback. She couldn't stop. That would give Hui Peifeng time to level up, meaning her chances of winning would become increasingly slim. But she stopped in the end, simply because of Hui Peifeng's determined and bright eyes. The sudden change in the arena silenced the excited crowd, who stared at the two, not understanding why they had stopped. Hui Peifeng angrily waved her hand, the light around her vanishing without a trace. She felt the boundless power within her, a power capable of destroying the world. With such power, she could do anything. Becoming the champion of this competition would be a piece of cake. She took a deep breath, raised her arm, and snapped the long sword in her hand in two. Then she turned and left the arena, striding away, leaving only an unwavering voice. I forfeit. Chapter 129. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. The entire arena erupted in uproar, bewildered as to why Hui Peifeng had suddenly forfeited the match. Chao Jing was even more confused, staring at Hui Peifeng's tall, upright figure, utterly perplexed. The final result would be announced by the referee panel. The others remained silent, not daring to glance at Hui Mingzhou, who radiated an icy aura, each feigning deafness and ignorance. Hui Mingzhou clenched her fists, glaring at Tan Jiqing. Is this what you call something to be happy about? With that, she abruptly stood up and left the arena. Tan Jiqing shrugged helplessly. Is it my fault? Hui Peifeng had just returned home when Hui Mingzhou followed, coldly questioning, What's wrong with you? Get back to the competition right now. I already announced my withdrawal. She poured herself a large glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. But you, aren't you ashamed of abandoning your post? Hui Mingzhou slammed his hand heavily on the table. Hui Peifeng, you better give me a reasonable explanation. An explanation? Hui Peifeng scoffed, raising his chin arrogantly. I tell you what an explanation is. You didn't notice how ridiculously my abilities improved while I was fighting Chao Jing, did you? There's a power helping me. As long as I kill Chao Jing, I have even greater power. Do you understand? This voice wants to kill Chao Jing. You want to use me as a weapon. You think I'm hallucinating? But I really have become stronger. She spat. What do you mean by this? I'm competing with her. Do you even know what a competition is? I'm going to fight her fair and square, not win through such underhanded means. I, Hui Peifeng, dare to compete. I can win, and I can afford to lose, she said, enunciating each word clearly. Using such methods is an insult to me, an insult to my samurai spirit. Hui Mingzhou stared at her for a long time before turning away. That sword cost 367 million. Deduct it from your allowance. Don't think my research is easy. Hui Peifeng shuddered. How can it be so expensive? This is robbery. With her opponent forfeiting, the match couldn't continue. Chao Jing simply returned to the rest room. Little Gloves arrived just then, equally bewildered by Hui Peifeng's forfeit. After a while, she added that Lu Yao had won the match over there. As expected, Lu Yao was now at the king level, mermaid gold pearl level. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Yao was bound to win. She waited a short while before the referee announced the results. Chao Jing, Lu Yao, and Little Gloves advanced to the next round, clearly acknowledging Hui Peifeng's forfeit. However, the audience was dissatisfied with the result and began to hurl insults, believing that Hui Peifeng had been paid off or that she was unworthy of being a samurai, bowing down to inferiors. Before they could finish their tirade, Hui Peifeng gave them a sound beating. The hot-blooded audience then realized who Hui Peifeng was, how fierce her style was, and that provoking her was tantamount to suicide, especially with Hui Mingzhou behind her. The frustrated audience had nowhere to vent their anger, so they targeted Chao Jing. Not daring to speak in person, they vented their righteous indignation on the Qingya forum, cursing the inferiors for influencing the samurai. After only a few words, accounts that appeared out of nowhere launched a full-scale attack on the angry audience, each one as powerful as 100, their insults so potent that many couldn't withstand them. Chao Jing looked at the battle record screenshots Tao Xian sent on the forum and felt a chill. She quickly thanked her for helping to refute the claims, not daring to say anything more. After the referee announced the results, the second round of draws took place. Chao Jing received a bye, and Little Gloves faced Lu Yao. Good luck. Chao Jing went to Little Gloves specifically to encourage her. Little Gloves seemed thoughtful. She's very strong, but... As she spoke, Lu Yao approached, her gaze passing over Little Gloves and landing on Chao Jing, her eyes cold. Actually, you could have lived if you had behaved and not coveted what wasn't yours. Are we that close? Chao Jing said indifferently, Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. Lu Yao looked at Little Gloves. You can leave now. Little Gloves huffed a few times in dissatisfaction, muttered a few words, and left. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yao approached Chao Jing and whispered, I'm not just talking to you about the competition, Chao Jing. You better think carefully about the consequences of your stubbornness. If you continue to be so obstinate, you won't be the only one to suffer a miserable end. I think you should know what kind of ending you had. After saying that, she left. Chao Jing frowned. Something about that didn't sound right. What had happened to her? What did Lu Yao know? Could it be what she thought, that Lu Yao was also involved in some secret? She looked around. The audience hadn't left yet, there were people everywhere. After a moment's thought, she left through another passage. That night, on the lawn of the private mansion, Tan Jiqing lit a cigarette for himself. What do you want? He asked. Hui Mingzhou remained silent, first downing a large glass of wine. After a long while, he asked, Are you sure Chao Jing has a chance to win? Not sure, Tan Jiqing said with a faint smile. I'm just killing time anyway, might as well have some fun. Hui Mingzhou gritted his teeth. Sometimes, I really want to smash your face. Oh, it seems your emotional management skills have improved quite a bit, Tan Jiqing said with an air of nonchalance. Things aren't that simple, Hui Mingzhou said seriously. Whether it's the Spire or Chao Jing, if you value Chao Jing, you should do something. It's obvious she's at a disadvantage. Tan Jiqing said, I don't care what situation she's in, but Mingzhou, you need to understand that for someone like that, doing nothing is the biggest help you can give. She leaned closer to Hui Mingzhou, exhaling a smoke ring that hit his face. Looks like someone's going to make a foolish mistake like me. Hui Mingzhou. Zhou glared at her coldly and said, In the duel between Lu Yao and Little Gloves, Lu Yao will most likely win. If she faces Chao Jing afterwards, it won't end well. Tan Jiqing thought for a moment. Lu Yiling, although she's a noblewoman, is alright. Lu Yao is a good child too. As for this matter. She stood up, raised her chin. Come on, let's go scare her. Scare who? Hui Mingzhou was puzzled, admitting she didn't have Tan Jiqing's cunning, and sometimes could only understand about 70 to 80% of her actions. Tan Jiqing's eyes flashed with slyness. Do you know what we're doing? It's logistical work. Didn't you just say that doing nothing is helping? Hui Mingzhou retorted. Tan Jiqing glanced at her. I knew Pei Feng was so straightforward. She just followed her mother. Get lost. Tan Jiqing didn't call his assistant or have any guards accompany him. He personally drove Hui Mingzhou onto the brightly lit streets, and soon they arrived at their destination. After getting out of the car, Hui Mingzhou looked towards Imperial Warrior Academy. Seeing the sign, he knew who Tan Jiqing was looking for and followed without a word. The guard at the entrance was dozing off. Seeing them, he was terrified and immediately bowed respectfully. Vice Minister Tan, Vice Dean Hui, hello. Tan Jiqing waved his hand. No need to disturb anyone, we're just looking around. Yes. The guard didn't dare breathe, and even after they were out of sight, his wildly beating heart couldn't calm down. The two took the elevator with practiced ease, pressing the button for the 3rd floor. With a ding, the elevator arrived. At this time, the faculty had all gone home, and most of the office buildings were dark, except for a soft light shining from the windows in the middle of the 3rd floor corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The office door was ajar. Tan Jiqing knocked and then pushed the door open, saying loudly, President Chu works tirelessly, day and night. It's truly admirable. Chu Jinyao turned to look at them, asking questioningly, Vice Minister Tan, is there something you need from Vice Dean Hui? Nothing, Tan Jiqing smiled. I was just taking a stroll and came to check on things. She casually pulled up a chair and sat down next to Chu Jinyao, her smile tinged with coldness. Hui Mingzhou sat directly on Chu Jinyao's desk, arms crossed, his aura chilling. Those who have climbed their way up from humble beginnings possess a certain ruthlessness and banditry, their hands stained with blood. Even casual conversation carries an undeniable pressure. Under the combined chilling aura of the two, Chu Jinyao awkwardly pushed up her glasses with her index finger, saying cautiously, I'm just looking at the information on the warriors participating in the competition. There are many excellent warriors who can directly study at the Imperial Capital General Academy. That's really great. The workload must be immense, right? President Chu, please get plenty of rest, Tan Jiqing praised. Chu Jinyao nodded. Thank you, I will make sure to rest. The same goes for you both. Vice Minister Tan has been busy since leaving the capital for the preliminary rounds. He must be even more exhausted. Please take care of yourselves too. Tan Jiqing sighed. Speaking of which, I've been having insomnia lately, otherwise I wouldn't have dragged Vice Dean Hui for a walk. Have you been to the hospital? Yes, the doctor said it was due to too much stress. Chu Jinyao paused. Too much stress. Tan Jiqing tapped the table helplessly. President Chu comes from a noble family, so naturally you can't understand the feelings of us lower-class people. Sai, you and I both know that while the Empire controls the Spire's radiance, in reality, it's the Spire's will. The once fair radiance now only remains in the capital. The path for the lower classes is becoming increasingly difficult. We're all interconnected. How can I not feel heartbroken seeing this? Fine beads of sweat appeared on Chu Jinyao's forehead, and she remained silent, her lips pressed together. Tan Jiqing clicked his tongue. President Chu, to be blunt, I'm not targeting you. Please don't take offense. For people like us from the bottom, education is just for literacy. Becoming an official or getting promoted is out of the question. We already lost completely at the starting line of being born into a wealthy family. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. There are many unfair things in the world. 1 or 2 more things being taken away by nobles are nothing. The common people can still rise above their station as warriors. Their own cultivation strength is always their capital. But now that the Spire's light is controlled, it's like cutting off our path to survival. She smiled helplessly, her eyes burning. It's somewhat sad, and somewhat infuriating. How can they not even leave us a way to live? Chu Jinyao wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand and said, Vice Minister Tan, do you believe the rumors circulating outside? But you also said that this is the will of the Spire, not controlled by the nobles. There's no smoke without fire, Tan Jiqing said. President Chu, I used to think the same way, but then I suddenly realized that our founding president, Shi Lai, was able to communicate with the Spire. Do you think the Spire has only ever recognized the nobles? I'm not quite sure. Snap. Hui Mingzhou snapped a pen in half and said coldly, damn their ancestors. Hiss, Mingzhou, watch your tone. Don't scare President Chu, Tan Jiqing said, shaking his head slightly. President Chu, please don't mind. We rough men use rough language. It's not meant to be directed at you. Chu Ji now wiped the sweat from her brow again. Actually, if the impact is too great, the Empire can establish a foundation and select suitable people from various places. Free admission to the capital, to be bathed in the light of the spire. President Chu's suggestion is good. Tan Jiqing changed the subject. But if the spire excludes the lower classes, then this foundation probably won't be able to be established. Okay, let's assume we establish a foundation, but how do we select the personnel? How do we ensure that the staff don't embezzle or accept bribes? Whoever pays the most gets selected. President Chu, don't be so idealistic. I understand lower-level officials better than you do. She picked up Chu Jinyu's notebook. Our empire is like this notebook. The capital is the new and magnificent cover, but once you open it, she said, opening the notebook with one hand, you find that the paper is all worn out. Chu Jinyao bit her lower lip, pushing up her glasses again with her finger. I mean, if that's really the case, I sympathize deeply with the plight of the vast majority of people in the empire. If help is needed, I'd be there without hesitation. Tan Jiqing patted her shoulder. With Chairman Chu's attitude, I'm relieved. Chairman Chu is truly benevolent and courageous. Vice Minister Tan, you flatter me. I should be able to sleep well tonight. Tan Jiqing stood up and dusted himself off. Let's go. Hui Mingzhou glanced at Chu Jinyao and walked straight away. Chu Jinyao stiffly ran her fingers through her hair, her lips pale. You did something truly despicable, actually threatening the sentimental and fragile Chairman Chu. Once in the car, Hui Mingzhou shook his head. Tan Jiqing looked at her. Why would you ruin someone's pen if you're not a beast? She doesn't only have that one pen. The point is what you said. Come on, you're the one who keep her up at night. The red light flashed a countdown, and Tan Jiqing tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers. Mingzhou, this will be a historic event. No matter what, we must have at least 2 paths to take, to move forward indirectly. Hui Mingzhou, a cigarette between his fingers, said in a deep voice. I know, no matter how many paths we find, there is no turning back. The next day, in the second round of the competition, Chao Jing watched from a distance from the stands. The result was predictable. The gold pearl level glove was defeated by Liu Ya. After this round, there was no need for a draw. The competition between Chao Jing and Liu Ya would be held directly the next day, and one of them would be the champion. She's much stronger than before. Chao Jing glanced sideways. Hui Peifeng stroked his chin and looked at her. Be careful, after all, it's a life-or-death match. Chao Jing hummed in agreement. Hui Peifeng frowned. What are you eyeing about? Did you understand? Chao Jing, I know someone wants to kill me. Well, she's not stupid after all. Hui Peifeng had thought about it all night, whether or not to tell Chao Jing about it. The competition was one thing, but this whole thing was bizarre enough. In the end, her mother told her not to be too sure of herself, that Chao Jing would understand. She wasn't reassured, and now it seemed she really did understand. Chao Jing, She didn't want to talk anymore. She went to find the small gloves, asking if the other person was going back to the dead land. Just as she entered the lounge, something was thrown at her. Chapter 130. Chao Jing reacted quickly, dodging the object. Looking up, she saw the entire lounge was a mess, littered with broken glass and plant debris. She herself was in no better shape. Her clothes were filthy, her once knee-high ponytail now a disheveled mess, a far cry from the person who had just stood on the platform receiving her award and basking in glory. Chao Jing frowned. What's wrong? Liu Ya gasped for breath, suddenly looking up at her, her eyes filled with pity, resentment, disgust, and pleading. Nothing, she said coldly, picking up a comb to brush her hair, her arms trembling. Finally, she threw the comb away, covering her mouth with her hands, her chest heaving. Chao Jing wanted to say something more, but seeing Liu Yiling approach, she hesitated for a moment, then left. From a distance, she watched as Liu Yiling entered the lounge and closed the door. Chao Jing. What are you doing? Little gloves bounced around, showing little sadness at her defeat. In her words, she wanted the attention of the Lord of the Dead Lands more than the attention of the Empire. I was just about to look for you, Chao Jing said, coming back to her senses. When you were fighting Liu Ya, did you notice anything strange? Little gloves tilted her head and thought for a moment. No, her moves were sharp and decisive. She's always been like this. Chao Jing saw Liu Yiling come out, followed closely by Liu Ya, who had regained her usual haughty and refined demeanor. She changed the subject. Are you going back now? Little Glove said, I asked the Vice Lord, and she said I go back to the Dead Lands with you. With me. Chao Jing opened her phone. Yeah, after the competition, I take you to the Dead Land. But I'd probably be very busy afterwards. Chao Jing saw the message from Feng Chanchuan, thought for a moment, and called him. It took Feng Chanchuan a while to answer. Sister, there's a lot to take care of after the competition, so I might not be able to go to the Dead Land for a while. It's alright, little one. Come over after you've taken care of everything. You might gain some new insights here. Okay, sister, I take care of it as soon as possible. Chao Jing put down her phone, frowning slightly. Her sister's voice sounded downcast. She never used this tone when they talked on the phone before. Had something happened? Little Gloves, has anything been wrong in the Dead Land lately? Little Gloves wrinkled her nose. Of course not. What could possibly happen? What's wrong? Did the Vice Lord say something to you? Chao Jing shook her head. He didn't say anything, but I feel like you're unhappy. Little Gloves looked at her. Oh, I don't really understand. I never seen the Vice Lord happy. Chao Jing could only give up, thinking that she would go to the Dead Land as soon as she was done. If something was wrong, she could deal with it when she saw her sister in person. Afterwards, she parted ways with the Little Gloves and returned to the manor. Tan Jiqing hadn't returned. Tan Yuan was in the living room reading the newspaper when she saw her and smiled. You're back. Good luck in tomorrow's competition. Thank you, I will, Chao Jing said, sitting beside her. She asked thoughtfully, do you know much about people your age in the capital? Tan Yuan's eyes darted around. You mean Peifeng and the others? Peifeng and I grew up together. We're very good friends. But she's busy with cultivation, and I'm focused on my research, so we gradually lost touch. Are you curious why Peifeng withdrew from the competition? She frowned. To be honest, I find it strange too. She fights with all her might and never gives up, but after asking her, she didn't tell me. Chao Jing nodded thoughtfully, then heard Tan Yuan say, I don't really know the others very well, like that samurai Luya who competed against you. Chao Jing's eyes flickered slightly. Tan Yuan said, 5 years ago, we were in the same classroom. She was intelligent and quick-witted, and always did her homework very well, but she was too arrogant and somewhat aloof. I never interacted with her, and... She suddenly paused, lowering her eyelids and pursing her lips. Chao Jing asked, and what? Is it inconvenient to say? It's not inconvenient, Tan Yuan said. It's just that saying such things in front of you is like asking, why don't they eat meat porridge? Chao Jing shook her head. It's alright, go ahead. Tan Yuan looked at her, got up, and led her to a bench under a large tree in the backyard. She sighed softly. In fact, there is a serious class division within the empire. I think the problems I encounter, coming from the lower class, are nothing compared to yours. Chao Jing paused. Discrimination from the nobility? Yes, discrimination brings suppression in all aspects. Tan Yuan twisted her fingers. It might not be so obvious in other places, but it's especially evident in the capital. The upper-class power is firmly controlled by the nobility. The increasing presence of people from the lower class in the capital's power structure ultimately results in the suppression of the spire's brilliance. At times like this, the air is already thick with tension. After all, ordinary people make up the majority, and everyone is increasingly on edge, watching every new regulation being introduced. When I was in college, the division between the two sides was quite severe. If you easily cross the line, you'd be isolated. Given my status, as the daughter of Vice Minister Tan, it seems I should play a leading role. Tan Yuan smiled awkwardly. It's become even more serious in the last 2 years. The former president came from a humble background and left before completing his term due to the spire issue, which made many people unhappy. The changes are rapid. I think that's why my mother contacted you. Chao Jing looked at her, silent, listening attentively. Tan Yuan shook her head helplessly. I know my mother fairly well. She's always been someone who seeks fortune through risk. Contacting you probably means she wants to use your power, or the power of the lower classes as a whole, to change something. But this also comes with the need to give you or the lower classes benefits, perhaps abolishing the lower class system? But I know that with your personality, you would never accept her doing such a thing with the empire, so she remained silent. My mother is definitely on your side. Tan Yuan took a deep breath, but others won't. Not just nobles, but ordinary people too. You know, for many, this means losing certain powers. Class equality simultaneously means the decline of certain classes. I'm sorry, I never thought about such a thing, and I can't imagine how it could succeed, not even now. Chao Jing took a deep breath, gazing into the distance. To be honest, I can't imagine it either. I simply can't imagine what it would be like for someone like me, a lower class, to walk normally down the street, laughing and talking. But it's precisely because I can't imagine it that I'm willing to do anything, so that I can see it with my own eyes. She patted Tan Yuan on the shoulder. Do you want to know why Vice Minister Tan never cares about the thoughts of ordinary people, whether they will revolt, whether they will hold activities to resist the lower classes? Tan Yuan said, does Mother have a way to quell the riots? Or does she rely on orders? I think orders are sometimes really useless. That's because the power you understand is theoretical, merely something you've seen. Chao Jing's eyes were firm. If you were like me, or like Vice Minister Tan, and held real power, you would know that there are no useless orders in this world. If there are, it's because the power is insufficient. When your influence and deterrence permeate every inch of this world, then even your ordinary breath will make people tremble with fear. People resent you and curse you in their hearts? Don't worry about it. No one dares to say it aloud. When they see your picture, they will all be respectful. Chao Jing stood up. Watch closely, I will win. Clarifying history is to give an explanation to Shinqing, to vindicate all the dead lower classes, to tear open this ugly history, and to reveal Shi Lai's true face. And she, from beginning to end, never considered patiently explaining to the upper and lower classes how difficult it is, telling them that everyone is equal, or hoping to move them to change their minds. She never even considered it. She demanded that people accept her ideas. Whether they could change their minds was irrelevant, as long as the outward appearance was perfect, down to the smallest detail. Furthermore, anyone who disliked the lower classes was to keep their resentment to themselves. She demanded that they not only refrain from showing it in real life, but also from acting recklessly in the virtual world of the internet. The power she desired was one that could encompass the entire continent, one that was absolutely unquestionable. Tan Yuan looked up and saw her standing against the light, like a deity, unparalleled in the world. I believe I will soon see that day. The final round of the grand finals began on time. This time, the audience was far larger than the previous two, and the scene was even more grand and magnificent. From afar, Chao Jing could hear many people cheering for Luya. She shrugged. As the host gave his opening remarks, her gaze fell on the judges' platform. Besides a few familiar faces, there were also newcomers, such as Vice President Song Xian, who hadn't been present at the match the day before yesterday. Judging from his expression, he harbored resentment towards her. The match was also being broadcast live, with cameras everywhere. Chao Jing took out her phone, and saw that the live stream was switching between multiple perspectives. Next, please welcome the two combatants to the arena. With the host's booming voice, Chao Jing left the lounge, strode into the arena, stood straight, and looked at Luya, whose expression was indifferent. After the referees confirmed everything was correct, energy shields were raised around the competition area to prevent spectators from being accidentally injured. Who do you think will win? Tan Jiqing asked Luya Ling. Hui Mingzhou glared at her, thinking to himself, why is she so nosy? Why did she have to ask that? Luya Ling's expression remained unchanged. She simply said, having reached the finals, regardless of who wins, both of you are brave and fearless warriors. Winning or losing is just a game. There's no such thing as victory or defeat in life. Tan Jiqing raised an eyebrow. We should set up a camera over here for President Liu. Such nice words. Luya Ling gave her a cold look and simply remained silent. Once you two warriors are ready, you may begin. A sage looked at Luya, whose energy attribute was plant-based, possessing both strong offensive and defensive capabilities, similar to her own energy absorption. If she attacked, it would come from all directions. As soon as she finished thinking, countless vines rose from the ground around her, aggressively attacking her, blotting out the sky and unstoppable. Almost simultaneously, a dense, dark gray energy entangled the vines, unleashing powerful destructive force as it absorbed their energy, instantly crushing them. The dense fragments of vines fell, swirling around the two of them in the wind. Asaki's pupils constricted. What was this? The surrounding scenery had changed without her noticing. The crowded stands had vanished, replaced by a desolate valley. The sky was overcast, the earth cracked with several glaring fissures, and a strong wind blew, carrying fine sand that cut into the skin. Chao Jing let out a heavy sigh. Was this a virtual scenario created by the game company specifically to kill her? What's going on? Hui Mingzhou whispered, staring at the massive display image in the arena. Can Luya really do this? Tan Jiqing's expression remained calm. Think about what happened to Pei Feng. I knew it wouldn't be easy. The audience in the arena erupted in commotion, clearly not understanding why the battle had turned out this way, but all they could do was continue watching. Chao Jing focused her attention. This scene was different from ordinary virtual arenas. A powerful force was suppressing her level, the intensity continuously increasing, making her extremely uncomfortable. Just as she was pondering, Luya attacked with her sword, vines sprouting from the ground to form steps for her, reaching Chao Jing in an instant. Chao Jing desperately tried to defend with her energy, but she was no match. She only managed to hold out for less than 3 seconds before being sent flying into the valley, kicking up clouds of dust. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if her internal organs had been shattered. She fought off the relentless advance of Luya, while desperately trying to break through the limitations. Upon entering the virtual environment, Chao Jing was immediately at a disadvantage. Luya's merciless attacks quickly left her battered and bruised. Although she managed to inflict a few wounds on Luya, it was of no concern to her. Cough cough. Chao Jing spat out blood and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. If she didn't break through the limitations of the environment quickly, she would surely die. The limitations within this environment seemed like an innate shackle. Even though she clearly knew it was a limitation, her body naturally accepted the suppression, unable to exert any power. Her body? Living in this land, it was hard not to be affected. Oh right, it was her soul. It had been like this from the beginning. The company was only hunting her down because she had developed self-awareness. She tried to break through with her mental power, but a buzzing and rattling sound filled her mind, giving her a splitting headache. Whoosh! Luya swung her sword at her arm again, blood spurting out, a blinding crimson. Chao Jing retreated quickly. Was she seeing things? In the fleeting instant the sword pierced her skin, the spurting blood seemed to transform into strange crystals. That sword. She stared at the sword in Luya's hand. Something was wrong. It wasn't an ordinary energy weapon, it was composed of countless numbers. But Chao Jing only caught a glimpse of it before the crystals and numbers vanished. Luya, like a tireless fighting machine, attacked again. Chao Jing had no time to think. In a desperate gamble, she unleashed all her devouring energy, recklessly absorbing all the energy of this world. She sensed the plant energy that didn't belong to Luya, but it didn't matter, devouring energy could devour anything. Dark gray energy cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall, its immense power sweeping through everything in sight at near light speed, relentlessly devouring everything in its path. The limitations imposed by the environment were weakened, and Chao Jing launched a preemptive strike, his powerful energy striking Luya's chest. Luya coughed up blood, fell to the ground, and abruptly looked up. Suddenly Chao Jing saw an extremely complex emotion in Luya's eyes. Helplessness? Exhaustion? She seemed to be in great pain. Was it an illusion? Why did she seem to be in so much pain? Chao Jing couldn't think straight. He pressed his attack, the dark gray energy surging into Luya's body, frantically devouring her. A moment later, an even more powerful force broke through the devouring energy, and Luya shot towards Chao Jing like an arrow, her power 3 times greater than before. Chao Jing was forced back again, gritting his teeth as he grabbed Luya's hand. The devouring energy flowed through her hand into Luya's body. The devouring force was far more potent than simple energy entry. At the same time, she took a dagger from her bracelet and slashed Luya's chest with a backhand motion. Luya gripped the dagger tightly and shoved him away. Chao Jing's heart stopped for a moment, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Luya had actually plunged the dagger into her own chest. A cloud of dark gray energy swirled, carrying dust and sand. Suddenly, an eerie silence descended, not even the wind could be heard. Chao Jing's lips trembled. Why? Why? Finally, relief, Luya slowly collapsed, half her body pressing down on Chao Jing, slowly closing her eyes. Finally, free, it's so good. Chao Jing incredulously stroked Luya's back, her eyes flashing, a chill running through her body. Rumble. The display in the martial arts arena showed only intense dark gray energy. The audience held their breath, wondering what was happening inside. A deafening roar erupted, and the displayed image exploded, spewing forth a dense, dark gray energy with tremendous force, instantly shattering the protective barrier. The sky, the earth, the entire martial arts arena, and even half of the imperial capital were enveloped by this energy. The bright sunshine vanished in an instant, the bustling capital descending into hell. Heart-wrenching cries and screams of despair filled the air, a dense, shrill, and mournful cacophony that sent chills down everyone's spines. Witnessing this shocking and terrifying scene, some in the martial arts arena fainted on the spot, while many others covered their mouths to stifle their screams. Tan Jiqing's eyes were piercing as he stared intently at the center of the arena. Even those watching the live broadcast on television felt their blood run cold, their bodies stiff with fear. Long afterward, the dark gray energy gradually dissipated, and the sun shone warmly through the gaps in the energy, but this offered no solace. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the martial arts arena. Only after the dark gray energy dissipated did Chao Jing reappear. Her expression was cold, her eyes bloodshot as if soaked in blood. Beside her, Lu Yao lay lifeless on the ground. Chao Jing had won. This result, this scene, shocked everyone's understanding. She had won, winning the competition with the domineering air of an emperor. The arena, which should have been buzzing with excitement at the announcement of the results, was now deathly silent. Chao Jing suddenly moved. She lifted her leg and appeared on the referee's platform a few steps away from the president. The president jumped to his feet, still reeling from the shock, unable to utter a single word. Chao Jing picked up the medal that the president was supposed to personally award to the champion and said indifferently, 3 days. 3 days? What 3 days? What did that mean? No one knew. After saying this, Chao Jing disappeared with the medal. The president's legs went weak. Seeing that it was a live broadcast, he quickly had someone help him leave. Tan Jiqing's expression was serious. He patted Hui Mingzhou's arm and said softly, "Clean up the scene. I go check it out." "Okay." Hui Mingzhou turned around. Lu Yiling's spot was empty. She didn't know when she had left. Tan Jiqing thought Chao Jing would return to the manor. She didn't seem to be doing well. But when she arrived at the manor, she found that Chao Jing wasn't there. Where could she have gone? Chapter 131. Be careful. Tyrant Rabbit jumped out of the window, glanced around the empty corridor, saw the security cameras, and decided to ignore them. She asked, "You've been here before. Which way should we go?" Lin Yuan gestured for her to go left. "We're going to the game's dedicated office." Hiss, Tyrant Rabbit's heart itched. "I'm a little curious. What's your relationship with the company?" Lin Yuan glanced at her indifferently. "What do you do?" "Me? I'm in business, mining gold, mining crystals, everything." "Then you don't recognize me?" Tyrant Rabbit paused. "I should recognize you." Lin Yuan remained expressionless, a member of the Interstellar Joint Committee. The Interstellar Joint Committee manages the entire interstellar space. The status of its members is self-evident. Tyrant Rabbit's smile froze. She turned her head away without speaking. After a while, she added, "I'm a legitimate businesswoman." Lin Yuan and she fell silent. They arrived at the Spire Games dedicated office, but there wasn't a soul in sight. The office door was locked. Tyrant Rabbit said, "Since we're already here, let's just blast it open with a small explosive device and break in. We can always pay for the door later." After saying this, she thought about Lin Yuan's identity and found it unbelievable. Why would a senator do something so sneaky? Sigh, all because of his daughter. Lin Yuan took a miniature computer out of his pocket and pressed it against the door. His slender fingers moved across the keyboard, a dazzling display. Ding! With a sound, the door opened. Tyrant Rabbit's eyes were full of admiration. Sure enough, he was a senator. His methods were civilized and sophisticated. The office wasn't as clean and tidy as the others, it was a mess. Clearly, the person inside had left in a great hurry. They picked up the scattered documents on the table, hoping to find something useful. These things, Tyrant Rabbit frowned, are all Cao Cao's data analysis tables? In the world. Undoubtedly, this was the grandest event on the entire continent. That underdog, the one considered inferior, ultimately won the championship with unparalleled strength, leaving her with 3 days. What did those 3 days represent? Some said it was the end of the world, some said she wanted revenge on the empire, and others said she hadn't even used her full strength. If she wanted, the entire empire would be destroyed. These would be incredibly long 3 days. Various online forums and social media platforms were abuzz with discussion. Many people at the competition said they would never forget that hellish scene. 2/5 of the audience suffered psychological trauma and had to rely on medication to sleep. While discussion threads flooded the screen, appeals also appeared. People began giving speeches at all costs, calling for equality for all, and even spontaneously organizing events to accept the inferior. Not only ordinary citizens, but also the nobles of the capital, led by Chu Jinyao, publicly published articles declaring that there was no distinction between noble and lowly races. 300 years of oppression, a legacy of stark hardship, began to crumble within just 3 days, and slogans of blessing, freedom, and equality were plastered throughout the streets and alleys. The lower classes, arranged by the Broken Sky Pavilion, watched the entire live broadcast. They couldn't help but feel a surge of pride because of Chao Jing, yet remained wary of the imperial citizens who were showing goodwill, obeying all of Chao Jing's orders. Tao Xian, acting as Chao Jing's proxy and liaising with the lower classes, received the news and understood perfectly why the imperial citizens' attitudes had changed so drastically. Unable to contact Chao Jing and hesitant to issue instructions for fear of disrupting Chao Jing's plans, she contacted another leader, Yu Xiaoji. Yu Xiaoji was also helpless. Without news of Chao Jing, she couldn't make decisions for him, so she went to the Duantian Pavilion's commission office to inquire. In Yu Xiaoji's understanding, she could be said to have some connection with the Duantian Pavilion. She was Chao Jing's subordinate, and Chao Jing was the sister of the Duantian Pavilion's leader. They were practically family. Chao Jing later obtained the antidote for the goo poison from Feng Changchuan for her, so she felt the leader should have forgiven her, and might even recognize her. That made the relationship quite deep. Su Ling at the commission office recognized Yu Xiaoji, but she had no information. Chao Jing hadn't sought out the Duantian Pavilion after the finals. However, she truthfully reported everything concerning Chao Jing to the leader. Feng Changchuan was clueless. Little Budian hadn't come to see her. She knew Little Budian was just putting on a brave face, and her actual physical condition was very poor. But Little One didn't look for her. Perhaps, even though Little One possessed a treasure that allowed instant teleportation, she didn't know where the Dead Land was, nor did she know her exact location. Feng Changchuan regretted not being with Little One then. No matter what happened, at least she was there. Are you heartbroken for her? A soft voice drifted over. Feng Changchuan turned her head and calmly said, "She's my sister." "You're my sister too." Feng Ai crouched down, staring into her eyes, "So you should know we're family. You think this through, right?" Feng Changchuan pushed her away and got up to leave. "You can't leave until Chao Jing arrives at the Dead Land." Hearing this, Feng Changchuan hesitated slightly, then walked away. She went to find Fire-Eyed Lion and Tyrant Wolf. Fire-Eyed Lion looked sorrowful, knowing what had happened, clutching his phone in both hands. It contained many messages she had sent to Chao Jing, expressing her hope that Chao Jing was alright. Feng Changchuan felt a sharp pain in her heart. She tried to find news of Chao Jing in various places. The Broken Sky Pavilion's commission office, Dawei Frontier, the habitat of the Eastern Red Scale clan, even the arena where she and Chao Jing had met, all without any news. She asked Big Guy, knowing that he held a very important place in Chao Jing's heart, second only to her mother and father, but Big Guy had also given no word. These 3 days were extremely agonizing for Feng Changchuan and the others. Because she understood Chao Jing, she worried that she might faint after using her power beyond its limits, and if she did, who would take care of her? She had vanished from everyone, perhaps to a secluded mountain range or an uninhabited island. Where could she be? Was there a warm house and delicious food? She had a voracious appetite. How could anyone bear to let her go hungry, like everyone else? For the past 3 days, the Imperial High Command had been on tenterhooks, unsure of what Chao Jing would do next. If she never returned, everyone knew that the banners of equality and freedom would disappear faster than the speed of light. The lower classes should be slaughtered, eradicated completely, to prevent them from causing the Empire such great trouble. Tan Jiqing learned from her subordinates that the president had been frequently visiting the spire. She knew without a doubt that he was seeking its help. Could Chao Jing defeat the spire? Tan Jiqing didn't know. She couldn't be sure if it was Chao Jing's full strength. Night deepened, the darkness so thick one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Before sunrise, anything was possible. Bang, bang, bang. It was a series of measured knocks. Lu Yiling lifted her eyelids, placed the letter on the table, and got up to open the door. After the door opened, she froze, then turned to the side. "Come in." Closing the door, she gazed at the young man before her, his posture upright, his eyes sharp, his expression resolute and determined. "Chao Jing," she called out, "what brings you here?" No one expected that the central figure of the entire continent's discussion would appear here. "I'm sorry," Chao Jing bowed slightly. "I should have been more sensitive, more perceptive, about Lu Ya's death." Her eyes flickered. "There are some things I cannot tell you. I can only say that Lu Ya's death has nothing to do with the Empire, or the grudges between the lower and upper classes. She became someone else's puppet. If I had acted faster, perhaps she wouldn't have died." Lu Yiling's eyes reddened. She went to the table and handed her a letter. Chao Jing took the letter. It was written in Lu Ya's own handwriting. "Dear Mom, by the time you read this letter, I will no longer be in this world. Please don't hate anyone, because even I don't know what happened. I don't know when it started, but my thoughts and words were no longer under my control. Another person moved into my body. She brought unparalleled power. She brutally stole control of my body. Many times, I could only watch she use my body to do things, but sometimes, she would disappear without a trace. You don't need to blame yourself for this, because even I couldn't perceive any difference between she and me. She seemed to be me. I think I was truly confused. Later, I discovered that her purpose and goal were for a person named Asakage. I think you heard of her. She's a low-ranking samurai. She wanted to kill Asakage. Using my body, I was forced to say many things against my will. I don't know what kind of grudge existed between them. I can only feel an overwhelming hatred. I think, given how meticulously she planned this, Asakage must be a formidable opponent. It's a pity I can't have a true samurai duel with her. Watching Asakage so confident and arrogant, my heart was also infected. Soon, I thought of the hierarchy of the human race. You know, we always stood on the high ground. But her appearance might represent some kind of omen. I can't imagine what changes the world will undergo because of her. If it's because of her, Mother, please accept this change. She's strong, very determined. When I saw those eyes, I knew she would clear all obstacles in her path. Perhaps we should hold firm to our principles, but more than family honor or aristocratic bearing, Mother, I wish for your peace and good health. Therefore, I implore you to accept change. Some may say this is merely a minor ripple in the history of the Empire, but how can we know it won't be a vast wave of a new era? Mother, I hope that in the next life I can still be your pride. In your teachings, emotions were never easily revealed, love or hate, they would be exploited until nothing remained. That's why I'm saying these words to you for the first time. I love you. Chao Jing's eyelashes fluttered as she looked at Lu Yiling. You don't need to apologize. Lu Yiling wiped away her tears with her fingers, raised her chin, and gazed at the endless darkness outside the window. My daughter, honest and upright, is my eternal pride. Chao Jing hesitated, then put down the letter and nodded, saying, I will make the real culprit pay for this. She left the mansion shrouded in night, and stood atop the mountains. The wind was cold. She remembered the unusually cold days before spring. The wind carried snowflakes, and as it blew, thick layers of ice formed everywhere, ice that wouldn't melt long after spring arrived. Winter's tail was very long. Tan Jiqing gazed out the window. Dawn was approaching, and then the sun would rise as usual. Thinking about it, a sense of sadness crept in. No matter what happened on this land, the horrific horrors of war, the unforgettable moments of joy, whether it was winter or spring, the sun would always rise slowly, set slowly, and disappear slowly. Slowly, yet in the blink of an eye, this empire had existed for over 300 years. And before that? Hundreds, even thousands of years ago, on nights like hers, would someone else wait for dawn at the tail end of winter? Tan Jiqing smiled self-deprecatingly. Time seemed so long, yet in the blink of an eye, over 40 years had passed. One night more than 40 years ago, as a child, she sat on a tattered straw mat, gazing at the starry sky, wishing to earn lots and lots of money when she grew up, more money than the stars themselves. Now all that was in the past. Tan Jiqing put on her coat, carefully buttoning it up. 3 days had passed, the water was boiling. Whether Chao Jing appeared or not, the boiling water would be overturned. She left the bedroom, walked down the stairs, and saw the person sitting on the living room sofa. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Chao Jing? Chao Jing turned to look at her. Take me to the spire. The car drove smoothly on the road. Tan Jiqing drove, and Chao Jing sat in the back seat. She didn't ask Chao Jing about her doubts. Where she'd been these past few days, how she was feeling, or what plans she had for the spire. She simply drove in silence. Chao Jing rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the rapidly receding scenery outside the car window. After a long while, she whispered, How's your relationship with those officials from the Humanities Department or the Ministry of Education? You can do whatever you want, Tan Jiqing said. Chao Jing said, I have some history books that correct history. Naturally, they need to be incorporated into education. The education of inferior races should be replaced by vile historical usurpers. Tan Jiqing glanced at her through the rearview mirror and simply said, okay. Silence filled the car again. Enforcement officers were stationed around the spire. Upon seeing Tan Jiqing, they saluted and immediately let her pass. The entire spire was 98 meters high and 40 meters wide at its widest point, with a door at its base. Tan Jiqing said that one could enter the spire, but only with its permission. She hadn't tried again after her first failed attempt. The car came to a stop, and Chao Jing stepped out, saying, You can stay here. Without looking back, she walked towards the gate. Tan Jiqing watched her retreating figure, then shifted his gaze. Dawn was breaking, the eastern sky was turning white, but the sun had not yet risen. She picked up her phone and made a call. Mingzhou, are you ready to welcome new history? Hui Mingzhou, a cigarette dangling from his lips, walked to the window. I should say, I'm not the only one ready. As Chao Jing approached the spire, the tightly closed door slowly opened. She didn't stop, stepping inside, before the door slammed shut again. Chao Jing looked up, surveying the dense array of eyes on the spire's inner walls. You schemed to kill me, on your own turf, yet you won't show yourself? Hee hee hee. A dense chorus of laughter echoed within the spire, its interior resembling an upright human intestine. The intestinal walls were covered in tumor-like eyes, which writhed violently with each laugh, oozing yellow pus. Unable to bear death, yet suffering from the present, why don't you believe? A ethereal, mournful voice echoed. An ordinary person present would surely be driven mad by the mental pollution it brought. Chao Jing pursed his lips in displeasure, as massive surges of devouring energy erupted, enveloping the spire from the inside out. I don't know your origins, but I know you appeared when the ancient Pei Kingdom perished. A Rubik's Cube appeared in Chao Jing's hand. You stripped away the fair energy of the heavenly light, defeated the Rubik's Cube, and altered everyone's perceptions, all for your own benefit. Truly shameless. Hee-ah. The spire trembled, its eyes transforming into countless tentacles that lunged at Chao Jing, only to be met with an even more ferocious attack from the devouring energy. But I finally figured something out. Asakura attacked mercilessly with her devouring energy, her eyes icy. Lu Ya's death had made her realize something incredibly important. The game company's power was so immense that it could instantly increase a samurai's cultivation level, and even alter people's understanding. Looking back, the samurai tournament was, from beginning to end, a trap set to eliminate her, and its postponement was for her sake. But at that time, she had no idea what cultivation was, nor did she know that samurai existed. Why didn't the game company have a powerful samurai kill her then? And why didn't they create an accident to kill her when she was weak? Why go through the trouble of orchestrating a scheme like the samurai tournament? The premise of the samurai tournament was that she could enter the tournament, and the game company was certain she could. Previously, a sage believed the game company was holding back because players were watching, until Lu Ya's death, when she realized this wasn't the case. The answer to all the questions is illogical. What's illogical is the logic of this land, this world. This game world beyond the company's control has a set of ironclad logic. Why can't the company send powerful samurai to kill the weakest sage? The reason is obviously absurd. But the border city's enforcers can do it. Killing the lower classes is perfectly justified. Why did a sage both fear and hate the enforcers before? Because she had nearly died at their hands countless times. The company can't change perceptions, making everyone rush to kill a sage. What can change perceptions is the spire. And a sage had previously hypothesized about the spire's specific abilities, like her black panel. It could see the abilities and attributes of all samurai, and even interact with them. Those who become samurai under the spire's light are naturally most influenced by it. Why choose the samurai tournament? Frankly, based on the people Chao Jing had encountered before, they were all instantly defeated by her. Compared to a bronze-level samurai unleashing gold-level power, or a silver-level samurai unleashing gold-level power, the latter is clearly more realistic. Similarly, the idea of an insignificant nobody continuously unleashing king-level or god-level power versus a top talent from the capital city upgrading to king-level is obviously more believable. There's no need to revise our understanding. It's a possible occurrence, consistent with factual logic. Chao Jing thought that everything from the initial Qian Sha to the subsequent strangely upgraded samurai was based on this logic. But when she reached this point, she hit a roadblock again, because of one person. Ji Qixio. Ji Qixio had completely disappeared. It simply didn't make sense. So, she disguised herself, and went to Ji Qixio's hometown. His mother was still alive. Chao Jing learned that this mother had a child named Ji Qixio when she was young. The child died at the age of 3 after developing a high fever, and being taken to the hospital too late. Chao Jing clearly remembered all of Ji Qixio's stories and experiences. The high fever at age 3, the drastic personality change after recovery, the cessation of his mischievousness, and the extraordinary intelligence he gained. This was the problem. Chao Jing racked her brains. If all reasonable explanations were ruled out, the most illogical and outrageous explanation would become the only one. Ji Qixio himself was outside the game's logic. In short, Ji Qixio might be a character created by the game company. Thinking this way, things suddenly made sense. Ji Qixio knew a lot about the company, the universe, new planets, and so on. If the company only wanted to use him to kill Chao Jing, there was no need to reveal so much. His existence was illogical, his disappearance made perfect sense. But why he existed in the first place was another question entirely. Then, Chao Jing realized that the game company and the spire were two separate entities. She had a conflict with the game company, which then collaborated with the Spire to orchestrate a campaign against her. Chao Jing didn't know when the game company and the Spire had joined forces, perhaps a long time ago. For the company, a game's timeline didn't equate to real-world time. If she wanted to access the company, learn more about the Spire, and understand the logic of this land, she had to defeat the Spire. The Spire began a fierce resistance, but Chao Jing's momentum was undiminished. Her battle with Liu Ya, which had absorbed god-level power, had multiplied her strength several times over. Outside the Spire, the weather across the entire continent changed drastically. Dark clouds rolled in, gathering heavily in the sky. At this moment, countless people looked up, holding their breath. 3 days later, Chao Jing, who had become a nightmare for many, finally appeared. Dark clouds loomed overhead, lightning flashed and thunder roared, its imposing presence like 1,000 giants dancing wildly. In the capital city, the eye of the storm, everyone was on edge. Tan Jiqing, a cigarette between his fingers, gazed at the towering spire. Chao Jing's dark gray energy blended with the inky clouds, making it impossible to distinguish her from the rest. What should have been a scene of rising sun was instead a plunge into a dark hell. Dark clouds fell from the sky, engulfing the city, transforming into thin iron chains that bound skyscrapers and even low-rise houses. The darkness, accompanied by fear and terror, overwhelmed many. People screamed, wept bitterly, and confided in their families. The end of the world became tangible in that moment. Inside the spire, eyes cried out loudly, the attack fierce. Chao Jing did not retreat. She knew the spire was absorbing the continent's energy to grow stronger, perhaps with the company's support behind it. But she could do it too. She devoured the energy, disappearing along the spire into the dark clouds, seizing the spire's support. The night was long, the storm raging. Tan Jiqing left the driver's seat, calmly gazing at the towering spire in the distance. This spire, a symbol of the land's hope, turned to ash inch by inch as the blackish-gray energy vanished. When she casually spoke of welcoming the changes in history, she never imagined that, as the wheels of history rolled over her, the symbol of an era would vanish before her eyes, ending so profoundly. Her heart seemed to beat in unison with the drums of a new era. Rumble! 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 Tan Jiqing turned his head, and saw a dazzling ray of dawn pierce through the dark clouds, illuminating the earth. Then, the sun rose slowly, the clouds dispersed, and along with the light appeared Chao Jing's resolute face. 1 image, 2 images, countless images appeared in every corner of this continent, the sunlit mountains, the damp, cold underground cities. Wherever life existed, she was there. I am Chao Jing. From now on, I am the spire, and the spire is me, Chao Jing. Her tone was firm. From this day forward, all living beings are equal. Bloodlines will not determine rank, nor will race define worth. From this day forward, the Alan Empire ceases to exist, the president is abolished, and on this land, only the Chao Jing Council remains. Her expression was calm. I won't hesitate to use the most vile words to describe the spire and shire. The historical truth and recorded notes will be officially released later. Anyone with objections or dissatisfaction doesn't need to come to the capital, speak up. I can see you. The image then disappeared. If someone possessed an ultra-loud sound meter, they would have noticed an unprecedented silence on this continent. After the silence came deafening cheers from the lowest classes across the land. They rushed into the streets to celebrate, singing and dancing in the squares, chanting Chao Jing's name, celebrating the birth of the Chao Ming Committee. In the capital, the spire had disappeared. Tan Jiqing heard footsteps and looked to the other side. Chao Jing walked calmly over and got into the car. Tan Jiqing then sat in the passenger seat and said, the former president, vice president, and some ministers committed suicide by shooting themselves. Shall we go to the Resolution House next, Chairman? Chao Jing looked out the car window. The matter wasn't resolved, the game company hadn't shown up yet. Tan Jiqing had notified the others on the way, and by the time the car arrived at the Resolution Council, most of them were present. These usually powerful and aloof officials and nobles, upon seeing Chao Jing, looked bewildered and somewhat embarrassed, unsure of what to say for a moment. Chao Jing stepped onto the steps of the Resolution Council and turned to look. The flag of the Alan Empire flew high, fluttering in the wind. The Empire's flag blazed fiercely in the wind, and within the leaping flames, the flag of Chao Ming was born, its colors vibrant and bright. This was Chao Ming, Chao Jing's Chao Ming, now belonging to the entire continent. The arrival of the Chao Jing era brought about sweeping changes, and Tan Jiqing later wrote a comprehensive report for Chao Jing. Besides the collapse of the Aran Empire, various large and small rebellious organizations that had previously operated on the borders chose to submit, and the Broken Sky Pavilion publicly declared its alliance with the Imperial Decree Committee. Chao Jing handled affairs with remarkable efficiency, arranging all matters concerning the Imperial Decree Committee within a few days. Ultimately, she hadn't touched the foundations of this continent, unlike previous uprisings where the aftermath of wars was extremely complex. Minor details could be dealt with later. Amidst her busy schedule, Chao Jing remained extremely vigilant. In the battle against the Spire, the game company had aided the Spire, and after its defeat, it had vanished without a trace, inevitably returning with a vengeance. She was perfectly aware that the game company wanted to kill her, but didn't know their true motives. Currently, it clearly wasn't about destroying the Empire or vindicating the lower classes, suggesting that the game company's objectives were far broader. Chao Jing believed that it wouldn't be long before she was able to confront the game company. On the 10th day after the establishment of the Imperial Commission, Chao Jing went to find the Little Gloves to discuss the matter of going to the Land of Death together. Chapter 132. Beyond the borderlands, a biting north wind howled, and the land was desolate and uninhabited. When Chao Jing first arrived in this barren land, he saw that the soil was a dark black, devoid of any luster, deathly still, and devoid of any sign of life. The sky was a dark hue, a mixture of ashen gray and black, stretching for miles without a single cloud, not even birds or insects. Looking around, apart from equally lifeless hills and ravines, there was nothing else noteworthy. This place was desolate and lonely, seemingly the end of all living things. Suppressing her surging emotions, Chao Jing looked at Little Gloves. Which way? Ah! Little Gloves snapped out of her daze, and led the way. This way, follow me. These past few days, she'd been completely bewildered. She'd just come to participate in a competition, had a few meals, sung a few songs, and the Empire had collapsed in the blink of an eye. It was truly unbelievable. Then Little Gloves began to struggle. Originally, she had planned that regardless of whether Chao Jing won or lost the competition, she would return to the Dead Land with her, so she could explain to the Vice Lord. Now, given the situation, should they still go back to the Dead Land together? Or should she just tell the Vice Lord that she would return on her own? Little Gloves was just preparing her explanation to the Vice Lord when she saw Chao Jing coming to find her, and she was once again completely bewildered. Was it appropriate for someone of her status, as the ruler of the land, to go to the Dead Land? It had only been a few days. Wasn't she busy already? How strange, something just felt off. Little Gloves looked at Chao Jing and couldn't help but ask, "Have you taken care of everything?" "More or less," Chao Jing replied, "and you managed to find time to see your sister. Are we far apart? We can try teleporting again." The Little Glove shook its head. "It's not far. Although there's nothing on the surface, there are actually many independent spaces here. Only someone like me, mutated by the dead soil, can open them." Chao Jing thought, it seems there's no rush. The journey was silent. As Chao Jing walked, it noticed a gray conch shell, probably dropped there by someone or a passing bird. The conch shell kept moving around, and slowly, two tender white arms emerged from it, quickly followed by two short legs. With a whoosh, the conch shell transformed into a tiny sprite the size of a palm. The sprite looked around, then burrowed into a clod of earth and quickly disappeared. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "The creatures in the Dead Land can't reproduce on their own, so what's their average lifespan?" Little Glove kicked a stone as she moved forward. "About the same as humans, maybe a little longer." She picked up the stone, threw it a distance away, and clapped her hands. "But unlike humans, no matter how we die, we revert to our original form. If nothing unexpected happens, we can be reformed in 10 or 20 years. This is a new beginning, but a very small number of people retain their previous memories. Strictly speaking, it's not death." "I see," Chao Jing murmured thoughtfully. Afterwards, there was silence again. About 20 minutes later, Little Glove finally stopped, snapped her fingers, and a nearly transparent barrier appeared in front of them. Little Glove grabbed Chao Jing's hand and stepped into it. Several streaks of light flashed before their eyes, and Chao Jing found that the surrounding scenery had changed. Everywhere she looked, there were houses of varying heights. The space was no longer a lifeless blackness. Now, colorful banners of all kinds stood, seemingly ancient, mostly tattered, tied to vines, fluttering enthusiastically in the wind. The creatures of the dead earth came and went in all shapes and sizes. Having a few extra eyes or arms was commonplace. Chao Jing followed the Little Gloves forward. They were in a market. The stalls and shops sold the same things as in the rest of the region, the only difference being the scarcity of electronic products. Of course, This might be due to poor signal, making it difficult to use many electronic devices. Awoo! Hearing a familiar voice, Chao Jing turned around and was pounced on by a fluffy, domineering wolf. She laughed happily. I know you miss me, and I missed you all so much too. She looked up at the approaching fire-eyed lion. How are you, little lion? Are you comfortable here? Pretty good, the fire-eyed lion looked at her. I was worried about you. Although Chao Jing later replied to everyone's messages, the fire-eyed lion wasn't reassured without seeing it in person. Chao Jing grasped her hand. There definitely won't be a next time. Little Glove stared blankly at Chao Jing's bright smile, then pouted and said, She take you to the deputy lord. I be going now. Chao Jing said, Okay, thank you. Little Gloves put her hands in her pockets and walked forward, focusing on her toes. Oh right, Little Gloves. She turned around, her eyes puzzled. Come visit me sometime. Chao Jing smiled. Little Gloves paused slightly, then shrugged, Okay. She then skipped away, disappearing into the crowd. Fire-eyed Lion told Chao Jing that Feng Chanchuan was on a small mountain far from the market. After bringing Chao Jing there, she stopped and played with Tyrant Wolf by the stream, leaving the two of them some alone time. Chao Jing climbed the mountain and saw Feng Chanchuan sitting on a huge rock. She cautiously called out, Sister? Feng Chanchuan snapped back to reality and smiled, Little one, you're done? Actually, I'm not in a hurry. It's nothing important. Chao Jing rushed over and hugged her tightly. Sister? She felt a lump in her throat, a sore throat, and difficulty breathing. Tears welled up in her eyes. Feng Chanchuan stroked her head gently, saying, It must have been tough, right? Rest here for a few more days. Chao Jing held back her tears, rolling her head against Feng Chanchuan's chest before sitting up straight and asking with concern, I'm not tired. Sister, are you all right? What could be wrong with me? Feng Chanchuan put his arm around her shoulder. I asked you where you went for those 3 days before, and you said you couldn't explain it clearly over the phone. Now you can tell me, right? Chao Jing nodded vigorously. No problem, no problem. Sister, you know I used the black panel formed from the Rubik's Cube to help lower-level cultivators cultivate. Later, I found out it was the spire impersonating the Rubik's Cube. This incident dates back to the day of the finals. Liu Yao was controlled by the spire and pulled Chao Jing into a virtual scene. Later, Liu Yao broke the stalemate with her death, and the virtual scene, which should have dissipated, began to attack Chao Jing, while the restrictions became even more intense. Chao Jing's situation was dire. Her cultivation was almost completely suppressed. Determined not to give up, she used devouring energy to devour everything without restraint. This action would have unimaginable consequences, but she couldn't care less, absorbing the power suppressing her from the virtual environment into her body. In the extreme struggle between release and absorption, the black panel suddenly appeared, autonomously transforming into a Rubik's Cube, and then unleashing astonishing power. Working in conjunction with Chao Jing, it completely shattered the virtual environment. After leaving the finals arena, Chao Jing was indeed in dire straits. She knew all too well that if she fell unconscious, she didn't know when she would wake up, or what might happen in the meantime. She had to press her advantage. She suspected the virtual environment was the game company's doing, so she decided to continue her attack towards the spire, hoping the virtual battle might inflict some damage on her enemies before securing a decisive victory. However, Chao Jing was badly injured, and the backlash from both her soul and body caused her to collapse before even reaching the spire. Awakening from her unconsciousness, Chao Jing found herself in an incredibly dreamlike world. The sky was a soft blend of pink and blue, with various birds flying overhead, their calls ringing out. The land was vibrant and bright, with emerald green grass, blooming flowers, and babbling brooks. It was like an animated film. Everything within sight seemed to breathe with life. What surprised her most was the sight of countless silver trees growing from the earth, shimmering brilliantly in the gentle sunlight, stretching as far as the eye could see to the horizon, their branches shimmering like waves. Just as Chao Jing was wondering what was going on, she heard a familiar commotion. Turning around, she saw Luo Luo Duo and Egg Pancake chattering away. Seeing her awake, the two little ones rushed over, and before she could ask, they began to recount what had happened. The appearance of the black panel startled Egg Pancake. It could sense Chao Jing's mental state, and seeing her unconscious, it quickly discussed a plan with Luo Luo Duo. Earlier, at the two little ones' insistence that they could easily argue with her, Chao Jing had allowed Egg Pancake to play with Luo Luo Duo in the Rubik's Cube. Her unconsciousness had worried the two little ones greatly, fearing she might be in danger. Finally, they decided to take Chao Jing to the Rubik's Cube to recover. However, Egg Pancake couldn't lift Chao Jing, So Luo Duo proudly volunteered. After a flurry of activity in her virtual space, she finally managed to get Chao Jing into the Rubik's Cube. Upon hearing this, Chao Jing looked at herself, seeing no injuries whatsoever, realizing she must have been unconscious for a month or so. Her heart sank. She knew something terrible had happened. She hurriedly checked her phone, finding only 6 or 7 hours had passed. Now she was even more puzzled. Was the healing power of the Rubik's Cube's energy really that potent? This time, Chao Jing wasn't in a hurry to leave. She looked around, thinking that the Rubik's Cube had inexplicably appeared during the competition. Perhaps she could find something inside. As she observed, she accidentally touched a silver leaf. The leaf immediately displayed a lot of information. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a low-level person she had bestowed the qualifications of a warrior upon. Many things immediately flashed through Chao Jing's mind. She quickly explored the leaf thoroughly, arriving at a conclusion that left her speechless. The silver trees in this world are all manifestations of those she has granted samurai qualifications, each containing detailed records of their past, experiences, personality, energy, and so on. Moreover, what horrified her even more was that she could modify certain aspects of these records through the silver leaves. Asaki's mind raced. This discovery led her to realize that the game company and the spire were two separate entities. The spire could alter a samurai's perception, but not to a profound degree. So what exactly is the Rubik's Cube? She had a vague guess, and continued her exploration. The many experiences she encountered are too numerous to detail here, but through persistent inquiry, she learned fragments of the Rubik's Cube's secrets. The heavenly light energy is actually a special energy that exists because of the Rubik's Cube. Both have existed since the beginning of all things in the universe, spanning countless ages. The Rubik's Cube originally existed 10,000 meters deep beneath the land, supporting and sustaining the existence of celestial energy. Egg Pancake was a spirit living underground thousands of years ago. By chance, it encountered the Rubik's Cube, became enamored with its pure energy, and began to live nearby. Over time, it gained the Rubik's Cube's acceptance and was able to live inside it as well. Previously, Chao Jing always treated Egg Pancake like a guiding spirit, wondering why it didn't know anything when asked, and would just give her nonsense if asked too many questions. That said, ordinary people don't need to be granted warrior qualifications by some being to become warriors. All things are composed of celestial energy. Cultivation can be done anytime, by anyone, any race, by all things and spirits. About 400 years ago, the ancient Pei kingdom on the continent had not yet fallen. Its national strength was still considerable, and it was not yet on the verge of collapse. The spire appeared. The Rubik's Cube didn't record the spire's specific origin, only that it crawled out of the sea, its shape strange and ugly. It possessed the power to inflict mental attacks on living beings, causing them to collapse instantly. Later, samurai attempted to destroy it, only to be devoured by it. Seemingly tasting its power, it consumed more and more samurai before suddenly vanishing one day. When it reappeared, the cube's power was mysteriously drained, and the beautiful scene seen in the morning light became barren and desolate. Following this, the celestial energy was shackled by the spire, or rather, the eyes of the living beings were covered by a veil, only able to perceive and see the celestial energy through the light emitted by the spire. Overnight, all the samurai became the lucky ones bestowed with light by the spire, which became a symbol of hope for the beings of this land, and no one questioned it. Asakage thought that back then, the game company was probably behind it all, making everything seem natural. She remembered Egg Pancake saying that the Rubik's Cube recognized her, which she figured was because her training had never been related to the spire at all. Later, she granted lower-ranking people the qualifications of warriors, and silver trees bloomed in the Rubik's Cube's inner world, dried-up streams flowed again, and everything became vibrant with life. She had once overdrawn her spiritual power to grant someone the qualifications of a warrior, making the place full of birdsong and fragrant flowers. When she was injured and unconscious, the gentle world inside the Rubik's Cube nourished her, allowing her body to fully recover in a short time. So I'm even more confident in destroying the spire, but it will take some time to explore so that all living beings can train completely autonomously, Asakage said. Actually, she knew that this thing was brought by the game company, and she had to deal with the company first. She vaguely mentioned everything about the game company in her narration. After listening in silence for a long time, Feng Chanchuan finally said, "Little one, have you ever wondered why, during the 400 years of being controlled by the spire, you were the only one who didn't become a warrior through the spire's light?" Chao Jing scratched her head. "I thought about it, but I have no clue. Besides, I used this method to teach others cultivation before, and they all failed." But that doesn't mean no one succeeded decades or centuries ago. It's just that I happened to encounter the Rubik's Cube. The timing, the location, and the people were all right. Perhaps so, Feng Chanchuan murmured to herself. Chao Jing hugged her arm. Sister, have you finished your business here in the Dead Land? Do you want to come back with me? Feng Chanchuan looked at her, and then patted her head. Little one, you're incredibly powerful now. Then I'm still your sister? Chao Jing proudly raised her chin. My sister will always be my sister? Feng Chanchuan chuckled, leaning in to hug her. So, little one, there are some things I can tell you. She paused. Do you know the Lord of the Dead Land, Feng Ai? Chao Jing shook her head. I don't know her, sister. I haven't known the Dead Land for very long. I only know you and little gloves there. What's wrong? Feng Chanchuan said. Feng Ai took human form before me. I always considered her my sister, but she stared into Chao Jing's eyes. She wants to kill you, so I called you here. Chao Jing slowly turned her head, looking at the woman who appeared not far away. She was tall, with flowing black hair, and her expression was extremely aggressive. Chao Jing frowned, looking at Feng Chanchuan, her eyes flashing. You sent me to the Dead Land to cooperate with her? She couldn't believe what she was hearing, her breathing quickened, and her fingers went cold. Little one, Feng Chanchuan hugged her tightly, whispering in her ear, you said I always be your sister, okay? Don't overthink it. But you clearly. Have you never considered the suspicious aspects of yourself? Feng Chanchuan said. Feng Ai has died and been reborn many times. Her memories have never been interrupted. She knows certain things, including you. I think you need these things, and I believe you can defeat her. Don't forget you're the one who overthrew the empire and defeated the spire. Chao Jing sniffed, then came to her senses, grasping Feng Chanchuan's hand. Sister, I'm sorry, sister, I just... As they spoke, Feng Ai slowly approached, staring intently at Chao Jing. After so many deaths and rebirths, after so many years, this was the first time she had seen the monster in its infancy. Chao Jing stood up, coldly staring at Feng Ai, her aura fierce. You kill me to prepare to rule the lands beyond the Dead Land. Feng Ai scoffed. These past years, I haven't had that thought. Chao Jing, as long as I kill you, I will succeed. She scrutinized Chao Jing, the arrogant and eccentric monster in her mind overlapping with the person before her. In that instant of overlap, Feng Ai suddenly attacked. The surrounding celestial phenomena changed drastically. A massive energy axe cleaved down, and instantly, an even more powerful surge of dark gray energy rushed in. The energy axe could only withstand it for a moment before vanishing into nothingness. Feng Ai's face darkened, a weapon appearing in her hand. Chao Jing, fight me for real. No. Chao Jing decisively refused, directly attacking with her devouring energy technique. Feng Ai's battle grew increasingly difficult when Chao Jing suddenly said, If you tell me anything about me, I fight you for real. Hearing this, hesitation flashed in Feng Ai's eyes. From the moment she was born in the Dead Land, she vowed to leave it, rule all other lands, and become its sole lord. After leaving the Dead Land, she was unstoppable, slaughtering all who stood in her way, until she met someone. She clearly remembered that person's eyes were bloodshot and, upon hearing her words, their gaze softened with pity. They simply said, What a pity, you will be buried here. Feng Ai fought them, but was utterly defeated within 10 moves, dying at their hands. After death, Feng Ai's true form returned to the Dead Land. After an unknown period, she transformed again. Thinking of the previous incident, she still felt resentful and angry, but then thought that after so many years, that person's grave must be overgrown with weeds. Feng Ai once again fought for her lordly cause. Not long after leaving the Dead Land, she encountered that woman again. She initially thought she was seeing things. How could there be someone exactly like her? Even their personalities and abilities were so similar. This time, Feng Ai died at her hands again, but this time she learned her name, Chao Jing. Transforming into human form once more, Feng Ai left the Dead Land with a tentative mindset. Coincidentally, she encountered Chao Jing again, and unfortunately, died at her hands once more. Feng Ai was completely bewildered and devastated. Was Chao Jing specifically designed to ward off her? Refusing to believe in such superstitions, she diligently cultivated after transforming, not wanting to become a lord, but determined to kill Chao Jing. Unsurprisingly, she died at Chao Jing's hands. Death after death, rebirth after rebirth, Feng Ai finally realized that this wasn't some divinely ordained nemesis, but rather a strange repetition of time and space outside the Dead Land, repeating itself endlessly. After a certain period ended, a new cycle began. She didn't understand what was happening on the continent. She only knew that Chao Jing was an insurmountable obstacle for her. Thinking of this, Feng Ai's anger flared. Chao Jing, so what if you won this time? So what if you ruled this entire land? When the new era arrives, you still have to start from scratch. Chao Jing's eyes hardened, and he instantly closed in on Feng Ai, shattering the weapon in her hand with his energy. He said seriously, explain yourself clearly, what era? Oh, I forgot. A satisfied smile played on Feng Ai's lips. In a daze, she seemed to return to the last time Chao Jing killed her. At that time, she was already severely injured and on the verge of death. Chao Jing knelt on her chest with one knee, pressing against her collarbone, his left hand pinching her chin, his right hand toying with a small knife, looking down at her condescendingly. So weak, dying by my hand is a great honor for you. If you got the guts, kill me, Feng Ai said. Judging from her attitude, Chao Jing knew he wouldn't get anything out of her, so he showed no mercy. Feng Chanchuan watched quietly, unable to discern anything from the phone screen, but having witnessed it firsthand, he was deeply impressed by how rapidly his little one had grown. After a long while, the dust settled. Chao Jing bent down and picked up a rag doll, walking towards Feng Chanchuan. Do you want this? Feng Chanchuan took the doll, buried it in the ground. It come out on its own in a few years. Chao Jing stared intently. What exactly did Feng Ai know? Could it be related to the game company? Come on, Feng Chanchuan noticed her concern and patted her head. I take you to Feng Ai's room. Okay. Thank you, sister. You're saying thank you now? When you misunderstood me earlier, my heart sank. Sister, I'm so sorry, sister. Besides, what you said was quite ambiguous. My fault? My fault? My comprehension is terrible. Chao Jing happily hugged Feng Chanchuan's arm, overjoyed. For those in the dead land, death is the least important thing. They will always return. If they forget everything, someone will remember, and of course, they can start a new life. So when Chao Jing asked if this would cause any trouble, Feng Chanchuan told her not to worry. When they arrived at Feng Ai's private residence, someone came to consult about something in the dead soil. Feng Chanchuan told Chao Jing to go in first, saying she would come over when she was done. Chao Jing quickly scanned the room, starting with the study, meticulously examining every item, but found nothing. Feng Ai seemed to dislike writing or reading. All the books and notes in all the rooms combined didn't even equal the number of books in Chao Jing's bracelet. Chao Jing sat in her office chair, fiddling with the pen in the pen holder, her fingers tapping idly on the desk. Maybe I should ask the long-lived people in the dead land? She thought. It's worth noting that the growth process of the dead land's native inhabitants differs from that of humans. Humans change in appearance, height, and other aspects as they age. However, the appearance and height of dead land inhabitants are predetermined from the moment they take human form. They don't change. They age according to the dead land's timeline, generally possessing high intelligence and mature minds, essentially lacking a childhood like humans. Feng Ai has been reborn many times. Assuming each rebirth occurs within a 10-year interval, she exists for a maximum of 5 years. In 4 or 5 cycles, she should be able to live to be 100 years old in the dead land, right? When Feng Chanchuan arrives, they inquire around. As Chao Jing pondered, she suddenly noticed a worn notebook under the table. She thought for a moment, then pulled it out and opened to the first page. On it were several large characters. Feng Ai, you will win. Second page, Chao Jing die. Third page, die Chao Jing. Fourth page, die once Chao Jing. Fifth page, not even once. You be reincarnated anyway Chao Jing. Sixth page, no one should die, you will die too Chao Jing. Seventh page, I will kill you with my strength, Chao Jing. Chao Jing's expression turned grave. She flipped to the last few pages, looking at the densely packed records, her heart pounding with fear. Feng Ai had witnessed the continent's time loop repeating itself, all beings outside the dead land trapped in the same period, repeating past events. At first, Feng Ai thought a nemesis had descended from the heavens, but later it turned out the problem lay with the continent. Once, she didn't obsessively seek revenge against her nemesis, but quietly waited to see what would happen on this continent. She wrote that the sun didn't rise that day, the entire continent was still. Birds flying in the air, the surging sea, leaping animals, everything stopped, devoid of light. I calculated the time. 7 days, and 7 nights later, everything would regress at the speed of light. Adults would revert to childhood, trees would become buds, and another cycle would begin. I was quite happy. That guy stopped just before success, and had to start all over again. Chao Jing pursed her lips. She also thought of the information she received earlier, that the game had opened and closed several times. Was that true? She continued reading. Feng Ai's nemesis was named Chao Jing, around 20 years old, ruthless and vicious, willing to do anything to achieve her goals. Gradually, Feng Ai's opinion of her changed. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but the second time I saw Chao Jing, I felt she had changed. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Later, this change became more and more obvious. The last time I saw her, she was practically a different person. Her goal never changed, seemingly because of her lowly status. I have no interest in that. Her personality became much easier to talk to. The first time we met, she quickly killed me. Now, unless I provoke her, she won't even bother with me. Later, she refused to fight me. Having no other choice, I sided with the upper class of the empire and finally got to fight her, only to be defeated and killed again. It infuriated me. Feng Ai also wrote about certain things concerning Chao Jing, revealing a bit of her past. I forget how many times, but inexplicably, I became Chao Jing's subordinate right after we met. It infuriated me. However, I learned from her confidants that her childhood was extremely tragic. She was displaced, lonely, and all her loved ones died in various ways, primarily because of her lowly status. Is this her reason for resenting the empire and becoming a rebel? Why did she only start a war the first time? Afterwards, she seemed to find no sadness, even a kind of bittersweet joy. Chao Jing's eyes were deep. Combining what Qian Sha told her, and what she heard from some players, she deduced the general outline of the previous game launches. In the previous games, she was in adult form, a villain who killed a group of righteous characters, including Qian Sha. This righteous character was likely someone with players by her side. But this time, the game was different. She was in child form, and she could also have players by her side. There was one thing she didn't understand. Why did she only rebel in her 20s in the previous games? How did she endure so many years of imperial oppression? Her status, abilities, and intelligence hadn't changed. If there was a change in age, she must have grown up from a child, experiencing the death of loved ones and displacement. Some truths would have been learned through experience. Given her successful rebellion in less than a year, in the previous games, she must have been at most 17 or 18 when she started as a rebel, right? Over a decade. How frustrating. Chao Jing carefully reviewed Feng Ai's records again, noticing an inconspicuous description. It says she went to the Deqi Mountains. I asked Lao Wu if he'd planned to settle there. She said maybe. The chief likes to go there in his spare time. Chao Jing's eyes flickered. Frequent trips to the Deqi Mountains. Could it be what she's thinking? She immediately got up and ran into Feng Changchuan as she went outside. She quickly said, Sister, I have to leave for a while. I come find you after I dealt with it. Feng Changchuan said worriedly, if you encounter anything you can't handle, ask me for help. Don't try to tough it out alone. Yes, I promise. Goodbye, sister. The strange giant tree located in the Daikishan Mountains had long been burned to ashes. Now, with Chao Jing's return, the ashes had been blown away by the wind, leaving only a huge scorched mark on the ground. She had another plan in mind. Could the Chao Jing who had appeared in adult form the previous times be the same face she had seen several times in the virtual space? Chao Jing looked around, called Luo Luo and Egg Pancake out, and instructed them, you two must keep watch for me. If there's any danger, let me know, understand? I promise. Egg Pancake immediately promised excitedly. Chao Jing looked at the dazed Luo Luo duo. Duo, are you feeling unwell? Ah? No, it's just... Luo Luo duo stared at the burn mark. It feels familiar, but I can't quite place it. Chao Jing gently stroked it with her palm, softly asking, is it related to you, or to me? It seems related to you, Chao Chao. Luo Luo duo floated above the burn mark, murmuring to itself, a very familiar feeling, I should be able to control it. As it spoke, a fist-sized ball of light appeared within the burn mark, deep blue in color, slowly pulsating. Luo Luo duo disappeared into the ball of light. At the same time, Chao Jing severed her connection with it. She approached the ball of light anxiously, and for some reason, her heart pounded even harder. She raised her arm, her index finger touching the ball of light. The instant her fingertip felt the coolness, the ball of light burst forth with blinding light. She had to close her eyes, only hearing a rustling echo in her ears. Chao Jing slowly raised her eyelids and saw that she was standing in a deep blue passage. The color reminded her of a virtual space, and at the same time, she heard a buzzing vibration and the sound of rushing water. Could this be the end of a virtual space? she looked back to see a tightly closed door. A sign beside it was in unfamiliar characters, but from the sign, it was clear this was an important place. She looked forward again, then started walking. The passage seemed endless, the sound of running water growing louder. Finally, she stopped before a half-open double door. With little effort, the door opened, revealing a room resembling a control room. Sophisticated instruments were scattered throughout, all flashing indicator lights indicating normal operation. Chao Jing's heart pounded faster and faster. Entering the control room, she looked around and noticed that, except for the wall with the double door, the other walls were covered with large displays. Duo? She called softly, but there was no reply. She went to the display screen facing the door, looking at the various buttons at the bottom, unsure where to begin. The instruments here are all functioning normally, but they're all either off or have their screens off, probably similar to a mobile phone? The visible buttons allow for trial and error, and can be corrected, but dangerous commands usually require multiple programs to run? Chao Jing stroked her chin and selected the dark red button in the upper left corner. Despite giving a lengthy explanation, she was just imagining how it's portrayed in cartoons. She pressed the button, and with a ding, a huge image appeared on the screen in front of her. After about 5 seconds, the screen started displaying static. This time it took a long time to function normally. Chao Jing wondered if it was broken. She stood on tiptoe and tapped the screen. After a while, the static suddenly disappeared, and then she saw 2 people. Chow. The tyrant rabbit's eyes flashed with surprise. She immediately put away the documents in her hand, turned away to wipe her tears, and smiled. Chao Jing frowned. Players? The game company that hated her to the core wouldn't use such an intimate term for her. And judging from their attire, which was very different from what she'd seen before, and given the bizarre location, they could only be players. Lin Yuan and Ba Wang-tu exchanged glances. For them, only a few days had passed, and now Chao Jing even knew about players? Ba Wang-tu gripped the documents in her hands tightly, her chest aching terribly, unable to utter a single word. Lin Yuan composed herself and said, "Yes, they are players." Chao Jing looked bewildered, carefully observing the 2 of them, then broke into a wide smile. Thank you for helping me." "No, this is all the result of your own hard work," Lin Yuan said. "You made yourself where you are today, Chao, you're amazing. But you've been with me for so long, haven't you? I think even if I had nothing, I would feel very warm in the cold winter." Chao Jing said sincerely, then, "Could you tell me about the game company?" A hint of regret flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, as she carefully chose her words. Chao, these are 2 different worlds. The evil deeds committed by the game company will be punished accordingly. Chao Jing looked at her. So, this world wasn't originally a game, right? Lin Yuan was speechless. Chao Jing's intelligence far exceeded her expectations. "I think you should understand me. The thing I urgently want to solve must have serious consequences. Please tell me, okay? Chao Jing must find out the truth, otherwise, before long, the world will stand still, and then time will rewind. She is not afraid to try again, but she is afraid that this repetition will never end, afraid that she will not exist next time, and afraid that more people will be hurt." Lin Yuan adjusted her breathing, about to speak, when Tyrant Rabbit stopped her, looking at Chao Jing. Chao, I hope you're mentally prepared before you hear this. The truth may be horrifying, but we will always love you." "I'm already prepared," Chao Jing smiled, "no matter what the truth is." Lin Yuan hesitated before beginning her explanation. The story begins long ago. The founder of a game company, while exploring the universe with an interstellar exploration team seeking inspiration, accidentally discovered a new universe called the All-Spirit Universe. Such things are not uncommon in interstellar space. Besides their own universe, there are many different universes, some interconnected, others prohibiting any extraterrestrial life from entering. What's astonishing about the All-Spirit Universe is that all its matter is composed of the same energy, and this energy can be freely used by living beings. If used properly, it can even cure diseases with high mortality rates. Furthermore, although the All-Spirit Universe is far from interstellar space, it can be contacted through certain special minerals found in interstellar space. The game company founder immediately immersed himself in research, purchasing large quantities of these ores. He eventually discovered that some ores contain traces of the entire spirit universe's energy. These ores were extremely rare. The founder invested a huge sum of money to extract even a tiny amount of this energy. With this meager energy, the founder conducted a detailed exploration of the entire spirit universe. The entire spirit universe contained numerous planets, all in a state of ignorance. Some planets hadn't even evolved plants, while others were inhospitable and only suitable for a select few species. Just as the founder was about to abandon the exploration and report to the All-Spirit universe, he discovered a unique planet, which he named All-Spirit Star. All-Spirit Star is inhabited by all sorts of beings, with humans alone existing in hundreds of forms, and its resources are abundant. All the beings on All-Spirit Star can use energy to enhance their abilities. They call this energy heavenly light. Of course, All-Spirit Star is not peaceful. Nations are scattered throughout, and wars large and small occur frequently. The flow of time in interstellar space differs from that in the All-Spirit universe. The founder, observing the rise and fall of All-Spirit Star's dynasties and its technological development from a third-person perspective, suddenly felt as if he were a creator and wanted to do something to control All-Spirit Star. Through a thorough exploration, the founder learned of the existence of a world spirit on All-Spirit Star. The world spirit lacked strong self-awareness and existed in chaos. The founder attempted to control the world spirit in order to control All-Spirit Star. However, he failed. Later, the founder tried many methods, all of which failed. While wandering throughout All-Spirit Star, the founder discovered that this world, due to the energy of heavenly light, was constantly giving birth to new beings. The founder had a sudden inspiration. The world spirit is also a living being, so why not imbue it with consciousness to achieve control? The result was that the founder succeeded, but with minimal effect, he could accomplish very little. The world spirit exists because of the consciousness of all living beings on the entire planet, possessing limited actual power and serving more as a symbol. The founder didn't give up and painstakingly studied what the world spirit could do. After numerous experiments, he discovered that the entire planet possessed its own logical chain, which could be described as self-evident. The founder hadn't fully grasped this principle, nor did he want to waste time exploring it. In his own words, it was just this way from beginning to end. The founder quickly devised a plan. First, he created a being capable of altering the perceptions of other beings, akin to a mental attack. After its creation, the founder used the world spirit to aid its growth and named it the Spire based on its appearance. The Spire grew rapidly, developing self-awareness. The founder, unperturbed, continued to enhance its abilities. At this time, the founder's interstellar company was sued due to some disputes, resulting in a hefty fine. Desperate, having already lost all its money, the founder thought of the All-Spirit planet. A series of plans took shape in the founder's mind. He manifested the powerful Spire, first using its abilities to alter the perceptions of other beings, attributing both warrior training and celestial energy to the Spire. After this cognitive alteration, the founder bestowed upon each warrior a guiding spirit, Loroto, and ensured that all warriors believed Loroto had existed from the very beginning. With the approval of countless beings, the birth of Loroto becomes perfectly reasonable. The founder originally envisioned using the celestial energy he collected as a secondary perspective to transform the entire planet into an open-world game. His unique setting would undoubtedly attract many players. The problem is, a game needs player interaction and control. The founder's abilities weren't yet sufficient to make players treat the characters of the entire planet as game characters to drive their own narratives. Furthermore, this world lacks significant conflict. The rise and fall of dynasties and the power struggles of various factions are exciting to watch, but where does the player's primary perspective lie? In an ensemble game, who is suitable to be featured? And can the featured characters entice players to spend money? The founder was making a decision. Time on the entire planet wouldn't stop. Watching the corrupt empire crumble, the founder was feeling a lack of excitement and plot development when he saw someone negotiating with the Spire. That person was named Shire, who promised to make her the empire's president in exchange for the Spire being revered by all spirits. The founder was dismissive. The Spire was already the land's hope. Why would it need her help? However, the founder became interested in Shire. Shire held strong racial prejudices, believing that all those who looked different from herself were inferior and unworthy of life. The founder asked the Spire to agree to Shire's demands and provide a clear understanding of racial classification. However, there was a problem. No matter how powerful the Spire was, the understanding it provided could only exist superficially. It worked well with warriors, but for ordinary people, a little firm belief could easily dispel it. Fortunately, the number of warriors on the entire planet was large enough that ordinary people had no voice, so the founder felt reassured. Thus, the Central Asian Empire rose up on the entire planet, classifying people into superior and inferior races. With the Spire's help, the inferior races were slaughtered. The founder, gazing at the corpses, felt his twisted bloodlust satisfied. For the sake of his game plan, he didn't allow the Spire to wipe out the lower classes, sparing some to survive. Then, the founder waited patiently, observing the Empire's development and searching for the right time for a multiplayer game. During this period, the founder continuously used the Spire to modify, expand, or break the logical boundaries of the land. Over 300 years after the founding of the Aran Empire, the founder finally felt that there were enough righteous characters in the multiplayer game. These diverse personalities would surely appeal to some. Considering that a combat-based game was unfeasible, the founder defined the game as a free-to-play, idle-style character development game. Players would help their characters grow through donations, virtually raising them. The top-ranked player could even become a real person and meet the player. In reality, the founder only needed to use some means to bring people from the entire planet to interstellar space. A new problem arose. Transporting people from Qualing Star to interstellar space meant finding celestial energy to create a passage, a tedious and lengthy task with enormous costs. It would be foolish to waste resources building this passage before players could guarantee a return on their donations. Therefore, the founder devised new game rules. The game was launched 10 times, each time allowing characters to become natural beings, thus encouraging players to persevere. However, the founder wouldn't allow players to succeed. A reasonable reason had to cause these characters to die. In the final instance, the fate of the righteous characters would be decided based on the circumstances. The founder returned to Qualing Star and decided to create a villainous character opposed to the righteous characters. This villain had to be controlled by the founder. The founder witnessed a pregnant lower-class person being killed by an enforcer on the roadside. In a flash of inspiration, he found a newly pregnant woman through the Spire. The founder, in conjunction with the Spire, created a being similar to Loloto that entered the pregnant woman's body, specifically protecting her until delivery. This is the villain created by the founder, completely under his control, who further strengthened the founder's connection with the entire Spirit Star. It was this villain who later killed a group of righteous characters. This villain is named Chao Jing. Meanwhile, with the help of the World Spirit, the founder managed to stop and rewind time. Everything was ready, and the game was officially released. The founder had anticipated the game would be profitable, but he hadn't expected it to become such a massive hit, with player donations far exceeding his expectations. This made it even more crucial to prevent the righteous characters from winning. He had to keep all players on the edge of their seats. However, to the founder's surprise, the villain he had created seemed to be slipping out of his control. The founder, feeling uneasy, sought to further control the antagonist to prevent any mishaps. The antagonist, a Sakage, possessed a lowly status and was despised. Everyone close to her was brutally murdered before her eyes. She harbored resentment, yearning for immense power and supreme authority. Because those of low status could not receive the light of the Spire to become samurai, she endured countless hardships to reach the capital and enter the Spire's interior. At this point, the founder allowed her to gain power and grow, and then, naturally, harbored resentment towards the Empire. Throughout, the founder only granted her one exceptional quality: a powerful mind. Since the game's second launch, a Sakage surprisingly did not choose to provoke a war. The founder sensed something was amiss, but did not interfere much, as their goal was also to overthrow the Empire. Later, a Sakage's personality changed more and more noticeably. The founder realized that allowing her to continue would cause problems. Coincidentally, the players deeply hated a Sakage, and the founder thought it would be a good time to replace her with a new antagonist. However, she couldn't kill the antagonist. The founder has used every trick in the book within the logic of the land, even creating accidents to lure the enforcers into a hunt before a Sakage became a samurai, but all attempts have failed. Since the 5th server launch, there hasn't been a single success. Initially, the Spire granted a Sakage abilities, but subsequent attempts to do so failed to correct the situation or stop her from growing stronger. Furthermore, with each server launch, the founder sensed a weakening connection to the entire planet. Things were increasingly spiraling out of control. Even the righteous characters were behaving differently. The Spire's ability to alter perceptions was gradually being devoured by the World Spirit, which was beginning to develop a faint sense of self. Things spiraled out of control, and the founder felt terrified. Once the truth of the entire game was exposed, he would face multiple charges from the Interstellar Court, all profits would be returned, and his actions on Qualing Star would inevitably lead to imprisonment. During the final server launch, the founder warned himself that he must ensure nothing went wrong, and that he would never touch Qualing Star again after shutting it down. An accident still occurred. The timeline became distorted, Chao Jing's age decreased, and she could even be virtually raised by players. Things spiraled out of control. With player surveillance and the land's logical chain, the founder could do very little about young Chao Jing. Fortunately, no matter how the timeline shifted, Young Chao Jing's identity remained unchanged. The founder used his inferior status to rationalize the dangers faced by young Chao Jing, hoping she would be killed. Who could have imagined that these dangers would actually help young Chao Jing grow rapidly? At that time, the founder's actions on Quanling Star were restricted by the world spirit. To avoid imprisonment in the interstellar world, the founder risked merging his spiritual body into the world spirit. Then, the founder, through various methods, from altering the spire's radiance to isolating it, to creating Ji Qixio to seduce Chao Jing, from bewitching Qian Sha in the warrior tournament to his final desperate attempt to possess Liu Ya in an attempt to kill Chao Jing, all failed. Chao Jing listened, remaining stunned for a long time. She didn't know whether to be angry, simply because the game's supposedly rich storyline created a vile racial narrative that led to the deaths of countless people. Or should she feel bewildered? Was she actually created by the game company's founder? Or was this a deception planned from the very beginning? Chao Chao. Lin Yuan called out. Chao Jing snapped back to reality and asked, the founder's spirit merged into the world spirit, and now? It's still there, but... Lin Yuan pursed his lips. After the game shut down, the company was empty. We came to investigate, and found a lot of data about you. Later, we found even more detailed information in a secret room. Remember your guide spirit Loloto? Actually, this was the first time you had a guide spirit in 10 server launches. Chao Jing was stunned. What does this mean? Lin Yuan said, it's different from all the Lolotos. Just now, we received historical data about your Loloto, about your past. After a certain day, after a certain event, Chao Jing suddenly realized that everything seemed familiar, that something that could change her life seemed to have happened before. Was it just her imagination? She always trusted herself. Perhaps something was truly strange. So she stored all her thoughts and experiences in a special energy sphere, and after careful consideration, placed it in the dead land. Then, she discovered an identical energy sphere. After reviewing it, she felt a chill run down her spine. It was a repetition, but why? She couldn't find the reason. Finally, she decided to store her spiritual power in an energy sphere, simultaneously recounting her current experiences and sealing them within the sphere. Slowly, the stored spiritual power grew stronger, showing a faint tendency to take shape within the dead soil. At the same time, Chao Jing opened the energy sphere one last time, comparing it to before. She discovered that the suffering she was experiencing was increasing, becoming more and more arduous. It seemed as if a giant hand was dragging her into an abyss, utterly destroying her. This can't go on. If there's no resistance, then only disappearance. But where to begin? All right, the dead soil. Special dead soil won't fall into repetition. She found an elderly man in the dead soil, piecing together information from countless stories, to pinpoint the timeline of the land's repetition. In the final instance, just before reaching the timeline, Chao Jing, under the pretext of battle, exhausted all her power, spreading across the entire continent in an attempt to disrupt the repetition. She failed, the repetition continued, and her own spirit merged with the world's spirit. But she also succeeded, the timeline was altered, and little Chao Jing was born. This Chao Jing possessed entirely new spiritual power. She couldn't perceive the world's strange phenomena. Fortunately, little Chao Jing worked hard. Surely hard work pays off. Her new spiritual power allowed little Chao Jing to escape the game company's control, avoiding the excruciating torment. By a twist of fate, she learned cultivation. Chao Jing shouldn't have had Luo Duo. She had been like that since she appeared on this land. But that day, the energy sphere in the dead soil took shape, and because it contained a large amount of Chao Jing's spirit, it became part of Chao Jing. Although it possessed Chao Jing's spirit, some unforeseen events occurred during the transformation, causing Luo Duo to forget everything Chao Jing had recorded in the energy sphere. It only resurfaced when it reached a familiar place. This place in the Dachi Mountains was where Chao Jing released all her power during the last repetition, ultimately resulting in her physical demise. Chao Jing stared blankly at Luo Duo, struggling to raise her hand and pat her cheeks to clear her mind. She felt she should say something, so she smiled. I'm amazing, aren't I? Her lips trembled. I'm the same as the original spirit body. Now, the spirit body is integrated into the world spirit, like the founder of the game company. Because of the existence of the spirit body, the founder's control over the world spirit has weakened. So, she took a deep breath. To solve the world repetition, we need to start with the world spirit. 10 times already. That should be enough to solidify certain logic. Even if the founder really leaves, time will still rewind, and then it will repeat, right? Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. Yes, we found a lot of information. This situation can be handled, but... Chao Jing's eyes flickered. But, several spiritual energies are mixed together. If we try to deal with it, I'd be affected. What will the consequences be? Will it be death? That's not necessarily true. Tyrant Rabbit wiped away her tears. Chow, we explored less than 1% of the entire spirit star. Any miracle is possible, and you're known to everyone. Your existence has long been recognized on that land. If she were alive, would that be considered a miracle? Chao Jing secretly pinched her thigh, her tone light. Yes, nothing is absolute. I want to know, if we break free from this repetition now, if I do it now, will everything that has happened up to this point start over, in a completely new timeline? She believed that even without her, other lower classes would rebel against the Empire and succeed, but she truly didn't want to see those who were living good lives fall back into hell. When would they be able to stand tall again? Lin Yuan said firmly, Chow, I assure you, once this repetitive timeline is resolved, it begins from the moment it's resolved. It's not a new timeline or a new story. That's good, Chao Jing murmured, leaning on the control panel, her legs suddenly feeling weak. It's all good now. Everything's gotten better. Chow, Tyrant Rabbit said, tears streaming down her face as she touched the screen. We declare the game company guilty. Then I build a passage, and you can come and play with me. Chao Jing smiled, raising her hand to touch the screen. Okay. Tyrant Rabbit said, there are many people who like you. Interstellar will establish friendly relations with the entire spirit universe. Then, everyone can come and play with you too. Okay. I have so many amusement parks here, with all sorts of fun things to do. There are so many restaurants, offering all the delicacies of the interstellar world. Tyrant Rabbit's vision blurred. Chow, I take you to play, I take you to eat all the world's delicious food. Chow, let me tell you, I'm incredibly rich. I take care of everything you do after you come. Okay, I definitely come. Chao Jing said with a smile. As for the matter with the world spirit, we have to wait. I need to handle things here properly, and I'll let you know when the time comes. Tyrant Rabbit wiped away her tears and nodded emphatically. Goodbye, Chow. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened, and he smiled. There's still plenty of time before the repetition point. No rush, Chow. Chao Jing said, after all, the founder is among the world spirits. The sooner we resolve this, the better, lest things get complicated. Goodbye, Chow. The screen went out, and Chao Jing stared blankly, taking a deep breath. She realized she was still maintaining a smiling expression, her lips slightly chapped, making the smile stiff, so she struggled to recover. She asked Luo to restore the scene, leaving the space. The gentle sunlight fell on her, and she realized she was covered in a cold sweat. You should rest first. Chao Jing told Luo and Egg Pancake to disappear. She looked around. The afternoon forest was quiet. Even the occasional chirping of insects came from afar. The sun was so warm, so very warm, but all her strength seemed to have been drained away. She leaned against a tree and slowly squatted down, covering her face with her hands. Finally, she broke down. I don't want to die. I don't want to die at all. I'm going to die. I finally managed to make life better. I worked so hard to achieve it, and now I have to die. I finally survived the cold winter, the freezing weather, the heavy snow. I persevered. Spring has arrived. So many flowers have bloomed, and now I'm going to die. I won't be able to see anything. Chao Jing trembled all over. She had worked so hard, endured so much pain and suffering, all to make life better. Now everything was moving in a positive direction, and yet she was going to die. She didn't want to die. She hadn't seen enough of this peaceful and beautiful world, and there were still so many delicious foods she hadn't tasted. She had dreamed of going to an amusement park and having a blast when things got better, and she had more free time. But that was impossible now. She would never be able to. She wanted to ride roller coasters and Ferris wheels. Chao Jing stood up, crying, and went to a place outside the mountains where there was a cell phone signal. She took out her phone and sent all her photos to her loved ones. They would never see her again. What if they forgot what she looked like? She sent the photos while crying until dark, before finally managing to choke back tears and gather her thoughts. The Qiaoming Committee's foundation was unstable, and new blood hadn't been cultivated. It relied entirely on her to establish it. At this stage, multiple safeguards were needed to prevent the Qiaoming Committee from being overthrown after her death. Chao Jing sniffed, went to the beach to wash her face, sat on the rocks gazing at the calm sea, holding her phone in both hands until her eyes and the camera lens were no longer red and swollen before leaving. She convened an emergency meeting in the Resolution Council, briefly explaining the issues of interstellar space and the recurring timelines of the land, using euphemisms to conceal her background and the necessary events, and obscuring the existence of the game company and its founder. She naturally didn't mention that she would die while seeking out the world spirit, only stating that she would need some time to return, during which time the Broken Sky Pavilion would assist the Qiaoming Committee, and that interstellar communication would be conducted in her name. Upon hearing the details, everyone present was shocked, finding it somewhat fantastical. Tan Xiqing asked, "Are you sure this interstellar attitude is friendly?" Chao Jing replied calmly, "Regarding interstellar matters, I will clarify things with them before leaving and sign a space-to-space communication document. Besides, achieving free movement of people is still a long way off, possibly several years or even decades. Currently, communication is only conducted online through electronic networks." She hadn't intended to hide this information. There were naturally many considerations involved. Firstly, as far as we know, interstellar is a technologically advanced world, and cultural exchange with all spirit star could stimulate all spirit stars' technological development. Secondly, having interstellar conduct visits and exchanges with all spirit star in her name would deter any restless individuals. By the time they realize she truly won't return, the new forces within our destiny will have been firmly established. Thirdly, she isn't one to make silent sacrifices. Everyone needs to know the contributions she has made to all spirit star. When people realize she won't return, they should remember to erect a monument in her honor, so she won't be forgotten. The news caused a great stir when the document was issued by the Council of Mandates. Some counselors suggested that Chao Jing give a speech explaining the situation. Chao Jing had neither the time nor the inclination. She let these people digest the information slowly. She was incredibly busy, racing against time, fearing the founder might pull some trick again. After the Council of Mandates was established, she conducted a major purge of the original imperial political system, followed by reviewing newly compiled books in the Ministry of Education, improving and revising laws, and enhancing the medical aid system, ensuring that resources were no longer solely for the so-called nobility. Afterwards, she represented the entire Spirit Star in signing a peace treaty with the interstellar community. It was then that she learned one of the players she had met earlier held a very influential position in the interstellar community. However, Chao Jing's personality, honed since childhood, meant she never left any room for error. Since it was currently impossible to return all living beings to the past, to an era where they could cultivate freely without external assistance, Chao Jing devised a new method using the Rubik's Cube, replacing the spire with the Rubik's Cube as a medium to connect with celestial energy, supporting the warrior's cultivation. On the night of the full moon each month, all living beings can sense the energy of celestial light, thus cultivating themselves into warriors. She left the Rubik's Cube deep in the dead land, settled Egg Pancake and Lolo, and told them to be good, that she would come to find them when she returned. This way, on one hand, she preserved her spiritual body and memories, so that if anything unexpected happened, there would always be room for maneuver. On the other hand, she felt that she could simply die. She didn't want to drag the two little ones down with her. Chao Jing also sent someone to contact Yin Qi and investigate the small town in the Lost Desert. They concluded that migration was not a problem, but it would take time to build. The town mayor was very happy with her help and invited her to dinner, which she politely declined. She conducted centralized trials and prosecutions of various rebellious organizations and criminals along the former imperial borders. The countless massacres and atrocities, the inhumane acts of torture and amusement, could not be excused simply by calling it resistance against the empire. She knew perfectly well what these people were thinking. Later, she asked Yi Xiangyue of the Crimson Fire organization if she could arrange a job for her. Yi Xiangyue was also quite lost. She had finally gained recognition, but shortly after, the empire fell, leaving her bewildered. Well, there was really nothing left to rebel against now. Yi Xiangyue said she would find a job, earn money, and open a small shop. However, after that, Yu Shanqiu sent a message hoping for her help, and she immediately led her organization there happily. Chao Jing devoted her utmost energy and effort to handling every matter she considered. Of course, she was well aware that there were countless things that needed improvement and correction. But she herself was, after all, human. She had selfish motives and would make mistakes. If she were solely entrusted with handling everything herself, her path would only become narrower. A new era, a new history, requires the collective effort of many to write. She unfurled this heavy scroll, sketching its outline, within which countless stars, shining brightly, represent each person striving for the times. For example, Yu Shanqiu collected more information on the physiological differences between races to ensure comprehensive social welfare. For example, Tao Xian was very sensitive to language, frequently correcting biases in textbooks and works. Everyone was actively working hard. Before leaving, Chao Jing visited many friends, Ji Ying, Mu Jimeng, Song Lianwen. She comforted Fire-Eyed Lion and Tyrant Wolf, confidently promising that she would return soon. Then, she went to see Big Guy. Chow Chow Bao, are you really alright? Big Guy called her affectionately, ruffling her hair. Chao Jing smiled, of course I'm alright. It's just that since I left, Auntie, you couldn't see me, so I came to say goodbye, afraid you missed me too much. She thought she could act well, but facing her loved one, her heart ached as if 1,000 steel needles were piercing it. Big Guy laughed. You took so many photos even though they were all in almost the same pose. It was hard for me to find them, so I printed them all out. When you come back, I show you the photo album I made. Chao Jing nodded earnestly, okay. She hugged Big Guy tightly, walked to the door, took one last look, and gave a bright smile. She was about to die, never to see her beloved aunt again. How much she would miss her aunt. Finally, Chao Jing went to see Feng Changchuan. Feng Changchuan knew her little one well. Seeing Chao Jing's flustered manner, he knew the reality wasn't as easy as she made it out to be. Little one, Feng Changchuan looked at her again, be careful. Chao Jing nodded, I will, sister. You stay safe and healthy too. When I come back, I definitely be taller than you. You're doomed, you haven't grown any taller. Feng Changchuan raised an eyebrow. Don't be so confident. Anything can happen. Chao Jing patted her chest. I grow to 20 meters tall. No matter what happens to you, you can't catch up with me. Feng Changchuan said expressionlessly. Then don't come looking for me. Our house can't fit you. Then, Chao Jing reluctantly conceded 2 meters, that's the bottom line. I really can't go any lower. Feng Changchuan couldn't help but chuckle, pulling her into his arms. Little one, remember, no matter where you are, no matter when, your sister will always wait for you, your sister will always care about you. Chao Jing bit her lower lip, unable to speak, only nodding repeatedly. Knowing she couldn't delay any longer, she got up and walked forward, along the lush green hillside, the roadside lined with blooming flowers that swayed in the wind, a magnificent and beautiful sight. Chao Jing turned around, waving her arms high. Sister, goodbye. Goodbye. Feng Changchuan gazed at Chao Jing's retreating figure, slowly disappearing into the rippling sea of flowers. She was such a fiery, bright, and flamboyant person, like a dazzling star falling to earth, bursting forth with countless rays of light. All the wounds, pains, and tears along the way, she resolutely forged ahead. Even her departure was a grand spectacle, more powerful than a stampede of horses. This world changes rapidly, the book of time vast and solemn, yet destined to have several chapters, written with the grandeur of mountains and rivers, leaving behind a rich and colorful commentary on her. Time flies, years pass like flowing water, the seasons change on the land, autumn harvests and winter storage, and in the blink of an eye, another year arrives with birdsong, grasses growing, and the east wind blowing. In recent years, the entire Spirit Star has engaged in various friendly exchanges with interstellar partners, resulting in an explosive development of science and culture, and the Qiaoming Committee has flourished. No one knows when the chairman will return, but the Qiaoming Committee's administrators are all handling affairs in their capacity as vice chairman. On various social media platforms, many speculate whether the chairman will not return, but many others refute this, firmly believing that the chairman will definitely appear, just as majestic and awe-inspiring as when she first made herself known to the world. At first, Feng Changchuan calculated the time. 3 days, 7 days, a month, half a year. Later, she gradually stopped calculating. The more precisely she calculated, the slower time seemed. She stopped calculating altogether, wandering aimlessly, and before she knew it, 6 years had passed. She traversed the snow-capped mountains, silent for millennia, braving the biting wind, hoping for good fortune. She crossed fields of blooming grass, watching the dandelions drift by, waiting for a delightful surprise to fall upon her. She trod across the surging yellow sands reaching to the horizon, and traversed ancient, desolate canyons. Leaning against a small boat, she gazed upon the vast ocean. Holding an old bamboo umbrella, she took in the windswept, rain-swept mountains and forests. When Feng Changchuan returned to this hillside, the midday sun was warm, and the flowers along the path had grown much taller, basking quietly in the sunlight. Occasionally, colorful birds would fly among them, causing the blossoms to sway gently. Feng Changchuan sat for a while, then rose. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind, causing her clothes to flutter. The sea of flowers along the path surged like magnificent waves. She was startled for a moment, then her expression softened, and she turned around, smiling radiantly. Chao Jing. I'm back again. Ha ha ha.